behind schedule at the end of the day, so absolutely outstanding. To kick things off, it's Grace Smith with the Boost Monkey Junior Dragster in the Kestrel Beer lane, and it's Finley Fagg in the Slick Tricks lane. Grace is currently number 14, Finley currently number 12. Now then, let's see. Our front page is what Darryl and I always refer it to, which is the top 16. You need to be 07 or better to get on it. Well, bearing in mind that Grace has already done an 04, she went 09 that time. Finley really trying hard. It was an 01 red, just a little bit hot. Next up, Chevy Check-It with Game, going alongside Ellie Mae Brown. Well, quite a lively pit area in the Check-It pits last night due to a birthday celebration. So Emma had a really good birthday yesterday. And hopefully the head's not too sore this morning.
Well, it really depends how Chev does on this qualifying run. No pressure. No
That's
pressure,
true, yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, Emma. 24 years old on one day, I think, probably
That's
by
it,
now.
yeah.
Chev goes red.
Only 01 though.
Yeah, not far off at all. A 08 for Ellie Mae Brown.
Okay, next up, Kai Cooper and Jack Taylor. Now then, Kai, currently number 22. Jack, number 10. As I say, you need to go... Well, you need an 06 to get onto the top 16 at the moment. Right, so Jack currently number 10. He is on an 039. That is reaction time. As the juniors in the dragsters, of course, have their reaction times as their qualifying positions. The junior drag bikes are on dial-in. .038 for Kai Cooper. That's going to move him up into the number 10 spot.
Yeah, top 16, front page, 06.
That's a big... Actually, you're going to almost need an 05 now. Look at this. Only got two of them with 06, and yeah, it's all shuffling about. Right, here's your number one qualifier at the moment, Jake Cooper, 002. Daniel Weir, currently number 14. And he's on a 04. That's only after 3 runs. They got 3 qualifiers scheduled today. Actually, no, they don't. They have 2 qualifiers scheduled today, then round 1 eliminations, yeah. .05 for Daniel. He's already on the 04, and Jake, not sure what happened there. Almost quarter of a second.
Okay, it is Freddie Taylor, your current number 2 qualifier, Slick Trick side of the racetrack. Harry Redshaw, number 6. Again, the difference between 2 and 6 is 1/100th of a second. In fact, the difference between the top 10 is 3/100ths of a second. Okay, 03 to Freddie Taylor. Just before we get to this pair, Caitlin Williams, 9 years old today. Congratulations on your birthday, spending it hopefully at one of your favourite places, definitely our favourite place. But congratulations on being 9. That's your last birthday before you get to double digits. That's a big one.
Oh.
I know. My little girl's looking forward to that one. I'm not. So, Neve Devey and Emmy Cromwell. Neve is number 17 at present. Not quite on the front page. She's still been pretty good. Emmy's number 25. Nicely done for Emmy. That
excellent.
Get where was that? We're going to end up at number 11, I think. Actually, that will be for her. Still a good light for Neve.
Yeah, but that drops that now down to you need an 05 just to get into 16th spot.
That's right. An 04 to make sure.
Yeah.
So Tom Peters will be the next to attempt to improve his qualifying position. He's in the Kestrel lane. His dad Matt, who we'll see very shortly in Super Pro. So I think that's the plan, isn't it? 2 more qualifying sessions for everything, or almost everything today.
Well, certainly anything that's in 32
car fields,
large fields. Eliminations today for Junior Dragster, Super Pro, Pro ET, ET Bike, 850 Bike, and Nostalgia Superstock.
Okay, Mackenzie Love. He's already well in the field at number 7 with an 0.26. The reason we mention qualifying positions, obviously, because it sets the field for eliminations later on today. But also it's very important for points. That was pretty good for Mackenzie. 0.24. Could we have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro ET
He doesn't
into
move
the lanes.
position, though. He's improved, but stays put.
Well, tough crowd.
Yeah.
I was just saying that obviously the season-long points championship, the fact that depending on qualifying position, can make a big difference throughout the course of the season. So that's why we mention it all the time. Super Pro ET once again, please, into the lanes. Lola Bell-Kemp in the Kestrel lane. Lola is currently number 22, Max Taylor. Lola goes 0.20 on the tree. Max Taylor 0.17. Neither will improve. They've got one more shot to try and move up the order a bit. So if you've never seen these before, yes, they are kids in the cars. They can start at 8 years old, as my now 8-year-old daughter is very excited to keep telling me. She keeps saying, I'm allowed to do it now. I said, yeah, you're allowed to do it. Whether you do it or not is a completely different thing. But it's a great way of getting kids involved in racing. You'll see an awful lot of people who have, or like grown-ups, if you will, parents who have the race cars, and the kids have junior dragsters as well. It brings on the next generation, and it's a really great way to keep kids focused. Turns them into fine human beings, not that they aren't already. So Harry Peters and Richard Wilcox. Harry goes red on the tree. That won't help at all. Richard Wilcox goes 0.9. Not sure that's going to move him up from number 25 or not. Does actually, moves him up to 24. Bumps Harry Peters back one spot. Also, the full-length racetrack is a quarter mile, as you can see up there by the gantry, the Santa Pod sign in the distance there, with the scoreboards. Junior Dragsters and Junior Drag Bike as well both race to the 8th mile, which is half track, those 2 little markers. I don't know if you've ever done it, Cole. You walk up the bank and you get to half track and it feels like you're almost at the finish line.
You do.
It's a really weird perspective thing, isn't it? It feels like it's further than it is.
Yeah, and it's also weird if you go to half track and then you look at the finish line and you look at the start line, the finish line looks nearer.
Way closer.
Yeah, it's
probably because of the big sign as well, but it really does, you're right. So Jacqueline Bartlett in the Slick Tricks lane and the Slick Tricks car. 0.23, not on her usual razor sharp herself. Teddy Sullivan, 0.11. No help for either. He stays 22, Jacqueline stays 25. One more shot at it before eliminations later on this evening.
Josh is sort of like going, I don't know what's going on. Obviously, crew with Mackenzie. Matt Howe bring his young lad Teddy up to the line. Teddy had a dream moment yesterday.
Yeah.
Little Teddy, I don't know if you've seen him, but he sat in Kevin Kent's Nitro Funny Car yesterday, and he was like, I am never going to let go of this wheel. I'm not moving.
The funny thing is, sitting in funny cars without a body on one thing. You sit them with the body down, it's like, Anyway, 017 for Teddy Howe. That's terrific. That's going to get him the number 4 spot, I think.
Number three.
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry. Damien Redshaw with a 06. Yeah, number 3 for Teddy Howe. Excellent stuff. Yeah, Damien moves up 1 spot with that 06.
And that's really changed it around now. 048 to get on to the top 16. Harley Corsell, currently number 6. Ada Cassisi, currently number 14. So it's all the limited funds team out there actually. Got Marky Turton out front, Mark's down there. And then of course got Anna and Steve as well. See how these 2 youngsters can get on. Oh, they both go red, unfortunately. 08 for Ada, 01 for Harley.
One more chance, excuse me, to improve later on today. So Luke Mugridge, no nick on the start line, but presumably because he's strapped in the car, ready to go in Pro ET. I'm sure Mum's enjoying the pre-race
got a good old workout.
So both of these two absolutely killer on the tree, as evidence. They're number 4 and 5 in qualifying at the moment. Liam is the one that's number 4. He's in the Kestrel lane, with his dad bringing him into stage. He has already had an 017 light. Luke has had an 018. Liam goes 08 red. That's quite a big red, actually. Luke, 04 green. No help for either. All good practice, though.
Good to see so many people here bright and early. I mean, the banking is filling up very nicely. Good few on the grandstands as well already.
It's going to be a lovely day.
It is going to be a cracking day. Right, Emily Moore, the Miss Hyperactive Machine. Car moving?
A little bit. There we go. Pre-stage for Emily. I think this is going to be the last car before we move into Pro ET. Now, is this just down as a time trial because she's not actually on the board yet? I'm sure she ran
is
it
now.
Yep. Morning, sir. Is it that kind of shirt day? Obviously.
Oh dear.
It's all right.
Is it Bug Jam? Okay, we move on into Modjestang, a Pro ET qualifying session number 4. Very, very tight crowd in this one, as in all the classes, to be honest with you. And well, as you say, 2 qualifying sessions for Pro ET, then they go into eliminations. And of course, the last qualifying session will in effect be the bump session because we have more cars entered than there are spots available in eliminations. So.
So we're on with Pro ET Q4. We had 3 qualifying sessions yesterday. Welcome back up into the tower, Thomas Kakaba. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, how are you?
Hopefully you're not feeling as bright as breezy as your shirt this morning.
I am actually.
You are?
Yeah.
Oh dear, I'm leaving then. Colin,
Hawaiian shirt day today.
Yeah, and we went out and about into the countryside last night, and even the cows were confused. So
I love the fact that you actually went polling them.
yeah, well,
that's really good.
Just
Hey, so like you walked into a field with a recording on your phone and went,
well, no, they
anyone know this noise?
Yeah, they said we don't understand this either. But there we go.
Just to explain quickly for those that weren't here, Tom reckons a top fuel burnout sounds like a load of angry cows. So Colin went to upset some of the local wildlife last night, apparently, and the results will be in later. Simon Ennis, Laura Layton, both very safely in the field at the moment. Simon at number 9, Laura at number 10. 10.44 for Laura, no help. Simon Ennis, though, big move up to number 4 with a 10.72 on a 10.71. Yeah, round of applause for the team. Happy with that one. Bailey Ashdown with the dragster. Kestrel Lane against Dave Rudd with the qualifying consistent Cobra. Try saying that when you had a few, loads of times. Dave's looking for 9.65 this morning. Bailey 9.20. These classes you're looking at, folks, if you haven't seen them before, if you look towards the finish line, the scoreboards, the numbers on there are their predicted times. Bailey actually went before the tree ran that time, so she won't get an ET. Dave Rudd will, though. And they're trying to get as close to that number as possible, and then the closest one to that number at the end of qualifying is obviously number 1. Dave Rudd improves a lot, actually, with a 9.68 on a 65. That makes him number 12 at the moment. And then when we've done with qualifying, we pair them up on race day, which actually is later today, and it's tournament style eliminations. 32, 16, 8, 14. Any idea who's DNQ at the moment?
Well, we've only got 30 that have put times in. That's what I was just having a quick look at. So
we must be missing some.
Missing 1 or 2. Try and suss out who we are missing.
So John Dalrymple with the Willis in the Kestrel Lane. His predicted ET will be 9.85. Warren Watts 9.05 for the Camaro in the Slictrix Lane. Once again, doesn't matter who gets there first, it's all about how close to the number they get. 9.07. Breakout by 2 thousandths. John Dalrymple with the Willis was 2 thou too quick. Warren, though, moves all the way up to the 9 spot with that number that just changed on the screen while I was reading it. With that 907, sorry, mate. That 907. Just trying to work out who's who.
Right,
yeah.
I've got it. Okay, there were 33 entered. We haven't got Tessa yet, Jasper with a BMW. Paul Marston was actually booked in with a Nova.
What? Okay.
Not in. And Vic Parsons, his car's not quite finished yet. So yeah, there are 3.
Explains that. So there may be 1 by run in eliminations. Having a check in the Kestrel Lane. That's a good point, because Rene Jasper was supposed to be in Super Pro, wasn't he, as well, I think? with the BMW, that mental BMW.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
So Ronnie Mercer looking for 10.60 with the forward pop. Runs it through with a 10.72. Moves up one spot actually from 24 to 23. Right, we've just got a little bit of a clear up to do by the looks of it in the Kestrel lane. One thing we can't do is race with any sort of fluid on the racetrack, whether that be oil, transmission fluid, or water. So, yep, you guessed it. If it rains, we have to wait until it stops, dry it out, and keep going. We're quite used to doing that, aren't we? Anyway, so while we've got a quiet moment, Colin, just the plan of scheduled, or the schedule for today for all those people that are, all those good people that are here. We have our first session of Pro Cars, if you will, I think at 11 o'clock this morning.
Yep, starting off with Fuel Funny Car, then we've got our jets out for exhibition, and they'll be followed by Comp Eliminator, Pro Modified, Top Fuel Dragster, a Nostalgia Funny Car and Top Fuel Bike. So the sort of between 11 and 12:15, we really do look forward to that.
Then Live Action Arena starts. It's because I can't read it, that's why I'm pointing to you, sorry.
Yeah, Live Action Arena is at 11:30.
Okay.
Historic Aero Engines 12:30, and also at 2 o'clock as well. You've got our second pro session, if you like, or exhibition session, 2:30 onwards. So really going to be exciting there. And then the last session is at 4:30.
Okay, and we've also got the other stuff like Titan the Robot. We've got the circus.
Yeah. You've got Steve Colley behind the main grandstand as well. So much going on the site. You've got the Wall of Death, don't forget, just behind the spectator banking area. So wherever you are on site, there is basically something there to be to entertain you.
And the way it's planned is so that you can come over to the racetrack, you can watch the jets, you can watch the Top Fuel cars and everything else as well. Then once they're finished, you can go over to the Live Action Arena, because the Live Action Arena starts about half an hour after that's scheduled to run. Basically, you can make up your day as you like.
Oh, certainly can. Don't forget, the pits are open to the public as well, so you can walk around the back of the start line here, go into the main pit area. On the way through there, you'll reach our main trader area, where you can get everything from hats, T-shirts, sort of other drag racing memorabilia, number plates. And actually, there is one stand that I had a look at yesterday, and I think I picked up a card. I did. Here we go. There's a motoring artist, Ian Guy, who is behind the main grandstand. Check out the artwork that he has got there. It's absolutely fantastic. If you like, well, cars, hot rods, drag racing, stuff like that, just go and have a look at some of the work that he's produced. He's also on Facebook as well, but he's got a stand here. Check it out. There are some absolutely brilliant prints that he's produced. So Ian Guy, a tip around the back of the grandstands there. Go and have a look. Obviously, then you go into the main pit area. You go up. Eventually, you'll reach the pod shop and also the pod cafe as well. The latest merchandise, including all the FIA range as well, are in there. And literally, every time you go into the pod shop, they've got something new in there. So the latest T-shirt designs are all brilliant as well. You've also got like the VP shirt range. You've got the Gas Monkey shirt range as well. You've got camping supplies in there. All of the Slick Tricks merchandise as well. Let's not forget that, because all of the Slick Tricks merchandise actually does help run the Top Fuel car. So it is almost you're helping one of the cars out. You literally are. Draper Tools are heavily involved in there as well. Lucas Oils are there as well. VP Racing Fuels, you get your fuel from there as well. Nitrous refills as well. So it is literally everything you need from a racer's point of view, from a camper's point of view, from a spectator's point of view. The pod shop have basically got you covered. Also need to give a mention to Autoglim. As you go around the back of the start line here, the Autoglim stand is the first one that you'll reach to, being a staunch supporter of Santa Pod and drag racing over the years, and they're concentrating on a lot of the show and shine competitions, as they always have, but it's a special focus now. And we are always thankful for Autoglim and all of their support, so a massive thanks to them. Also, a big shout out to STP. The Festival of Power is in association with STP, and of course their products are available through the pod shop as well. And again, a massive thank you to STP as well. which leads us on to, quite nicely, is future events. If you haven't already got your race program, I suggest you get hold of one. It's a full colour production. It's only £5. But what it does give you, and this is quite key actually, is the full event catalog, or full event diary, if you like, for the remaining of the year. Now, next weekend is the NSRA Nostalgia Nationals. Weekend after, or the Sunday I should say, is Jap Show. Weekend after that, this is where it starts to get very busy. It's VW Breakout. Also, it's Door Slammers as well. So VW Breakout basically take over the campsite and all the off-track activities. But on-track is Door Slammers. It's the most exciting event where racers race for some serious money. The prize pool, I think, this year is £90,000. So it's certainly worth coming along to that. And the other great thing about the race is you do not know who you're going to race against. It's very, very good indeed. Which leads us on beautifully to bank holiday weekend. In actual fact, most weekends in May are bank holidays, because next weekend's one. We're in one now, and then of course you've got another one at the end of May. But it is the main event. Starting on Friday the 26th, which is our Sportsman Day. There is a test day before on the 25th. But the pro days start on Saturday the 27th, and then final qualifying Sunday the 28th, and then eliminations on Monday the 29th. It's the first round of the full-blown FIA European Championships and also the FIM Championships as well. The entries are building up very, very nicely indeed. 6 top fuel dragsters will be in attendance, supported by a huge cast of top methanol cars, Nitro Funny Cars, Comp Eliminator, and then of course Top Fuel Bike, Super Twins, Pro Stock Bike, you name it, they're all in the mix. It's going to be a fantastic event. That is the main event, the first round of the European Championships, starting on Friday the 26th of May. If you haven't already got your tickets for that, I suggest you do that soon as. Tickets are available on santapod.com, but then you've already been there to get your tickets to come this weekend. Going forward from that, June is a Run What You Brung weekend on the Saturday the 3rd with Vauxhall Show on the 4th, and then the BMW Show the weekend after. You've got Sportsman Nationals on Friday the 16th with their test day, and then Saturday, Sunday is the event. But it's also Street Weekend. Now that we are really looking forward to. The reason for that is when Santapod publicised the date in association with Melbourne Raceway. Well, let's see if we can get 16 cars, and we think that will be a good shout. I think we're at 60 at the moment, so it's really gone through the roof for that one.
I don't know for a fact there'll be more in that as well.
Yeah, it's still going to build. So what you've got is on the Friday, all of the cars that take part have to put in a run at Santapod. Now then, do you put in a run and then sprint off to Melbourne ready for your run on Saturday, or, oh, my run wasn't very good, I'll do another one, try and improve your ET, and then, yeah, okay, we're going to head off now. And then on Saturday, you do an 8th mile pass at Melbourne, but then do you try and do another run to improve your time, or do you sprint back to Santapod? It's all, there's checkpoints on the way, so it's going to be brilliant. The key to that is it's street legal cars only. All right, so you set a time at Santapod on the Friday, Melbourne on the Saturday, Santapod on the Sunday, add all your 3 times together. Whoever's got the lowest is your winner. Quite simple. And then there's other little things put in as well. So
yeah,
it's,
there's quite a large investment from different companies and sponsors putting just small prizes in, but for different things. It's not always just, here you go, here's a prize fund for the winner.
Yeah, you know, best 4-cylinder and best front-wheel drive and stuff like that. So we really are looking forward to that. It's going to be very, very exciting. It's our first proper taste of, like, they have Sick Week in America, you have Drag Week in America. Yes, I know that's extreme. They go to 7 strips in 7 days and stuff like that. But we've got to start. And this is a great, great introduction into that type of racing, and who knows how well that is going to build over the years. It could be, oh boy, what have we opened up here? And it will be fantastic. So really, really looking forward to that. Again, details on the santapod.com website. And then we go into, as I say, the we've got Retro Show, the Fast Show, things like that. But all of the details are available on santapod.com, and of course your race weekend program. So get your information, get your tickets, get here and enjoy it, which I know you wholeheartedly will. Okay, that's up to date on that. Don't forget, we got Live Action Arena running today as well. We got all the sideshows going on. It's going to be a brilliant day. We're going to hand over to Nitro FM 96.2, and we'll be back with you as soon as. I don't think it'll be that long because they're just putting some extra glue down on the start line. But Nitro FM, if you can take it away, we'll be back with you soon.
tree. And on the top end, 1632 breakout and a 1676 on a Kestrel lane. 16.38. Hazel Carter with Patricia the Passat, also with problems. So Polly is going to be there first, and only actually. 1625 breaks out by 1300ths of a second. With the Audi that's purely a race car, as you can tell by the fact it's got no number plate on it again. It's also about a second quicker than the Beetle normally dials, that is. $15.61 breakout and a 17.04. Caitlin goes to the
$18.83. Fair way off what you wanted there, to be honest.
Do you get a turn up in a Beetle then if you dial that number? Is that the way it works?
Possible, yeah.
John Crawford with a very nice O52 light.
Oh, missed a shift there.
That might slow him down enough not to break out. And it does. 15.56. He moves up to number 10 though.
Lorraine, though, up to number 4 with that one. Very nice. O2 light. Very nicely done, Andrew.
I've just seen him pushing the Passat back to the pits. That's a hell of a long push.
Wow.
From round the back of the barn all the way back up there, isn't it?
14.95 break in the lone car.
Taking on Jordan Clark with the could find it in a snowstorm Gulf. 14.35 and
oh, stays 18, but Lawrence moves up to 19. Sorry, Jordan moves up to 19.
taking on Martin Hallett.
Well, they are 4 and 6 at the moment, both on 8.6 runs. Can they get the 8.5s? Oh, one of them can. Martin Hallett goes to number 2 with an 8.53. Johnny goes too quick, 8.46.
No power added at all for Joe Elliott. $8.37, way too quick for J Rowe.
He's number 1 though, 8.50 with a 7. And he's backed it up with an 8.51, I think it was. $8.49 this time.
Oh, no! Should be doing Bradhead Dandia. Both right welded together. 62 and a 54. Brad Head goes to number 3. Danny stays at number 5. Close. Imagine how badly anyone would get ribbed for red lighting, I'll tell you. In eliminations, obviously. So, Jet Guy, Andy Dibley, only 9 and 11 at the moment. Dibs having a big wander at the top end to a 9.98. They both run 146 miles an hour. 9.88. That was close, yeah. Oh. 988 with a 0. Oh, 001 for Andy Harrison. And a 991 as well.
That's a brilliant, brilliant strapped together run there. 007.
Deary me. Now I'll chop in the tree down in this round of qualifying. 992 and a 93. Stu actually moves up to the number 5 spot with that 993 with the 900.
Last car in Super Gas for this session.
Oh, dear me. 989 with the 3. Jake with a bit of a space hopper thing going on over there.
There's the front wheel wobble as well when it came down.
And up and down a lot. Still runs 1265.
Yeah. Okay, we are back, and once again, many thanks to D2 Nitro FM for taking over the airways for a little while, and whilst the tractors are doing their thing. But we continue with qualifying then. Session number 4 for Pro ET. This is John Bean with the Shotgun Mustang, currently in the number 2 spot. 9.60 is what he ran yesterday to take that number 2. Today he's just wound it back a little bit. 9.63 is his target. John Bean, always Mr. Cheerful, loves his race. The whole family come up as well. Yeah, just totally thrown himself into the sport. Car has much, well, car has settled down a lot, shall we say. Oh, 957 he actually, he slowed it down 300, so actually went quicker by 300s. So 957, that's a breakout, so he's going to stay put. Next up then, it is Lee Morris with the green Jaguar E-Type. Green with envy. Simon Rickwood with the Nova. 9.71 is darling, he's currently number 10. Lee currently number 12. Don't forget, Simon Rickwood double classing. He's in Nostalgia Superstock. See him again in qualifying not too long after this, actually.
He's also single-handedly trying to keep VP Racing Fuels in business, I think, with the amount of runs he's having. Now, a lot of that, 10th of a second off, 981, now a lot of that could be down to the headwind, which just turned up now, actually.
It has, actually, yeah, and that is quite strong as well. Wind turbines are all going rather well. The flags, not quite horizontal, but they're certainly fluttering nicely.
They're pointing straight at us as well. So, Pete Dodd, with the not-so-much wheeling Metamorphosis Camaro now. Kestrel side of the racetrack, 9.16 for him and a 10.16 for Nick Mugridge.
Yeah, Pete's resolutely stickers at 9.16, even with a headwind, so I wouldn't be surprised to see you with a 9.2 on this, but let's see. Oh, you've got wheel spin as well. That didn't look too good for Pete.
Nice looking run for Nick. 22. 13. Too quick. Deary me. And everybody goes, what the bleep? That wasn't supposed to do that. Okay, Mason Griffiths, number 3 for the moment. Mason on the Kestrel side of the track, 9.09. And 9.15 again for Dave Crowhurst. He's dialing a number that I'm sure the car should run, and I think has run, but not this weekend. He's been nowhere near that number, actually, is he? I don't think.
See what he has run so far.
I think he's put like 9.4 and 9.5 is his best. Yeah, 9.47.
Yeah.
Mason's either going way too quick or Dave again slightly too slow. Yeah, 9:05 for Mason, breaks out by 400. Dave Crowhurst, 9:48, which is pretty much what he ran already.
Interesting, 147 to 144. Dave was quicker at the stripe. Right, Will Clark, Darren Huxley. Will currently 19, Darren 26. 9:79 and 11:40. Yeah.
So Will Clark looking to run. Oh, this was a burnout. Will Clark moves up to number 16, running a 983 on a 979. No improvement for Darren Huxley.
So the top 16 are 0-4 off the dial. Ooh, that's a bit tight.
Stevie Gates then, with the Hailing Island Garage Duster. He's looking for a 9.58. Taking on Dave Cherritt. He's looking for a 9.85.
Have you ever seen the inventory of stock that Hailing Island Garage have got? It is incredible. It's like muscle cars, hot rods,
Gases.
Real cool stuff they've got over there. Sort of like them on Facebook, and yeah, real cool stuff. Stevie Gates breaks out by just 0.02 of a second. Dave Cherritt, though, 991.85, makes a big move, up 3 spots. That's how tight it all is.
So we've got Brett Featherstone. He's your reigning champion in the class, even though he hasn't got the number 1 in the car, but he likes 2025. He's going to be looking for a 9.47, not a 9.41.
That lovely blue dialing board again that's invisible from this angle. There we go, 947.
Taking on Harley Derby.
Belinda did have a dialing board she was holding up. Oh, the news from Harley. Harley was on a run yesterday and he felt something wasn't quite right and backed out of the run. Do you remember we saw that? Got it back to the pits and there was a problem. And that was Harley's intuitive decision that saved the motor basically yesterday. So well done, Harley.
Harley, of course, is only 60. He can't drive on the road yet.
No.
But he can drive that truck.
And drive it into the 8-second zone as
Ooh,
well.
yes. He's having a little bit of a wander around the lane, but I'm sure he's got it covered. So he moves up to the number 22 spot. 889 and an 882 dialing.
Yeah, Lee's smiling. He's a little bit nervous. The truck was going up the track. He's smiling now. But the thing is, though, you know, we say, "Oh yeah, it's moving around a little bit." He probably didn't even feel that.
No,
at all.
As long as you can see between straight down your lane at the gantry,
yeah,
not that bad. It's only when you can read signage on the wall that you know you're in trouble.
Yeah.
So Jess Bishop then, having a wonderful year in Pro ET, and it's only the 2nd event. She's having a great time taking on Neil Watkins. That truck's called the Lil Purple Express. Oh. Jess Bishop goes 0-1 off her dialing, but doesn't improve.
Because she's already been that good.
Yeah.
Just worryingly consistent for everybody else. That's the great thing.
And an ex-junior drag racer.
Yeah.
You know what that equates to. So Mark Huxley, slick trick side of the racetrack, the 983. He was oh so close to the perfect number in Super Cass yesterday, which is 990. Marie Mills, 1063 from Marie, excuse me, she's number 23 at present.
0-2 red then for Mark. He's going to go through looking for a 983. He goes 984 with a 0. He goes up to the number 3 spot. No improvement for Marie Mills. We now have Simon Fulton.
Look at that dial-in.
That is insane.
80s. What's he changed on there? Because from memory, I can't remember that being a super gas and a super comp car. I only thought it was a super gas car, but that's way quicker than I've seen it run before. Going to be a great race this one actually, with Tom Watkins and Doris. 903 for Tom, with a big old Charger from down in Wadhurst. Off the bump up to number 24, 10th of a second off. Tom Watkins with a 910. So it is the Fulton show.
Yeah, if one wasn't bad enough, we've now got a pair of them.
They got a pair of them and one on the start line too. Although we can forgive her.
Yeah. So 10.19 the dial in for Daniel. Dave 9.48. Well, 2/10 breakout there for Daniel, so he stays put. 9.53, no help for Dave.
Super Comp and VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please. Hopefully.
Yeah, it has its moments, this thing, doesn't it?
Yeah, they're called weekends.
Yeah. All right, Tom Kay and Amy Watkins.
They're called race days, I think. Perfectly during the week, no problem. So Tom Kay is 20, not years old, but they might be. Position number 20. And Amy is number 7. Lovely reaction time from Amy. A nice run as well. 500s off, stays 7th. Tom Kay, no improvement with a 10.51 on a 20. That's a little bit way off actually. As we move on with Pete Nee Memorial Super Pro ET. I'm sure you're looking for it, are you?
Yes, I am. Yeah. Armed and dangerous, here we are. So the Super Pro ET sponsorship scheme, the trophies this weekend, courtesy of Giles and Hartley Racing, many thanks to them. Also the medals for Super Pro at every event actually, courtesy of Solo Precision, which is that man down there, Tom Atkinson. Now then, the package for additional prizes due to the scheme this weekend. Your overall event winner will get £250 and a big trophy, as well as the Santa Claus trophy as well. Cool. So the event winner, number 1 qualifier overall, £100 and a medal. And then the bounty that we find very interesting is 50 quid. Whoever knocks Tom Atkinson out being the previous event winner.
That was such a pretty launch from Tom as well. Very, very consistent. Oh, lots of smoke. Unfortunately for the Morris boys, just through the finish line. He went 880 at 152, so he was still on it all the way through the finish line, but something, the car's fine. Got it stopped okay. He's right down the top end of the shutdown area, but you never want to see that amount, that cloud. Hopefully that cloud is just steam. It looks steamy.
Well, he's just rolling around the corner now, so...
yeah, he's fine. He's fine in the car. The car is fine. Right side up, no problem. It just depends on what the track crew find, which is what we're about to find out. So, as always, very good morning to all of the Sandpod Racers Club staff, whether they be start line, pit marshals, or everybody up the top end there. You suddenly see them appear, don't you? There's loads of them. So I'm not sure what that was, because Bob's gone back to where he was, but everyone else appears to be not moving. So once again, if you haven't been before, we can't race with any kind of fluid on the racetrack, whether it be transmission fluid, antifreeze, oil, obviously, or water, i.e. rain. So if it does rain, we have to stop for a bit, dry it out and keep going. So it's not safe to be putting down the amount of horsepower that a lot of these cars and bikes put out, sometimes plenty of them measured in the many thousands of horsepower. It's not a case of putting different tyres on and they'll still be able to run. We have to have everything in tip-top condition. So I think that is going to be a clean-up by the looks of it. Yeah,
it's one of those situations when you see like a big plume of white, you sort of really hope for the team's point of view.
Yeah, you
want it to be water. Because that could be something like a radiator hose blowing off or something like that, and that's what's caused all the steam. So fingers crossed, that's what it is.
It didn't slow the car down, though.
No,
whatever it was.
Well, it happened after the finish line as well. So I'll just keep my fingers crossed. It was a hose that's blown off, and that was purely steam. But we'll see what the track crew come up with. But fingers crossed for the Morris boys, obviously. But Stuart just coasted down the shutdown area, turned around the corner, so the car was absolutely fine. Just looks a bit worrying when that instant moment that you first see it. Well, I'll tell you what then, we'll let the track crew do what they need to do. It's not
going to be that long, just quickly, folks, because it is all past the finish line. It doesn't require nearly the level of cleaning and preparing and everything that it would on the quarter mile. It starts just before the finish line by the looks of it, and down the shutdown area too. But anyway, our expert crew are on it as always. Please plan and enjoy your day accordingly, and we'll be back with you as soon as we possibly can.
Dashboard's lighting up like a Christmas tree in there.
Yeah, there's a lot of lights. A lot of wheel slip off the start line, which slowed him down a bit. 989 at 133. As the track crew do their thing, and it's in times. Bailey actually went before the tree ran that time, so she won't get an ET. Dave Rudd will, though. And they're trying to get as close to that number as possible. And then the closest one to that number at the end of qualifying is obviously number one. Dave Rudd improves a lot, actually, with a 968 on a 65. That makes him number 12. So once again, it doesn't matter who gets there first. It's all about how close to the number they get. 907.
Yeah, you're right.
So Ronnie Mercer looking for 10.60 with the Ford Pop. Runs it through with a 10.72. Moves up one spot actually from 24 to 23. Right, we've just got a little bit of a... Amy is number 7.
His dashboard's lighting up like a Christmas tree in there.
Yeah, there's a lot
All
of
the
wheel,
lights.
a lot of wheel slip off the start line, which slowed him down a bit. 989 at 133. As the track crew do their thing and it's in time.
His dashboard's lighting up like a Christmas tree in there.
Yeah, there's a lot
All
of
the
wheel,
lights.
a lot of wheel slip off the start line, which slowed him down a bit. 989 at 133. As the track crew do their thing and it's in times. Bailey actually went before the tree ran that time, so she won't get an ET. Dave Rudd will though. And they're trying to get as close to that number as possible. And then the closest one to that number at the end of qualifying is obviously number 1. Dave Rudd improves a lot actually with a 968 on a 65. That makes him number 12. So once again, doesn't matter who gets there first, it's all about how close to the number they get. 907.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
So Ronnie Mercer looking for 10.60 with the forward pop. Runs it through with a 10.72. Moves up one spot actually from 24 to 23. Right, we've just got a little bit of a... and Amy is number 7. Lovely reaction time from Amy. A nice run as well. 500s off, stays 7th.
We find it very interesting. It's 50 quid. Whoever knocks Tom Atkinson out being the previous event winner.
That was such a pretty launch from Tom as well. Very, very consistent. Oh, lots of smoke. Unfortunately for the Morris boys, just through.
Well, eventually you'll see Richie walk forward and start conducting the flame show. From Fire Force number 3. We're just waiting from the nod on the other side.
to the line then.
Pretty fierce.
Fairly fierce, to be honest with you. Slicktricks Lane is Martin Hill with Firestorm for Roger Goring for your viewing pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, 3 weeks later than originally advertised, but very much worth the wait. .505 at 241 miles an hour for 5. Real good to see Rich Walters back out front. So the dragster will run away and hide. However, the Morris Marina is not slow. Stays 15 with a 760. Dave Russell moves up 1 spot. 2.9 with an 8.76 on a 7/100th of a second off. Seriously.
Mad. Well, the top 8 are all on
right?
dial-in, I think. Top 7, yeah.
That's pretty unreal.
Can we have Supercom and VW Pro into the lane? And the button is still dead.
Yeah. I think they should rename Super Pro Super Tough, actually, because it is. So Ron Bartlett was supposed to be sitting out the season. That's why he's out there on the track. I think he's taken the year off to build himself a race bus, isn't he? Very nice looking piece of kit as well. A number of racers have done that. It's really a good way to get about because obviously it's all contained in one thing. The car, if you especially a short stubby car like an Anglia, fits very nicely in the back. Convert the rest of the coach, and hey presto, you've got a very comfy way of living at the racetrack, which, let's face it, is what most people spend their winter thinking about anyway. Alongside AC Bell, who was #1 qualifier for a bit yesterday, he's now number 3.
Current #1 man is Alan Didwell with a perfect ET. Unfortunately, he was the second one to get it, which missed out on the Euro Dragster Award, but certainly looks like he's a shoe-in for the Super Pro Scheme Award, though.
829 for
he's
Ron.
just proving the point, though. 879 with a 5 on an 879 dial.
Showing off, I think that's cool. That's really good. So Nick Good making one of his rare appearances with the supercharged digger. He's absolutely killer anytime he does turn up with it, though. He normally goes rounds without any problem whatsoever. And this weekend, once again, he's the quickest car in the class. Do you think that helps, Tom? Is that obviously that's the way he likes to do it? But, yeah.
Well, being a faster car means you control the race because you drive to your opponent then when you get to the finish line. However, I can't imagine that's very easy when you're doing
that speed.
Nearest makes no difference, 200 miles an hour.
Well, also, I mean, the other thing as well, when it comes to eliminations, red lights come into play, and you know that the car in the other lane is always going to leave first.
Yeah.
So you're never ever going to, if both of you red light, you'll be winning because the other driver did it first.
Yeah, yeah.
It always works out that way. I mean, it's still a bracket class, but everybody has a choice as to how quickly they go, or not, as the case may be. Barry Giles with a 732, exactly half a second quicker dial-in is the Lucas Oil car in the Slicktricks lane. It is good to see Nick back racing once again. That looked like a foot brake launch as well. 686 at 189 for Nick Good. And 739 for Barry Giles, both of them. Stay put, but let's face it, it's going to be seriously hard to improve when the top 10 are all bang on dial, isn't it? So the man of the moment so far in, well, kind of, apart from Tom, apologies to Tom Atkinson. Alan did well. Number 1 qualifier this weekend. He got all the way to the final back a few weeks ago. Having a great time with the suspension dragster down there with the monotail in the Kestrel lane. Brian Pateman, another hugely successful racer, dials 8.85. Very quick race day, beg your pardon, qualifying day. Hello to Chris and Becky Parker, if you're watching in, I'm sure you are. Hope you're doing well. Hope to see you sometime this summer again. And also to Ian and Laura Turbeville as well. If you want to go fast in a dragster, the Bad Blood dragster is still for sale. And a beautiful piece of kit, it really, really is. If you want to be competitive, turn up, run, win. That's the car for you. 66 with a 5. My goodness me. There wasn't a lot of room to get in there, was there? But he tried. Brian Pateman moves up 1 spot with an 88 and an 85 to the heady heights of number 11.
He's cutting O lights pretty much every time, and he's like 100th off his dial. Okay, that was a red breakout that time, but he's going to be one to watch this weekend,
but the
without a shadow of a doubt.
When you get this far into qualifying, you are trying to micromanage, aren't you? If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You're trying to... So the other Lucas Oil car in competition in Super Pro, funny enough, also owned by Nick Good, is Matt Peters out there from Harrogate in the Kestrel Lane. We've already seen both of his lads in Junior Dragster. 757 is what he's after. Taking on Joe Kellett. Now, this is the first time you see this car today, but you will see it again in a little while with his sister driving it. One of the great things about drag racing is you can actually have a team. You can use the same car to race in different classes, and a lot of people do it with different drivers too. See, that's what you should do. You know, you should say, right, it's a waste you just running in Super Pro. You know, if I put a throttle stop on it, can I drive it in that class as well? But you know, not the worst idea.
No, I've seen people double class in Super Pro and Pro ET. I think Paul Brown did it a couple of years ago, didn't he?
That's right. Yeah, because they took the wing off. For Super Pro, and they left it on for Pro ET, and that's how we can tell the difference between the two.
That's quite something to do.
Yeah.
Do you know the really funny thing as well is that double entering is not allowed in Scandinavia. So people like Tim Adam that used to go and race at Mantorp all the time, they had to. You used to comp and gas. You used to have to pick a class when you went to race there. I don't know whether they still do it, but they definitely did it back then. Joe, his usual razor sharp self on the line. In fact, you can see Leah down there in a race kit. 81 with a 7, breaks out by that much. 300s off in the other lane for Matt Peters, no improvement. See, I've only just sort of noticed, stroke realised, the amount of monotail suspension dragsters in the class now.
There's a few, yeah, you're right.
Well, this one's been around, as we said the other day, for 10 years, is it? Is that right?
Could even be longer.
A bit more than that, yeah.
Talking about Scott Hauser, multi-time UK Super Pro champ, taking on Lee Huxley, who has Lee been close to his dial yet? Because an 888 wasn't what he started out with, I don't think. He was looking for 85s originally, I think. So Lee Huxley with the Dark Horse Mustang, Kestrel Lane. Well, that doesn't actually improve his qualifying position.
He always had
or his
36 with a
ET.
1.
Yeah, that is consistency, folks. Lee Huxley does make a move up, though. 891 on an 88. I think took him to, where was that? 11.
No, 13.
Oh, 13, apologies, sorry.
Yeah.
So, by the looks of it, last car in class is going to be Paul Marston. Funny thing is, Supercomp is round here just about ready to run as well. So, Joe's got to hot foot it back from the top end. Leah's got to get in the car, and they've got to put the throttle stop back on. 8:30 for Paul. 37 stays number 15. That was okay. Just very quickly, Tom. Wait till the 2-seater does burn out. Just how quick is the procedure to put the throttle stop effectively back on again if you run it wide open? Instant.
One switch.
One switch, okay, fine. Fair enough.
He's inside the car. If you lean in, you can literally see he's got one switch. The up says Super Pro and down says Super Com.
Just to make sure, and you just check it's on the right one.
Yeah.
And then how do they adjust? How is the throttle stop adjusted?
So it's not a throttle stop as in I've physically got a bolt behind the pedal and that's my stop. It's more like a linear actuator.
Okay.
So what you do is there's a little box with numbers on it, and you type your numbers in on how long you want it to come on for, how much you want it to come on for, and it takes literally about, people do it after their burnout.
So it can be done very quickly.
Oh yes.
That's cool. Colin, sorry.
Okay, 2-seater dragster. Paul Brown at the controls, the man who had a perfect light yesterday.
But didn't get any money for it.
No, and then he went 00 in his next run. That's when they had some bags of cement in the back. Now we have a passenger, and the passenger is Colin Archbold from Suffolk. Basically, he's treated himself for his 70th birthday.
Wow.
So
what, to brown trousers? Nice.
So he hasn't been here since the 1970s. He saw it online and he's booked it, and that's why he's here. So
that is terrific.
Nice way to celebrate
story.
70 years, Colin. Enjoy the ride. Oh, look at that! He's done it.
4 zeros.
Yeah, quad zero light.
Virtually impossible to do.
Unreal.
And an 803 at 167.
Outstanding. I don't know if the team, Steve Warner or anybody on the 2-seater team, Steve, I don't think he can hear us, but quad zero.
4 zeros.
4 zeros.
Quad zero. Reaction.
Perfect.
Yeah, got it.
So, Funny Bike, Martin Zalster and Jordan Kenway.
Jordan's made the jump from Comp Bike into Funny Bike. He's actually been doing all right. It's currently number 3 qualifier.
Oh, drifts over towards the wall. Tucks his foot in. Nicely controlled, sir. So Martin Zalstra, I think, is going to say number 6 with a 10:30 at 1:32. It's a very funny post last night from Jeff Kenway with a photograph that said Jordan was wondering why his new leathers were singed, and it was a photograph of the turbo popping right on his leg. Right on his leg.
Well, I can't remember how many years ago it was, but when Steve Warner had 3 perfect lights in a row in the 2-seater dragster, and Paul Brown this weekend had a perfect light on his first run. He had a 007 light on his second, and he had quad zero on his third one. Unbelievable.
He's going to enter that in bracket racing. No,
yeah.
he's not. It's been done before, though, but he's not going to.
I think Gerd Hellman did it, didn't he, a couple of years ago?
Suzanne did it quite famously way back when. She crashed her Supercomp car, and she was driving a 2-seater here from Sweden as well. This is before you were born, just to make it feel old. Eric Richard and the Rigaboot Express. Dave Peters probably thinks he's left the handbrake on. Look at that. Eric is long gone to a 664. Only 201 miles an hour. He went 658 yesterday. Dave Peters' crew still happy with the 796 at 161, going in the right direction. That must be, you know what, Dave Peters' bike is really, really quick, but when the guy in the other lane is running the mid-6, it really must feel like... So we're on with Super Street Bike. 6 second, 200 mile an hour machines.
And of course, they are racing for Taylor's Trophy. Kathy Taylor always comes out when the bikes run. And massive, massive thanks to Kathy's support.
Ross Morris and Dave Smith. Yeah, not good when Ross Morrison has the time to shake his head before 60 foot. Dave Smith blasts through with a 783 at 188. I'm sure he's looking for a little bit more than that. He went...
yeah, we started to go a little bit vertical and had to bring the front wheel back down there.
Well, I've never seen a Super Street Bike actually bunny hop off the line.
It's that sort of footprint the size of your hand, if the palm of your hand, isn't it? Thing that if it doesn't grip as it's supposed to, that's the problem with the like a lot of the bikes, like Super Street bikes, like to what we call dead hook, which means there's no slippage whatsoever. Every other class tends to, believe it or not, like a bit of slippage. So your next pair, Al Morrison Jr. and Jake Michelle. This could be a brilliant matchup. This could well be the final as well, come tomorrow afternoon. Jake has been 686. Al Morrison has been 681. Both of them previously have been in the 6.7s. Would you believe, on a street-tired bike? Simply outstanding. $120 to 60 foot for the pair of them. 680s a pair, not quite. 683 at 213 for Jake. 7 flat for Al Morrison Jr. He backed out of that a little bit earlier. He was a couple of ticks behind Jake, almost all the way down, but 683. Hey, VW Pro Q4. Are they one of the classes that will run the limbs later today?
No, they're not actually. They go to eliminations tomorrow morning.
So Chris Power and Ed Keach, once again, we're back to bracket racing, folks. You see the numbers on the board at the finish line. Those are their dial-ins. Nice little wheels up launch there for Chris Pointer with the Green Goblin. Oh, 11.24 with a 3, just that little bit too quick. Ed Keach with a 12.33, no help for him, he was already 4.
Well, just let everybody know out there, we are not far away from our first showcase session, if you like. We've got Fuel Funny Car, we got a good mix of jets, we've got Comp Eliminator Pro Modified, Top Fuel Dragster, Nostalgia Funny Car and Top Fuel Bike. Their first session of the day coming up in the not too distant future. Imagine a lot of them in the lanes already. 10.51 breakout for Graham Fairhead. That's a big old chunk of a breakout, actually. 13.05. Yeah. All moving around.
Still not doing it, you know.
Right, just a little bit of attention to the start line area. That's all it really needs down there. Right, James Hodson with the Golf. Currently in the number 6 spot, dialing in 10.65, and they've got Abby Tether, 12.85. Her Golf R. Well, it's all about traction off the line there for James, screeching the tyres and just getting a loss of traction there. Net result there, 11.16, 131. 12.91 there for Abby.
Look at the dial for Chris Waterhouse. Ooh. After yesterday's pretty much perfect run, he went 10 flat on a 10 flat dial, and he's looking for a 9.90 this morning. He's down there in the Bad Habit Audi A3, Kestrel Lane, taking on Abby Tether. No, beg your pardon, sorry, Abby Tether. Danielle Coppin for Grimsby with the Golf. He's just doing the decent thing and hanging on for a moment. And the track crew take care of business out there about 60 foot.
Ian's not 100% happy yet.
It does have to be perfect. If you wonder why they're being so, what's the word I'm looking for? Not finicky, cautious. If you've ever seen a high horsepower vehicle like one of these get any sort of fluid under the tyres, you'll know why they're being cautious.
Yeah, they have to have a look at the rest of the racetrack as well.
Yeah, obviously just wasn't on the start line, it was all the way up. So they're checking out the Kestrel Lane. I think Danielle may be sent on her way, and then they'll sort out whatever it is in the Kestrel Lane. So 12.40 for Danielle.
$12.04.
Right numbers, wrong way
round. Yeah, that's a big old breakout, actually.
I think there was only those two cars to go in VW Pro, actually. Looks like we've got Super Comp down there. We've got our Jets as well. So anybody not in a viewing area, now is a good time to make your way there. We do have Jet Cars coming up. I can see the Nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars have been pushed back to come down as well. Go on, Colin.
Yeah, just looking at, don't forget, Live Action Arena, their first show in half an hour. So 11:30, Live Action Arena.
Right, while the track crew are doing their thing, we'll take a very, very quick break at Nitro FM. If you wouldn't mind taking care of the airways for a minute or two, and we'll be back as soon as we hear engines.
One to get it, which missed out on the Euro Dragster Award, but certainly looks like he's a shoe-in for the Super Pro Scheme Award, though.
829 for
he's just proving the point, though. 879 with a 5 on an 879 dial.
Nick back racing once again. And look like a foot brake launch as well. 686 at 189, and a beautiful piece of kit. It really, really is. If you want to be competitive, turn up, run, win. That's the car for you. 66 with a 5. My goodness me. Razor sharp self on the line. In fact, you can see Leah down there in a race kit. 81 with a 7, breaks out by that much. 300. .36 with her. The full stop back on. .34. 37 stays number 15. That was
Enjoy the ride. Oh, look at that! He's done it.
4 zeros.
Yeah, quad zero light.
virtually impossible to do.
Unreal.
And an 803 at 167.
The currently number 3 qualifier.
Oh, drifts over towards the wall. Tucks his foot in. Nicely controlled, sir. So Martin Zastra, I think, is going to say number 6 with a 10:30 at 1:32. It's a very funny post last night from Jeff Kenway, where you were born, and, just to make it feel old. Eric Richard and the Rigaboo Express. Dave Peters probably thinks he's left the handbrake on. Look at that. Eric is long gone to a 6:64. Only. Ross Morris and Dave Smith. Yeah, not good when Ross Morrison has the time to shake his head before 60 foot. Dave Smith blasts through with a 783 at 188. I'm sure he's looking for a little bit more. 120 to 60 foot for the pair of them. 680s a pair. Not quite. 683 at 213 for Jake. 7 flat for Al Morrison Jr. So Chris Paranek, Keach, once again, we're back to bracket racing, folks. You see the numbers on the board at the finish line. Those are their darlings. Nice little wheels up launch there for Chris Pointer with the Green Goblin. Oh, 11.24 with a 3, just that little bit too quick. Ed Keach with a 12.33. No help for him. He was already 4.
Well, it's all about traction off the line there for James, screeching the tyres and just getting a loss of traction there. Net result there, 11.16, 131. Again, thank you ever so much indeed to Nitro FM 96.2, just taking over the airwaves. Once we had a little bit of clean-up time. So for a stab at 9.90 then, Chris Waterhouse with the Bad Habit Audi S3. And for company, you've got Ian Dale with Strip Burner, the Beetle dialing in 12.40.
Yeah, these are the last 2 cars in VW Pro. We've got Super Cop coming up, and then it's Jet Car time.
So Ian's just peeking into Ian's car. Probably doing something with his hands device or something of that nature. So Ian looking for a 12.40. Chris Waterhouse with one wheel peel again off the line, but he's looking for a 9.90. Goes 10.1. And a big old breakout for Ian. Going 12.22. As we move on to Super Comp. So we have Steve Hudson in the Intravenous Altered, taking on Steve Field with the Slingshot Dragster. It's called Black Pig 2. So neither of these cars run the throttle stops that you are allowed in Super Comp. So these guys will be shooting off into the distance and feathering it at the top end, trying their best to run 8.9. Characteristic wayward run for Steve Field. 8.91. Takes Steve Hudson to the number 1 spot. No improvement for Steve Field as he went too quick.
Thing is though, he's trying to use Steve as a pacemaker as such, but when he got a reaction time difference of 1500s, trying to judge that difference, very, very difficult indeed, but still doing a real good job with that little slingshot. Oh, a couple of roadsters, Stu Doyney and Richard Tunstall.
And the funny thing is, I don't know about you guys, I probably like the rest of the field as well. I'm just waiting for Stu Doyney to nail it on both ends. Because it's going to happen.
It will.
It will happen. It's just the when part. There you go, nearly did then.
Well, he's, mind you, they're both 0-1.
It won't be a 890 though.
It won't be, because that's what he's that's what he's aiming at. He's not stupid. All right, very nicely done. 899 and a 989.
Well, we told you you're going to see this car again, and here it is. Now with Leah driving, and I can see Joe down there on the line. So Joe's hot-footed it back round, flipped the switch to turn all the throttle stops and delay boxes on. Leah's hopped in the car. Now you're going to see a car that did just run a 7 in Super Pro, try its best to run an 8.90. So what you're going to see is it's going to go into stage, it'll launch, and then it will look like it's bogging. It's not, that's just the throttle stop kicking in. And then about 60 foot, the throttle stop will come back off again, and it will go.
So as we're saying, this is the last car in this session for Super Comp. We then have Comp Bike coming around the corner, and then it's all going to get rather loud and rather serious. With Fuel Funny Car, we have our Jets, Comp Eliminator, Pro Modified, Top Dragster, and Nostalgia Funny Cars. And then Top Fuel Bike to wrap up the session. Leah heading towards the stripe, and she gets an 893 with a 9, stays in the number 2 spot.
That was a big old throttle stop. I was expecting it to come off about 60 foot. It actually came off about 400 foot is when it came off.
I think it was actually. I think I can't remember. Noah Stutz' car, when it was running in Super Comp 8.9, the throttle stop was like literally halfway, and then he released it. It was doing 177 miles an hour at the stripe in 8.9. It was well, quite bizarre actually. Okay, how about this then? Dean Antonia hasn't got a run on the board yet. And Chris Neary.
Just quickly, can we please have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? The Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes.
near he gets a 775, moves up to number 6. Then goes 906 on 148, and did well to keep it away from the wall there. So Dan Diaz, I think got the numbers a little bit wrong way around there. That's definitely Dan Diaz, left lane.
Taking on Len Patchett on the Pro Stock bike. Ooh, problems for Len, but no problems there seems to be for Dan. It's going to be deep into the 7s again. Goes 7:59, 181 miles an hour. He stays in the number 4 spot.
Yeah, 2 good runs so far, 7:57, then 7:59.
I had to catch up with Dan yesterday, and I said, "What's it like now riding the 850 bike?" And he went, "Boring."
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. So the silent assassin machine comes into the Kestrel lane. That is Paul Hambridge going alongside Mick Wynyard. No. So Paul Hambridge is your current number 1 qualifier. Mick Wynyard currently number 8. Well, Paul Hambridge been over 200 miles an hour. You're getting a little bit close to the wall over there, but still goes 7:35 at 192. Mick goes 8:11 at 177. Right, Aswin Lenoble first.
That's Sean
That's
Mills.
not, that's Sean Mills. Anna Sasiak definitely in the Slick Tricks lane.
Sean Mills having some issues this weekend. Mainly trying to harness the power of that bike. There's a lot of it. And Anna Sasiak goes through the line. 883. 150 more mile an hour, no improvement for her.
Yeah, Sean just coasting up to the stripe, so yeah, 1942, that's not representative of what he can run. John McLean currently on a 767. Graham Dance 731. So a bit of a stiffer headwind for the riders today to contend with. Well, both going down Broadway. 7:28 for Graham Dance, 7:69 for John McLean. Both of them improving on their previous runs, but both staying put.
Dave Thomas on the Kawasaki in the Slick Tricks lane, taking on Adam Burns on his Hayabusa.
Yeah, Adam very, very happy at the moment. Got a good 7-second bike there. 7:83 so far this weekend. Dave Thomas back in the 8s. And looking to improve on his 8:78.
So this class is for bikes of unrestricted modifications, is what it says in the rule book. So if you want a turbo, you can run a turbo. If you want a slick, you can run a slick. Of course, these two bikes running the Super Street style setup, with street tyre and a long swing arm.
That's better for Dave Thomas. Look at that, 8:57 at 171. He just found 0.3 of a second. And it burns 8:09, 184 miles an hour. Right, this is Gary Bow, last bike in this session for Comp Bike. Currently on a 7:43. On 25 to 60 foot. 479, 163 at the 8th, and 720 at 202. Nicely done, Gary. Okay, now it's going to get rather entertaining out there. As we get ready for our showcase session, if you like, we got coming up Fuel Funny Car. You have got Oklahoma Willie, the jet bus, and there is Oklahoma Willie. And then you do have more jets with Fire Force and also Firestorm. And we have Comp Eliminator, Pro Modified, Top Fuel Dragster, Nostalgia Funny Car, and Top Fuel Bike, all coming at you in rapid succession. Perry was having some fantastic runs with Oklahoma Willie yesterday. In actual fact, each of his runs were over 150 miles an hour, bearing in mind that this is actually street legal. It is, you can go onto the TVLA website and have a look to see this thing is currently MOT'd and everything. Really, really good.
So a little bit of checking in the Slicktricks lane. Obviously not going to send Perry up if there's anything on the track. So Ian's running for the tractor, so there's obviously spotted something in the Slicktricks lane. So this bus is an absolute work of art. If you've not seen it in the pits yet, I do recommend going and seeing it after this session. Obviously don't go anywhere right now, because you want to watch it go down the track first. So this bus as well, it's got the unique feature of having two engines. Obviously, you can see one of them strapped to the back of it. However, he's also got a little four-cylinder engine in the back, like a Volkswagen bus should have. That's how you can see it's driven itself to the line. It's getting itself all ready. As I said before, there's a little bit of work going on in his lane, so he's going to be sitting there and waiting for the tractor to do what it needs to do.
Also, another great thing with Perry's vehicle, as you say, drive it around to where it needs to be, then use the jet for the exhibition side of it, and then does his run, re-engages the engine, and drives back to the pits. But he's also got onboard starters as well. Like all the other jet cars have to have like a support vehicle to help it run and to start and everything. But Perry, everything's on board. Absolutely ideal for a situation where he's just like patiently waiting through. I'll just wait, and yeah, I've got a jet in the back. I can just start it when I want. Which is also quite entertaining, especially if he's out on the road.
Yeah.
Not that he's ever done it, to our knowledge, but yeah, it's Fantastic bit of kit.
He's
really
definitely
is.
been tempted once or twice. He's
Yeah,
got
I bet he has. I bet he has.
You get a BMW driver up his bum on the motorway.
But as with jets like this, the truck, is like sort of 10, 11 seconds. But it's the speed at the stripe, 150 mile an hour plus. It's 60 foot, it's like sort of 2 and a bit seconds, where obviously, drag racing was about getting off the line, with the jets, it's propulsion.
Well, this thing's got a theoretical top speed of 200 miles an hour, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, the aerodynamics slows it down a little bit. But cool points off the Richter scale, without a shadow of a doubt. And here we go, Perry firing up, Oklahoma Willie.
Kids, if you're out there, I do recommend filming this one, because if you try and go back to school and tell people what you've seen, they definitely won't believe you. This is a Volkswagen bus with a running jet engine on the back of it. He's going to hike the revs up now.
So Perry on his way to possibly yet another 150 mile an hour plus run here with Oklahoma Willie. 10.71, 147 this time. But nevertheless, the entertainment value is off the scale. Brilliant, brilliant vehicle to watch. Very, very entertaining. And if you like that, well, we've got more. Well, Daryl's around and about somewhere as we get ready.
I'm hiding.
Where are you hiding?
I'm hiding in Nitro. It's great down here.
Actually, I can see you now.
Oh, no. I was going to say much better looking co-workers.
Yeah. Well, that's nice.
And a better view as well. But yeah, just a better view to my left and right and down the racetrack as well. What's not to like? Anyway, now I've thoroughly cheesed everyone off. I'll be back out there. Thank you.
Nice guy. Okay, so our exhibition vehicles continue, and it is going to be Fire Force number 3.
There was a little bit of something that came out of Oklahoma when it hit the line, or when it hit the launch, so small bit to clean up.
Yeah, that's just a little bit of kerosene, I would imagine.
Yeah, a little dribble of something. Anyway, fellas, sorry about that. I think we're back and working again. I'll see who I can annoy.
Yeah.
Other than you two and everybody listening, of course. But the thing is, at the moment, everyone's strapped in, ready to go. So it's a little bit difficult to get everybody's thoughts on how things are going. But we've got the Pro Mods down here. We've got Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3. and also Firestorm with Roger Goring too. Right behind them, we've got the Pro Mods as well. How long have we got? Feel free to interrupt me. It's just that I'm going to go round the corner and see if I can grab a couple of people.
No, you're absolutely fine.
Is that all right? As long as the radio mic can work this far around, then I think we'll be okay, to be honest with you. Just very quickly, he hates me doing this. Morning, Luke. Sorry, mate. Just very quickly down here with Luke Robinson. Luke, not your best day yesterday, obviously. Do you think you've sussed it?
We'll find out in a minute, I guess.
Oh, yeah. What, does the long winter layoff give you too much time to think about things, or do you just kind of leave everything as it was at the end of last year?
No, we've made a series of changes, but to be honest, right now we're not in sync with the track at all.
Okay, and what can, a stupid question, I know, but what can cause that? Is it just you think the changes you've made?
Possibly, but I think we're just not in tune with the track conditions that they are currently today, to be honest. So we just need more hits and a few adjustments, and hopefully we'll get there.
Also, you've taken on, you haven't got much to do as it is, but you've also taken on, you're going to be helping JT as well this year, and maybe Dave as well with the 55 too.
So I'm helping JT. With David, their crew are more than capable. They're a clever bunch of guys, so I've just given them a push in the right direction, but they'll be doing their own tuning. Good,
and it's going to be great to see everybody back fighting it out again in 4 weeks' time. Is that the plan? Door Slammers a main event for you guys?
Yep, we haven't entered the Door Slammers yet, but we plan to in the week. So we're all being well, we'll be there, and definitely in the main event.
Very lastly, I know obviously Prime Body is a proper family, but to see what Wayne did yesterday, I mean, you know, you better than anyone know what the struggles are like. It just lifts everybody a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, outstanding run. Really happy for them. We all are. It's a great thing for UK Pro Modified, to be honest, and they've had their struggles, so to see him turn a corner, really good.
We've also got now 4 UK cars in the 580s. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, hopefully it'll be 5 soon.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, Luke, and good luck with the run today. Thank you. I'm always wary of interrupting anyone when they're thinking before a run, but there we go. See who else we can annoy. I'm not sure the radio mic will get much further anyway, but I will give it a go. Just very, very quickly. Unfortunately, you happen to be in the wrong place at the... No. He nearly ran. Did you see that? Sorry. Down here with Wayne Nicholson's lad after yesterday's run. We all know how happy you guys must have been with that one, but just for the team, for everybody.
Amazing feeling. You can't replace it. When we got to the top end, obviously the driver wasn't aware of how fast he actually did, and he was in tears, we were in tears, and just to redo it again would be amazing as well. But to come this far, work so hard, so many hours, so many late nights on the off season as well, just put into this car. I mean, he's been doing it 35 years now, and just to get into the 5 seconds means everything to him.
I think you were in tears. I think we were as well, pretty much up there. It's a very emotional moment, especially when, I mean, okay, we're not the ones running the car. We just know, when you know how much work into it, when you know how hard everybody works, it's just one of those things. I said it yesterday, nothing gives you goosebumps like drag racing can.
No, nothing at all. I mean, you could have a weekend full of like downs, you could have the engine apart, you could have the gearbox out, and then when you run a PB or even you smash a PB out the water like that, it just takes away all that, you know, that upset and that sadness and really replaces it. It's incredible.
So was it just a couple of little things you changed or major things you changed, without giving too much away, of course?
Over the winter we did quite a bit of rework with wiring more than anything. Apart from that, the power's always been there. We've always had the power. It's just harnessing it and controlling it, and you know, getting from point A to B in the safest way possible.
And I guess the plan for today is just try and back it up, just try and do the same thing again. Have you left it alone?
We had such a thing. Just a general maintenance check last night. Obviously, it's the quickest it's ever been, the fastest it's ever been. So just checking any pressure points, making sure everything's in order, and to be honest with you, nothing there. It's clean as a whistle, ready to go again. So hopefully we'll back it up again today.
That'll be great. Well, one of the things I know you guys say all the time, I know Wayne says all the time, is that doing this is all about making memories with your family. And that was one of the best ones in however many years of drag racing I think I've ever seen. It was just fabulous.
Yeah, I mean, the driver rewatched the video, I think, 50 times already. Obviously, you don't see what goes on the start line, so he's rewatched that start line video about 50 times since last night, and I think he's got it set as his ringtone now. So we'll see what happens.
Fabulous. Good luck today. Good luck for the rest of the weekend and season, of course.
Thank you. Thank you.
No problem at all. Right, fellas, how are we getting on with the racetrack?
Unfortunately, we're having to do a bit of a start line scrape. Obviously, there was some fluid that came out on that last pass, and so yeah, we're going to be down for a little while. So we've got the gas bottles out there, the shovel, and the big oil drum on wheelie bin to take off the excess rubber. So yeah, we're going to be down for a little while. Which also gives us a chance to remind everybody that Live Action Arena is basically doing their first show of the day at the moment, so that could be your focus for the time being. We'll try and give you an update as soon as we can as to how long this part of getting everything ready will take, but we are going to be down for a good few minutes. So something to watch out for in the not too distant future is, those of you who remember the t-shirt cannon, well, that's going to be coming out again very shortly. We're going to send young Thomas out there. The great thing is he doesn't really know how it works yet, so there's going to be added entertainment whilst he susses it out. So we'll give him some pointers. So yeah, basically we are going to be down for a little while. We'll keep an eye on the track crew just to get an indication from them how long it will be taking. But bearing in mind, Darryl has just caught up with a few people in the lanes. We've got all of the exhibition and show stuff in the lanes ready to go. So yeah, it's going to be a pause for a little while. Unless Darryl has found anybody else to have a chat with.
I have, but he's not looking.
Oh, right, okay.
So, no, the amount of times you wind me up saying, oh, look at you guys getting blown about. I'm down here with Richie from the Fire Force team. Good, very good morning, sir. So, how much fun is it standing out in front of the jet?
Oh, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I love my job.
You love your job, do you? So you guys went to, I don't know if you did, but you guys went to, just tell us about some of the trips you've had, because you've been to some amazing places with this car, haven't you?
Oh, good grief. We've been to Bahrain, we've been to Greece, we've been to so many different places, it's hard to remember, to be quite honest with you. I mean, a couple of weeks ago we were in Ireland, and that was quite fun.
So what's I've spoken to Martin about this many times, obviously, but what's been some of the funniest reactions you think you've had? Because obviously you get, one of the best reactions is all the newbies sitting up there on VIP that have never seen anything like that before, quite frankly bricking themselves. But what's the funniest reactions that you've seen?
Like you say, you know, people in VIP, they get what they pay for, and that's quite amusing. When we was in Ireland, obviously we were doing a static show, which is like not racing down the track, but doing like a short show. We were quite close to the crowd, lots of people, it was packed, and we said to them, put your fingers in your ears, put your fingers in your ears, and they're like, well, we don't need to. And as soon as we hit the afterburner the first time, it was like a Mexican wave. The amount of people that ducked, it was so hilarious.
It's very funny as well to see people, I always remember from fuel days, is that everybody, you warm a fuel car up on methanol, and then you turn the pump, and everyone thinks, oh, this isn't that bad. Turn the pumps on and everyone just disappears, you know. It's very much the same thing with the jet. It's all right to start with, but then gets a lot fiercer.
Yeah, it does. And I mean, like I say, when we was in Ireland, when we took the power up to like half of the power of the car, and Martin was hitting the afterburner, I could actually see the ground shaking behind him, and it was like, I've never seen that before, like, because it doesn't happen here, obviously, but over there it's just normal tarmac.
So it did move around a bit. That was fun. You've been to Iceland as well, haven't you?
Yeah, we went to Iceland, which is a bit of a shock to my system because I don't do cold, you know. But when we got off the plane, I said to Martin, I said, you've done me a wrong in here. You've done me really bad. But yeah, even there, once we got used to the cold, it was a really good trip. You know, the people are so friendly. Everything's just lovely over there.
It is definitely the world's most travelled jet car, I think, isn't it? Because the places you've been to, well, like you said, Germany, Bahrain, been to Abu Dhabi as well, I think. Yeah, I thought so. Saudi Arabia as well.
Yeah, they was in Saudi last year. That was, well, I didn't go to Saudi, but yeah, they had a good trip over to Saudi. Apart from the storm, you know, they had a sandstorm on the last day, and when the car came back from Saudi and you opened the container, the car was brown. You know, it was a lot of hard work because we had to strip it right down to nothing and start from scratch basically.
What is there left for you guys to do, though? Because obviously you are the consummate entertainers, possibly the most popular part of any show we have here. Martin has hundreds of runs throughout the season, I think, even just on this racetrack, doesn't he?
Yeah, we do get about a bit, but realistically, you know, we just keep going because it's the people, it's the spectators that keep us going, because there's always somebody that hasn't seen it. There's always somebody that's, you know, that just amazed. So, you know, it just keeps us entertained, keeps them entertained, and that's why we're here. That's what we do.
And very lastly, dragster or funny car?
Ooh, I love my funny car. I do love my funny car. The dragster's nice, and I mean Martin, he will turn around and say, yeah, being in the funny car is a lot better, because I remember the first time he drove the dragster, because he's not used to the open air. He's going down the track and his visor flew open at 200 miles an hour. So that was a bit of an experience for him.
And the reason that the dragster's quicker, have they got the same engine in?
Yeah, it's the same engine, but obviously the dragster's lighter, so it gets off the mark a bit quicker.
And that's pretty much all of it, is it?
Yeah, that's pretty much so. I mean, the dragster's not even tuned properly yet, so we'll just leave it as it is for the minute.
Not even tuned, runs low fives, nearly 300 miles an hour. Again, another silly question from those that don't know. How come jet dragsters don't have wings on them? Because every other kind of race car you see going down the track, especially long cars, they all have wings. Like, you've got front wings on it, but nothing else. So how does it work? Do you angle the jet tube down a little bit so it stays planted? Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah, I mean, the angle of the engine is slightly down, so it's trying to push the front wheels into the ground. Obviously, it's not wheel-driven, so if it's a wheel-driven car, it's trying to push the front of the car up. But with us, it's pushing the front of the car down, so we don't need a wing on it.
Is there anything else, like I said, left for you guys to do, do you think? Is there any sort of bucket list thing that you haven't done yet? I mean, you've done pretty much everything with a jet car you can do.
I think the next thing for us is probably to run a 4 with the dragster. Yeah, and that will just put another notch in the belt. You know?
You've come very close on numerous occasions before. I think you've done 5.0s a couple of times.
Yeah, we run quickest is 5.02. But Martin's the kind of person who's like, yeah, when I'm ready. When everything's right, when the track's right, the weather's right, the wind's right, when I'm ready, we'll run a 4.
Fabulous stuff. Thank you very much indeed, Richie, sir. There you go. That's why Martin said he didn't want to talk, so you had to do it instead. But as always, thank you for the show. Everybody up there on the bank very much appreciates what you do, I'm sure. And, yeah, good luck this weekend.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for all the spectators for supporting us for so many years.
It's been well worth it. Thank you very much, mate. Cheers, Richie.
Excellent stuff there. Okay, well, the track crew, they've done their scrape and just doing some sledding out there as well. So not too far away from getting things going once again. And it'll be a chance for Richie to actually come out in front of the Fire Force Funny Car and do the Afterburner show. Also coming round will be a Firestorm. So we got our exhibition jets going to put on some fantastic entertainment for you.
So how long do you reckon? Couple of minutes?
Not far away at all by the looks
Okay,
of
I'll
things.
do one more then very quickly while I have the chance to. Don't think looking the wrong way is going to save you. Down here behind the start line with Annie. I love the fact all you lot are over here and you just left Bobby sitting in the car over there on his own. He's probably happier doing that, is he? Fair enough. Anyway, Annie Wallace down here on the golf cart, the family golf cart. So how tempted have you been to sort of stand on Bobby's toes so you can drive that car instead?
I have got a seat moulded, so who knows?
May happen, yeah? It's good you'll be strapped in there and he can't hear us anyway. The problem is with the live feed, he can watch it back. That's the thing, isn't it? So you've got the Mustang, Bobby's got the Camaro. What are the plans for this season?
Bobby will probably finish this season because I'm having a baby in 2 weeks.
You're having a laugh. Seriously? That's the best answer I've ever had, to be honest with you. Why don't any of the other drivers ever say things like that? I don't know. Seriously, congratulations. You show very well indeed. So Bobby will be racing the whole season? So is that going to be your career done, or you're going to be one fast mama next year, are you?
Possibly, yeah. I might come back out.
Might do. So you won in your debut event, didn't you? To be honest, you've done quite a lot already.
Yeah, I need a 5-second run, really.
Just the one, eh? Just the one, maybe. Okay, good stuff. It's great to see you. And thank you very much indeed for upstaging anybody I've ever interviewed.
Thank you.
No problem at all. Annie Wallace, everybody. We're back on with the Jets and the racing, folks.
That's cracking, that. Oh, dear. Right, so, as we say, Fire Force 3 and Firestorm going to be giving us some fantastic entertainment. Tucked round the corner behind them, we have got Motorsports UK Pro Modified. And we also have round there Comp Eliminator, Top Fuel Dragster, Nostalgia Funny Cars, and Top Fuel Bikes. So it is a full-on entertainment session about to come right at you.
It's amazing how quickly you lose friends when you have a microphone, you know that.
Yeah, but you also notice, Darryl, as soon as, it's like a game of tag, as soon
Yeah.
as you put your hand on someone's shoulder, that's it, they surrender, don't they?
I've had people actually run plenty of times, but didn't happen then. That was certainly entertaining anyway. But yeah, we're on with Jet Cars. Firestorm in the Kestrel Lane. Roger Gorin and Helen just moving the wagon into place to fire him up. If you're not in a viewing area, now is a good time to get back there. The track crew have done outstanding work once again, getting everything ready. We do apologise for the delay, but we can't race unless everything is absolutely perfect. Let's see if we can scare some more VIPs. What do you think?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, they've got an idea what's coming this time because they saw the bus. However, this is a whole different level of
We'll
fun.
also keep an eye on the our Bankside VIP guests to find out if there's any new ones there.
I think there are. Yeah, but anyway, no, it's one of the best days out in motorsport. It's one of the most VIP experiences you can ever have, quite frankly. There is no other sport on the planet that takes you as close to the action as this, literally almost being able to touch the cars.
Darryl, do you know anywhere in the world of drag racing
Nope.
where a VIP balcony is that close to the drag strip?
Nope, not at all.
So this is totally unique.
Absolutely that.
Thought so.
Yeah, absolutely that. There's nowhere like it on the planet. There are plenty of places that do have some seriously cool VIP areas, don't get me wrong, and viewing areas too, but this place is certainly unique, and we love it for it. It's one of those places, this racetrack has evolved over the years, as opposed to a lot of the newer tracks which have been built and designed to make sure that the everybody is kept at a distance, shall we say. So here we go then. For Santa Pod Raceway and the Fire Force team, it is Martin Hill in the Slicktrix lane and Firestorm, Helen out front, and Roger Gorin going to be putting on one hell of an exhibition flame show for everybody out there. Don't forget, everybody, now they can't hear us, watch for all the people on the VIP balcony jump about 10 foot in the air. So they're just about to get the thumbs up. Roger's ready, so's Martin. Here we go.
So, Force 3 and Firestorm have given us a fantastic flavour of the Burner Show. 506, 233 miles an hour for Martin. Roger, 504, 239 miles an hour. That, ladies and gentlemen, is exhibition personified. It is an absolute joy to actually watch the Jets perform their routines. And,
you know what?
We absolutely love it.
Do you know what? I think they're as good as synchronised swimmers, those two. If you
They
notice,
were, actually,
everything
yeah.
is perfectly in tune. It's almost like they've done it before. Raise the roof, please, for both the Fire Force and the Firestorm team. That was outstanding. Very, very good indeed. Up next, I think we have Motorsport UK Pro Module, the one with the schedule code.
Yep, absolutely spot on, mate. Absolutely spot on.
Okay, no problem. We've got a little bit of track prep to go, and we will be right back with you.
Yeah, also you got Comp Eliminator in the lanes as well. All sorts of things down there. As I say, we got, let's say, Comp Eliminator, Pro Modified, Top Fuel Dragsters, Nostalgia Funny Car, Top Fuel Bike, and Fuel Funny Car there as well. So it's a full-on session, but very, very entertaining indeed. And don't forget, it's not the only time we're going to see them, because we do have two more showcase sessions, if you like, this weekend to come just today. So we have another one sort of after lunch, sort of 2:30ish, and then another session 4:30 onwards. They're going to be very, very good indeed. So the Gluebird is out there just putting some extra sticky stuff down. And whilst they're doing that, just going to hand the airways back over to Nitro FM 96.2. Don't forget, Live Action Arena is running at the moment as well. So it's all happening here at the Festival of Power here at Santa Pod Raceway. Dragster and Nostalgia Funny Cars. And then Top Fuel Bike to wrap up the session.
In fact, that was
Leah heading towards the stripe, and she gets an 8.93 with a 9, stays in the number 2 spot.
on the Pro Stock bike. Ooh, problems for Len, but no problems there seems to be for Dan. It's going to be deep into the sevens again. Goes 7:59, 181 miles.
Number 8. Well, Paul Hamid's been over 200 miles an hour. You're getting a little bit close to the wall over there, but still goes 7:35 at 192.
Shaw Mills having some issues this weekend. mainly trying to harness the power of that bike. There's a lot of it. And Anastasia goes through the line. 883. You've got the Mark 1 Golf with Simon Crowley. Some little teething issues, but he seems to be getting to the sharp end of that now. Force is running a new ECU system and stuff like that, so they're just trying things out. That's why he hasn't been on performance as you would expect recently. But this is Comp Eliminator. So you see the times at the scoreboards. They essentially mean nothing right now. These drivers are going to try and beat them by as much as they physically can. Kev Jenkins is going to try and go as far under a 7.8 as he can. And Simon Crowley is going to go as far under a 9.2 as he can.
I think Simon Crowley's PB is not even quite a 9.2 just yet.
Yeah,
however,
9.57 at the moment,
okay.
Simon.
But the reason they come to big events like this is for the racetrack mainly. Here we go.
Much better run for Kev Jenkins. Going to go through the 791.
I'm not sure that was what they were expecting. However, look at the tyre shake and everything off the start line. Spun and shook and everything else. Well done, fellas.
Speaking about tyre shake, you can see the wheel hop that Simon Crowley got off the line.
It looked quite violent down here for both of them, to be honest with you. So we've got Spencer Tram in the Camaro in the Kestrel lane. Should be going against Dan Williams. Yep, there we go.
Unfortunately being told to click it off. Did a quick track prep and check in the Kestrel beer lane. Spencer Tram's going to back his car off. I'm sure he's going to lift it off as well in a second.
Oh, looks like possibly a little bit of fluid. So what we have, just so that our spectators understand what goes on, when a car does a run or a bike does a run up the quarter mile, we have what's called a turnout crew at the very top end. And they'll check vehicles over just to make sure that they haven't got any fluid or anything untoward. And if anything is spotted on the cars that may not be instantly visible on the track, they will then radio to the spotters, say, look, you know, this car or this bike has got some fluid coming out of it. I think you should go and double check the track just to make sure. So that's what they're doing at the moment, having a good check of the lane, just making sure that everything is okay.
You can see the 5 spotters in the Kestrel beer lane, but what you probably can't see is beyond the finish line there's another about 12 also looking in the lane in the shutdown area.
That was my guess from yesterday. Stop cheating.
Hey, you cheated by guessing.
That's why I said guess. It is a guess, wasn't it? But yeah, hopefully this won't be too long again, folks. We do apologise for any delays. Every car does have a containment device on it, but sometimes things just leak out from places that we, you know, we can't control, really.
The other thing to bear in mind is the racetrack is a quarter of a mile long, but the shutdown area is half a mile long. So obviously we do need double the amount of people in the shutdown area to cover the same, like it will cover the same amount of area. So yeah, shutdown area, double the length of the actual quarter mile racetrack itself. So it could be down for a couple more minutes. Actually, Dale, what's the conditions like down there? Because obviously I haven't been outside yet. It looks like it's a bit breezy. What's temperature like?
It's dreadful because Luke's got his shorts on.
Oh dear.
Right, that's kind of the end of every event for me. Once I see that, I know it's home time. No, just kidding. It's absolutely beautiful. It's around about 17, 18 degrees. It's kind of perfect racing weather, really. Slight headwind, but it's lovely down here. The track is in tip-top condition. We saw some personal bests, as we kind of always do, really, yesterday. So that gives it away. It's really, really nice. Just hope it stays like that for the rest of the day and the rest of the weekend, obviously. But yeah, I've been round and got hold of everyone I could get hold of, but we only had a couple of pairs, so no one's really moved around. Just want to say a quick Sunday hi to Darryl and Pam Deeprose up there on the bank somewhere, I'm sure. Both kids, Finley and Ronnie, I hope you're enjoying yourselves. And maybe that might even make up for yesterday as well. Sorry about that. There we go. So yeah, we are going to be down for a couple of minutes. I'll try and get, actually, Top Fuel Bike guys have wandered down. I'm going to see who I can, see if I can annoy and pester and everything else as well. They do regret walking round, especially when I'm not far away. So yeah, it's just cleaning up, mostly in the shutdown area by the looks of it.
Yeah.
In the Kestrel lane. Like one man I've been dying to talk to for a bit, who's unfortunately walked around the corner at the wrong time. Mr. Al Smith, Top Fuel Bike rider extraordinaire. But let's just start with last year, mate. 593. That was spectacularly good.
Yeah, it was. It was well deserved as well, I reckon. So.
You bet. I mean, that was years of work that went to that 5-second run.
Yeah, we've still got the same sort of tune-up. So once we get from one end to the other, I'm pretty sure hopefully it'll be in the 80s, but
it's not a long distance, but when you're trying to max everything out of that distance, it's a little more difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, we've had bad start to the season. We had damage last meeting, damage yesterday. Yeah, we were at the bottom end yesterday, so we had to swap that out. Fingers crossed today. We were only going to do an 8th mile squirt today. Well, this first session anyway. And if that all checks out, then we're back to a full pull.
Good stuff. I mean, it's like you've been riding the bike now for a few years. You've ridden Super Twins before. What's the difference between the two combinations? Obviously, this is it's one of the world's only 3-cylinder fuel bikes. I think it might even be the only one.
I think it is, yeah. Oh, there's a huge difference. The old Harley that I used to run at a smaller rear tyre, easier to handle. I had to learn to ride this with the bigger tyre. And it behaves completely different to a 4-cylinder, as far as I know anyway. But it's completely different to the twin. The twin launched real hard, and it was all done by the 8th mile. You just waiting to get to the end. But this you have to be aware all the way. So,
guessing from that, it's fun.
Oh yeah. Oh man, it's fun. Yeah, I love it.
I remember talking to Dale Leaks as well. We all know Dale. We all love Dale. But I said to him about riding the funny bike or jumping out of planes, which he does a lot of. I don't think you do, but he does. And he said, yeah. He said, with the funny bike, he said that's much more fun because you don't know which way you're going to go or what's going to happen.
Yeah. You have to be. Well, I have to be ahead of it all the time. If you don't move quick enough, then it's too late. So. I seem to get a lot of talk about how I move about on the bike, comparisons to Larry and stuff, but that's what I've got to do to keep the thing in the groove. So
you can't argue with that, though. I mean, Larry is one of the most successful Top Fuel bike riders ever. Yeah. So, yeah, doing the same thing, it's just like...
You have to do that. And you see some of the other riders, they'll veer, and if they're not in front of it, it's too late, and they have to abort the pass. So I try not to abort any pass.
Yes, we know that. We wait, what is it, 8 months of winter, something like that? Is the season's too short, isn't it? Just very quickly, for those of us that don't have that kind of knowledge, what's the thinking behind running a 3-cylinder instead of a 4-cylinder? Because obviously the majority of Top Fuel bikes are 4 cylinders based on 4-cylinder bike engines. What's the thinking behind the 3-cylinder?
Well, you probably have to ask Phil Bainbridge that, but from my opinion, it's the best of both worlds. The Harleys have got a lot of torque, but they suffer with clutch management because of the RPM, lower RPM. The 4-cylinders have to get the revs to make the horsepower, make the clutches work. So we're in a unique position where we've got, I think, the best of both worlds. So we've got a lot more torque than a 4-cylinder, which is what you need in this sport. And once we suss the far end out and we can get the revs to come in as well, I don't think there'll be any stopping us. It's definitely going to be a lot quicker than it is. There's loads more in it.
Well, it's always a case of, again, managing it down the racetrack, isn't it, too? It's a case of going a bit further and a bit further every time. And that 5-second pass, not only the 5-second pass, but the speed as well. That was the first time I think you've been over the finish line ever with the throttle wide open. It was 230 miles an hour, wasn't it?
Yeah, I got criticised for that because I kept shooting the throttle about 20 yards short. I thought I'd done the full pass, but Phil says you obviously don't know where the finish line is. So on that pass, I think I kept it home for 20 yards after. So.
Just to make sure, eh? Just to make sure. No, that wasn't. It wasn't a criticism. I just wondered whether you were under instructions, not quite to take it that far. That's all I meant.
Well, I was under instructions a lot in the beginning because, you know, Phil was trying to figure out what's going off in the short parts. So we have to do short a bit further, and we were stuck on 1,000 feet for a couple of seasons. So, yeah, last season we did a few full pulls actually. Even though some of them were 20 yards short. But.
That's pretty close, mate. But anyway, it's a joy to see you guys out here. And without UK drag racing, UK bike racing specifically, is some of the best innovators on the planet, aren't they?
I agree, yeah.
Really are. There's the stuff that these guys come out with, and in Scandinavia as well, all over the place, is really kind of, a lot of it is world leading. I'm not sure everybody knows, but Puma Engineering, who build an awful lot of the engines, that originated in the UK as well. So yeah, it really is a case of...
The Americans, they don't like to change much. It's a bit monkey see, monkey do. If Larry's doing it, we'll do it.
Yeah, but Larry uses Puma stuff, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Exactly that, yeah, there we go. So, but anyway, just give the best of luck for this season, mate. I hope you get a few win lights to go with those quick ETs this summer.
Thank you very much.
No problem at all. Al Smith, everybody, thank you very much, mate. So it won't be too long before we'll be seeing Al and all the other Top Fuel bikes and Comp Eliminator and Pro Mod.
Well, on track at the moment, it's been the long-awaited return of the T-shirt cannon. Dan is out there firing T-shirts into the crowd. He hasn't sent one over the back of the grandstand yet, which I'm rather disappointed about. Just bear in mind, you don't want to be bundling into each other too much. So bear in mind that there are little kids that are also trying to get the T-shirts as well as the big kids, so don't go and flatten one that's next to you. So just bear that in mind. But yeah, the T-shirt cannon. People sticking their hands up in the air as to who wants to try and catch one. Dan sensibly standing on the centre line, because if he goes too close, he'll fire one straight over the back, like, oh, nearly. One row from the top. Well judged, Dan.
We're just strapping people back in race cars, so we won't be long before they need to get out of the way.
That's good. So, Dan's risking it. Going in close. Oh, that's gone way over the back. Oh, no, the wind brought it back in. Lucky.
That's the thing with the T-shirt cannon that you have to take into consideration, unlike anything else, wind direction, all that sort of stuff. Speaking from the person that used to dunk it in people's beers and stuff like that.
Well, you held the record by when you used the cannon, you didn't show it, like drop them in. You aimed them at people.
That was because people were saying they wanted a T-shirt.
I know, but you got the only person that wasn't watching.
Yeah, I got it to them as quickly as I could.
You did, yeah. The quickest way from A to B is a straight line, and you stuck with it, so it's great.
Yeah, that was probably not the best way forward, and also why I'm not allowed to do it anymore.
Oh dear, but well done to Dan, his first proper taste of the T-shirt cannon. We're going to send Thomas out with it eventually.
It's got to be done.
So yeah, it'll be entertaining to see how he gets on with that. But no, we've all had to go with the T-shirt cannon. It is good fun.
Apart from the people on the receiving end, apparently. So we've got Spencer Tram strapping back into the Camaro, as is Dan. Just very quickly, the Dyno Dan Camaro down here. Colin, I'm sure you know the backstory of it, where he found it, where it came from, and everything else as well. Yeah,
he got it a couple of years ago, actually. They got their hands on it, I think it was August 2021. It was part of a swap-around deal. Do you remember Nick's 34 hot rod? The black and flame car, right? Well, that was part of a swap deal. And so they got hold of this Camaro, and Nick got a GMC truck, I think it was. And Dan got, well, I know what I'm doing with that. And so 2 years later, the car has appeared. It's an in-house built small block with a stick shift. Well, that was the original, but after 3 runs, the gearbox decided that it didn't want to play anymore. So they've now got the gearbox out of the Chevelle inside that car. When I say the Chevelle, it seems to be the donor car for everything, because the engine out of the Chevelle is in Nick's green Camaro at the moment. So musical engine. But you know, this car It's original paint. They haven't had to touch the paintwork on this one at all. Original interior. Obviously, roll cage has been installed by John Webster over at Webster Race Engineering. But everything else on that car, the cow tracks, the underneath of the car, if you ever get a chance to have a look underneath this car, it is absolutely spotless. Dan has basically been doing this evenings and weekends in his shed at home because obviously there's no space in the workshops over at Williams Brothers Racing. So this has been his project for the last 2 years. The gold Nova that Dan normally drives, that's like lives in the States now. Got some friends out there, so that's where that car lives. So we needed a race car in the UK, and this is it.
What a wonderful choice to have to make.
Yes,
you know
it
what
is,
I mean?
yeah.
You've got race cars scattered all over the world. Oh yeah, we use that one. That'll work.
Well, bizarrely, it was cheaper to leave the car out there. They bought a very old trailer and a dually from the 1980s. That's what they do, just tow it around.
So of course this is still Comp Eliminator. They're going to try and beat the numbers on the boards as much as they physically can. Obviously they can't do that in eliminations, as otherwise that index on the top will drop. But right now we're going to try and beat it by as much as can. The person who beats their index by the most will be the #1 qualifier.
So Spencer Tram currently in the #2 spot. Dan currently #4. Well, Dan lifting up the front wheels very nicely there, but they've actually... 1087 and 1117, no improvement on ETs for either of those two.
All right, don't adjust your eyes. These cars do have big fat front wheels instead of big fat rear wheels. That's because they are both front wheel drive, part of the ever-expanding European drive front wheel drive series, but they've come along to play in Comp Eliminator, and incredibly competitive they are as well. Ahmed Jamshed with the Civic yesterday went down in the 870s. It runs over 170 miles an hour through the stripe, this car. And Terry Newton with the Escort van. Ahmed's actually staged with the splitter on the front of the car.
Right.
That was
Wonder
well
what that
spotted.
Beautiful launch from the pair of them. Ahmed Jamshed's going to get there pretty quickly. 870. That improves on his previous time, but he stays #3.
But hang on a second, look at the speed for Terry Newton, 159 miles an hour. That's the fastest he's ever been. He was at 155, he's just found 4 miles an hour. ET not as quick as he wanted, but the speed is outstanding.
So a couple more of these Williams Brothers cars.
Yeah, Nick #1 qualifier at the moment, 9:56. Incredible performance from the Camaro. And Steve Lloyd getting quicker each time. And also Steve now lifting the front wheels just like all the other team cars.
So as I said before, the person who beats their index by the most will be the #1 qualifier. Beautiful launches, a pair.
So Nick on a 9:56 at the moment gets a 9:58. Steve Lloyd, 11:21. And that's his best of the weekend. So well done to Steve. Side-by-side wheel stands from both pairings from the Williams brothers.
Consistently killer Camaro, get used to saying that. That was an amazing run, again. Even the headwind didn't slow him down too much, to be honest. It made much difference. So I think we're on with Motorsport UK Pro Modified. The fastest cars with doors in the UK. I think the first pair, by the looks of it, is going to be from France with the nitrous car. Jean Doulemont, we're so glad to see him back as well this season. He was actually umming and ahhing about quitting racing. Probably then went in the workshop in April and looked at the car and thought, nah. Coming out against Andy Robinson for NGK, Spark Plugs and Robinson Race Cars in the Kestrel Lane. So yesterday, your number one qualifier at the moment, and he's going to frame the qualifying order if he stays there as well, Wayne Nicholson, 588, which all these cars have the potential to run there or thereabouts. Andy Robinson has been there a number of times before. He's in the Kestrel lane, didn't get a clean run down the racetrack. That's what I was chatting to Luke about a little bit earlier. Fingers crossed they've got the setup sussed and Andy can make it to the stripe and pull the chutes. Jean Doulemont had a bit of a weird old run yesterday. I think it was a 7, wasn't it, Colin?
Yeah, 777 best so far. So you've got the 68 based Camaro of Jean Doulemont, the 69 based Camaro of Andy Robinson. In actual fact, just looking at it, all 5 Pro mods here this weekend are all Chevys. But expect that mix to change around at the main event, what in 4 weeks' time.
I've just realised as well, every single car entered this weekend is a 5-second Pro mod now. Obviously, apart from Dave Smith,
yeah.
who's licensing, but...
Oh, 636, 241 for Andy Robinson, but it's a 608 for Jean Doulemont, and he was driving that car for all he's worth. He really was.
They look very, very happy with that indeed. It did look like it was dieseling a bit. It always seems to have a lot of black smoke coming out of the exhaust, but never seems to hurt the elapsed time or the speed. So that's Jean's quickest run of the weekend so far. I think that gets in the number 3 spot, and Andy moves into number 4 with that one. That's 636 as well. There was a lot of damn and blast going on in the car during that one, I think, where it shook the tyres again around about 60 foot. Andy tried to stay with it, but couldn't quite. Got off the throttle and got back on it again and legged it out the back door.
Yep.
Still went 241 miles an hour. That is an insane terminal speed.
Not quite as fast as the Lucky Devil Corvette yesterday, though. So Wayne Nicholson in the Kestrel lane from the UK with the supercharged Corvette, going to be taking on Bobby Wallace with the Wallace Motorsport Family Camaro. 2 Yeah, both 5-second race cars. They've also got the same personal best as well, 588, would you believe? Bobby ran his at the national finals last year with the nitrous Camaro in the slick tricks lane. Wayne Nicholson ran his yesterday afternoon, and I don't think our voices or blood pressure has recovered since.
Well, as Darryl correctly pointed out yesterday, Wayne Nicholson's car is the fastest of the John Webster built Pro mods, and that's even more so now.
Yeah, and I think the other part that was quite critical, obviously you go through chassis tuning, you tune the engine, but everything's got to work. And I think what Wayne was saying, that the rear anti-roll bar has been changed, and that's made the difference. It's really settled the car, it's making it all work really well.
Well, it wasn't even like the run yesterday was a straight run. He was driving the wheels of that thing to get it down the track.
And I think one of the other foreign Pro Mod drivers spotted that he did slightly roll the start as well, so it could have been even quicker. Wow. So Wayne Nicholson and Bobby Wallace, they are number 1 and number 2 on the qualified order at the moment. 588 for Wayne, 601 for Bobby. Let's see what they can do here. Q4. Bobby, 597, 243 miles an hour. 101 to 60 foot and 394 at the 8th. Wayne basically just lost traction off the line there, eventually going through 767 and 161. Very
nicely done indeed. I dare say that was probably the plan. They normally creep up on it run by run during the weekend, but that's the second 5-second pass of the weekend.
It's also the third pass that's over 240 mile an hour. That's 243, so that's the same as what Wayne did yesterday.
Yeah.
In a door car. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. In a fully suspended door car. Okay, so Dave Smith will be coming round with the Stranger Thing 55 Chevy Bel Air, built by the man you just saw go down the left-hand lane, Andy Robinson. And Luke. Dave is still in licensing mode, trying to get signed off to be able to compete. He's got plenty of runs in past door slammers, just none quite as leery as this one. Slightly tamer burnouts, did you notice that time?
And importantly, it's still running.
Yeah, that's well. So this is just licensing. The idea of a licensing procedure is to make sure a driver can handle the car that they are driving. It makes it doubly difficult though, because this is a new car to the team as well, so they've got to learn how to set it up while Dave is learning how to drive it. Now Dave has been 7 seconds over the quarter mile in a door car many times, but nothing with this amount of horsepower. Somewhere between 3,500 and 4,000 horsepower in one of these machines these days. Takes quite a bit of hanging on to.
So the idea of, as I say, as Darryl was saying there, the licensing procedure, you initially start off with your burnout and launch, which Dave has, well, he's out of that part of it. You then have to do what's called a half pass, so basically full power up to the 8th mile, shut off, and obviously parachutes out, etc. And then once that box is achieved, then it's a full, well, 2 full pulls, in other words, all the way through the quarter mile, and has to be 7.20 seconds, 200 miles an hour. At the moment, Dave is on the 8th mile licensing pass.
He started getting the car off the line very nicely, but it's just about as it gets to the tree that it starts to sort of shake the tyre and move the car around. So Dave's been sensibly been backing off.
He's dead straight this time though. Fingers crossed if it all goes straight and narrow, then
that's way more like it. That was a full pass.
That was also a 661 at 221 miles an hour. By far his quickest run ever, by about a second, and about 40-50 miles an hour as well.
Yeah, I thought I could have sworn he was on an 8th pass, but there we go.
Well, maybe not.
Wow, outstanding.
What were the numbers, Cole?
Let's have a quick look. 111.60, 435, 174 at the 8th, and at the quarter, 661, 212.
Do you know the bizarre thing? It seemed a lot softer than it did yesterday. I mean, the 60 foot was slower as well, but most importantly, it didn't shake. It doesn't have to be quick when you're licensing. It just has to be competent, and I'd say that was about all of those. The only thing is, obviously, it was breathing a little heavy at the top end, so hopefully it hasn't hurt it. But well done to the Stranger Thing team. Give them a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. They've been trying for about 3 weeks to get that done. I'm sure Dave will be slightly less strange than usual at the top end as a result of that. Well done, sir.
Yeah, we don't. That's the point. We haven't worked out yet if Stranger Thing is Dave or if
the
it's
car.
the car.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
right.
Exactly that. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have Nitro Funny Cars underneath the tower for your viewing pleasure right now. They are running to 1,000 foot. If you look towards the finish line, you can see the 2 orange markers. That denotes the finish line for them. It was implemented about 10 years ago for safety reasons and various other things. However, it does not diminish from the show in one bit at all. They still are the most unbelievable fire-breathing monsters on the planet. 11,000 horsepower apiece for Kevin Kent, GSI Insurance and West End Motorsport in the Slick Tricks lane. And Jason Phelps with the Gladiator for Mark and Jackie Hawkins on the Keston side of the racetrack. Side-by-side Nitro cars back here at Stansapod in 2023. Lots more of it to come.
Well, they both almost go into drift mode when they do their burnouts. You can see the tail slightly sashaying on Jason Phelps' Gladiator car. And you can almost see Kevin sort of working the wheel just to get the back end to break loose a little bit more. But Nitro Funny Car, don't forget, these will be part of the show at the main event here. May Bank Holiday weekend, obviously the third May Bank Holiday, not the second one.
Smell of nitro fills the tower, and my eyes are actually starting to water already, and they've only just fired up.
Yeah, but this one gets in your nostrils, and it's quite potent, but what a feeling it gives you.
So Kevin Kent's had quite a wild ride yesterday. Yeah, in fact, he had two of them, neither of which were probably what he was aiming for, but they were both spectacular. Jason only came out the once yesterday, but even so, made it all the way to the 8th mile. Crew were very happy with his performance.
Okay then, Jason Phelps with the Gladiator. Mark Hawkins out front, just bringing his car, which Jason very capably drives up to the line. And then it is Kevin Kent from West 10 Motorsport. The whole West 10 team stood behind the car at the moment. So to 1,000 foot then. Nitro Funny Car here, the Festival of Power.
Look at that run from Jason. 482 at 206 miles an hour. I must admit, I thought that was going to be quicker than that. Just very quickly, Mark Hawkins, well done, sir. That was a really nice, clean run. Was that what you're looking for?
Hopefully every time. It was better than 2 years ago, that's for sure.
It certainly was that, but if that...
Sorry, yeah, the car's coming round now from when we blew the body off, so we're creeping up really slowly.
It's looking really good. I was going to say, though, if that didn't happen 2 years ago, we wouldn't have that beautiful car to look at now.
We already had that beautiful car. This was going to be a backup car, so we now have to get another backup body now, so... But we're on the case, so yeah. But we're not damaging any parts, we're going down the track, so that's the main thing. Everybody's happy, and that's what the fans come to see us do.
You bet. You won 2 events last year, hopefully the championship this summer.
I think we got a good chance this year, but all 4 cars are going to be running real strong this year, so, you know, it's going to be a good race till the last race, that's for sure.
Brilliant. Thank you for the show, sir.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Mark Hawkins, everybody, and the Gladiator team going up there to go and get Jason Phelps at the top end, and also the West 10 Motorsport team with Kevin Kent. Put your hands together for them, please.
Short numbers, 0.98 for Jason, but it's 0.92 for Kevin. And then the rest of it was Jason all the way. 207 miles an hour at the 8th mile, got there in 373. And at the stripe there, 482 at 206. Kevin Kent at the 8th was 399, 134. He was off the gas already by then. And then 586 at 117 at the finish line.
Okay, please don't go anywhere, folks. Little bit of a sweep, and we've got top Fuel Dragsters coming up after that. That was nice to see. Also, I can ambush somebody while I'm down here as well for a couple of moments. He'll soon realise it's a bad place to wander, won't he? Yeah, you know what I mean? Hello, mate.
Hello, mate.
It's all right. Right, Tyler, was I actually talking to him all that time? I was, wasn't I? Yeah, and he's not going. It's all right. No, don't be bad, mate. All right, ladies and gentlemen, down here on the start line with Mr. Steve Ashdown right at the moment. First of all, how much are you missing not doing that?
Hard work, not being yeah, very much so, yeah.
I always likened it to being an alcoholic, and you go and sit in a pub, but you can only drink lemonade. It's dreadful.
Like this, come on, we'll get out there, yeah.
You do feel like a bit of a spare one when you ain't got a race car, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah. Especially when it's so close, and all we are literally that close, but it's just that the parts didn't turn up. So that's it, literally it. Yeah, the last little parcel of parts that we need. Dave needs to do a few more hours on the wiring, but yeah, just can't do it. It's there, yeah, literally that close. If you walk around the workshop now, you think it was done. But
shame, mate. Well, just very quickly, it's good to see you back in one piece and everything after what happened at the end of last year. We haven't had a chance to talk since then or tell the nice people out there what happened, but you had a fire at the European finals last year. From your point, which was really in the hot seat, I hate that phrase, but it really was hot. Yeah, it did get a bit roasty, didn't it?
Very much so, yeah. I mean, I was very lucky. Everything done what it was supposed to do. The fire crew were chasing me down. It got so bad that my feet, I thought, were burning. It felt like they were burning. I took the decision to undo the harnesses and just sit on the roof and go sort of through the end. With the fire guy chasing me, and at the very last minute, I couldn't. The fire was so bad, I had to roll off the back of the car. Luckily, all I did was broke my wrist and battered myself up a little bit. But other than that, yeah, I was all right.
Well, good to see. It obviously didn't deter you from doing it at all.
Absolutely not. I'm going out. Yeah, I'm chasing Kevin Kent's European record. I'm having that.
That'll be fantastic to see as well. So, next event for you then will be in 4 weeks' time at the main event. Yeah.
That's the plan, yeah. I mean, everything turns up like it's supposed to, and everything's there like it's supposed to. Yeah, we're even going to, I think we're going to fly Terry Haddock over as well to give us a bit of a hand to get to grips with this new system we got, so Dave can get his head around it. And yeah, just going to give it a go. I mean, probably a few test runs first of all. I mean, the idea was to come to here and do a few test runs and get a bit of data so we get the sort of ground running, so to speak, at the main event, but obviously that wasn't meant to be. We're probably going to do the test day before the main event, just to try and get a couple of free runs in if we can. And yeah, hopefully it all goes well.
So you're not ruining the day that you got in a nitro car, are you?
Yes and no, I'm not. No, I think my wife would probably say different, but yeah, no, not at all. I can't, mate. Yeah, I love it. I can't. Yeah, nothing will deter me. Got a few more years left.
Just quickly, how did you get into? What was the story behind you getting into driving? Because you didn't really race much before you licensed in Runa's car, then competed in it.
Never. I come here many years ago with a guy called John Claydon at a Corvette, 68 Corvette. I enjoyed being here. Then, obviously, life changes. I bought myself an old dragster full of made up of God knows what, and just run what you brungs. Then kids come along and things like that. Got into a bit of stock car racing, yeah. Got into a bit of stock car racing. Then we come here for a day out once, and here we are.
Oh, is that it, really?
Literally, yeah. I've done a couple of runs in Paul Marsden's Super Pro dragster. And then I had this stupid notion that I wanted to go and get in the top fuel car. Kathy Taylor, yeah, rang me up one day. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, give it me, I'm going to do this, do that. And then before I knew it, I was in and strapped in, and Runa, yeah, then Dave approached me after Runa with a season in Runa and said, do you want to drive a funny car? And stupidly I said yes.
However, there are certain things that you do in your life, and none of them give you the thrill that this does.
No, you can't put it into words. People say you're mad, you're this, you're that. You know, the money side of it was obviously a big thing, but like you say, you're only here once, and there is nothing like it on the earth to get in that car. There's nothing I can explain to anybody to explain what it feels like when it go on that car.
And being part of a team as well, just seeing how hard everyone works. I mean, when I was racing, I was used to say that I was more scared of letting them down than I was driving the car, which is just the way it goes. You see what they put into it. It's just incredible.
Well, what the people don't see when everyone sits on the bank and they watch it and we do the 4 or 5 second passes, or if it doesn't go right, we only do 60, 30s. The disappointment for us as a team is really bad, because what they don't see is in between, not just in between rounds, but in between the races and the seasons. They're there every weekend, day and night, to get the car done for us. And when I mess up, I beat myself up something stupid.
It's one of those things. But good luck in a few weeks' time, and we really look forward to seeing you back out.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks.
Steve Ashdown, everybody. Thank you, sir.
Right, next up, it is Nostalgia Funny Car. You can hear them just starting up around the corner. It's going to be Tony Betts with Venom and, I believe, Wendy Baker. Oh no, sorry, got it totally wrong. It's Tim Garlick coming around the corner.
He always hides, I told you.
He does, he was well hidden there. It is going to be Tony Betts and Tim Garlick.
Do you know, I know I said yesterday that Tony Betts and the team have done a little bit of modification to the windshield on the body. You wouldn't notice. It looks exactly the same. I think Tim Garlick's got a problem. The revs were a little bit high after the burnout. Yeah, he's lost fire, unfortunately. Very, very unusual for the Apache team to have any kind of issue at all.
Yeah, it did actually sound like he couldn't kill the throttle straight after the burnout. It was hanging out a little bit.
Well, 0 for 2. Not entirely sure why Tony shut off there. Johnny leaned in the cab and obviously didn't like something that he saw, unfortunately.
That's one thing you have to do is trust the crew completely. You know, as the driver there, you're just getting yourself ready for a run. But if the crew spot something, and especially someone with John's experience, then you let him make that decision without a shadow of a doubt.
The only thing I think that could possibly be, it'll come over and clip me around the ear in a minute for saying it, but the only thing I think that possibly be oil pressure or something like that, because
normally.
that may be what he leant in and had a nose at. But anyway, really unfortunate for both teams, actually, because Tim Garlick been running real well all weekend, as he always does, to be honest. Tony and the team came out for the first run yesterday, got shut off, obviously chasing some sort of issue. If you look behind you, Colin, it does look like the 70s again,
Oh,
doesn't
fantastic.
it? With those two
Yeah.
cars just sat there in front of the barn. Well, we got Wendy Baker, I think, up next.
And actually, I can see someone running down the side of the track now with a starter and a body stand, so I think they're going to give these two guys a second attempt.
Yeah, it looks like it, because they're not going anywhere.
So Wendy Baker just sorted herself out round the corner. You can hear her running at the minute. You'll see the tow truck come round and then you see the funny car following.
Well, they're definitely doing that with Tim's car. I'm not sure about Tony, to be honest with you. Whoever's holding the body up's got a long wait because the stand's still in the tow car.
Yeah.
I think Tony's was actually an issue. I'm not sure what was up with Tim's car. They're barring the engine over, so they will be giving it another go in just a moment. By the look of it, anyway.
Now, Wendy's car's been running for a long old time round the corner. I'm not sure what they're trying to figure out because I can't see.
Actually, you're right. It has been running a while.
Well, whatever it is, looks like it's not going to happen, unfortunately. Well, it looks like it might be Tim Garlick on his own, because they're just getting ready to fire him up again. So, there we go.
Tony Bett's going to be pushed out of the way.
Yeah, weirdness abounds in this round of qualifying for Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car.
What a phenomenal colour scheme on Tony's car, though. That really, really does stand out well.
I think the phrase "pop" was invented
Yes,
for that.
yes,
wasn't it?
most definitely. When you see that car come in front of the grandstands there, it really is a spectacular machine.
So, probably going to be a short burnout because there's probably enough heat in the clutch and the engine for Tim Garlick. Whatever the problem was that he clicked it off wasn't that bad. I think it was just idling a bit high. Oh well. Even Rob Lurie shrugged his shoulders. And Rob knows his way around an engine or two. Yeah, fair enough. So the 1978 Pontiac body on Tim Garlick's car, very, very reminiscent of one of the original Gladiators way back when. And we have top Fuel Dragsters putting around behind the tower too, so it's going to get even louder. So we're going to be seeing quite a few of these cars throughout the summer. There's going to be a few entered for the main event in 4 weeks' time, and then on to Dragstalgia, the banner event in Europe for Nostalgia Drag Race in July.
is a beautiful looking run. Arrow straight all the way down Broadway to a 6:22 at 224 miles an hour. Shoots blossoming in the shutdown area.
Happy with that, I think, is the answer. That's the furthest he's gone down the track as well. Takes it all the way through the finish line. The couple of runs he made yesterday were very, very good indeed. But the way that you have to do it with these cars is you can't just turn them loose from one end to the other. You have to take it a little bit further each time. Just check everything, make sure it's okay, because they have a nasty way of disassembling themselves. An unscheduled disassembly, I think it's known as.
That's right.
Put your hands together, please, for Tony Betts and the Venom crew. Come on, lift their spirits. They've got to go and drink tea and eat biscuits and work out what went wrong.
103,
not
actually.
much.
Yeah, fingers crossed. 103 60 foot there for Apache, and at the 8th, 406 at 183 miles an hour. Okay,
ladies and gentlemen, underneath the tower, both of these top Fuel Dragsters you're going to be seeing in action in just 4 weeks' time at the main event. We're going to have the most amount of top Fuel Dragsters we've had here in the UK since 2019, I'm pleased to say. So it's going to be great to have them all back here racing. In the Kestrel Lane for Slick Tricks Racing from Sweden is Suzanne Callan, who won 2 events last year. But in the Slick Tricks Lane for Edelbrock, KW Parts and Mstrand.ax, it is Ida Zetterström, Europe's quickest driver. And yes, both of these used to be in junior dragsters. Both of them are young ladies, and both of them are seriously, seriously good race car drivers. If you hadn't seen the Top Fuel Dragster before, they are the ultimate acceleration vehicle. They do 0 to 100 miles an hour in less than 1 second. They do 0 to 300 in around about 3.8, 3.9 seconds. They're on a good run. If they're going flat out through the finish line, which is those orange blocks up there, they will be doing, like I said, 300 miles an hour. They are unbelievably impressive. They are 11,000 brake horsepower. They are pretty much, 2 of them together, not far off the same as an entire Formula One grid. Which says all you need to know. So I'm not entirely sure how far down the racetrack they're going to be going today. I think Ida would just be satisfied with getting off the start line after the last few runs she's made. Suzanne went to 3:30, which I think was planned. Best guess, as long as Runa nods, around about half track on today's side-by-side run. Here we go. Well, Ida with a rather abbreviated burnout. It's revving quite high, but there you go. That's what the crewman's out there for. Closes the butterflies a little bit, brings the RPM down.
Top Fuel Dragsters here then at the Festival of Power. Suzanne Callan and Ida Zetterström. They basically using this as a test session for, as we know, the main event, where we expect to have 6 Top Fuel cars. And as Darryl said, the biggest entry that we've seen at Top Fuel here since 2019. And oh boy, we really do look forward to having them all back. These 2 were racing very well last year, 2nd and 3rd in the European Championship. But Ida, European record holder in the 3.7 second zone. Had their first hits on the track yesterday for the season. Both of these cars, of course, at the Runefield stable, just based past the finish line here at Sandpond Raceway. Well, I hope you're all enjoying the coverage online as well as here at the track. Here we go, Top Fuel Dragster.
Well, Suzanne did exactly what she was told 2 times in a row. Lifted around about half track. I think they must be getting a bit sick and tired of Ida's car doing that. I can't imagine that they haven't had it in a million pieces 5 times in a row to try and work out what the issue is with it going up in smoke. Down here on the start line with the boss here at Santa Pod Raceway, Keith Bartlett. First of all, good to see so many people out here on the weekend, even though you had to change the date.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I mean, we changed the date. We've never cancelled an event, and to change the Easter date was very difficult. But the fields were flooded. We would have had campers bogged down, God knows what else. And it's difficult to expect the same attendance when people have got other arrangements for this weekend.
But at least the show is on. Your wife, pretty good run, and she did what she was told 2 times in a row by the looks of that.
She always does what she's told, but unfortunately so do I. No, she did well, and I think she's really looking forward to the main event with 6 top field cars, first round of the championship. Cars leaving really hard. It's a bit of a test this weekend, really, but we'll see what the second session does this afternoon.
So they're out running again later today?
Yeah.
Excellent stuff. Well, she won 2 events as well last year. She won Hockenheim and then here at the finals as well. Expectations for this season?
I mustn't speak for her, but I would say for the whole Slick Tricks team, we'd like to win the championship.
That would be rather nice, wouldn't it? But just a few words for all the spectators that have come this weekend. Obviously, you want to say?
Just a big thank you for everyone coming. It's not the date we would ideally do for having fuel cars with, you know, Easter cancelled and the big first round only 3 weeks away. But if you're a first time here and you're just seeing fuel cars for the first time, in 3 weeks' time, then you're going to see a real big show.
It will be fantastic. Keith, thank you as always for putting on everything that you do.
Thank you very much.
No problem at all, ladies and gentlemen. That is the CEO of Trackback and Santa Pod Raceway, Mr. Keith Bartlett. I'm not wrong, though. I think it's 4 weeks, isn't it? It is 4 weeks. Okay. Keith's going to be here in 3 weeks, expecting top fuel cars.
Oh, he's going to have door slammers. Don't worry about that.
Oh, he'll be all right then. That's fine. We'll turn up the weekend afterwards. So really, really good to see the car get down the racetrack. Not sure what happened from the other side to Ida. I'm guessing, did she get very far?
135 to 60 foot, so it tells you the story straight away.
I don't think the car even moved again. I think it just jumped.
Yeah.
Ian's been over it with the tractor since, so I can't really see. Yeah. That's where it launched from. It did move, I think we've got a couple of tyre rotations before the tyres let go. It's always very unusual that they're team cars, both of those. They are both, they're both run pretty much the same combinations, everything else. It's always just a bit bizarre when one hooks and goes and one doesn't. But good news is they'll be back later on today for another go.
Yeah. Give you some numbers actually. Susanna, she was 0.85 to 60 foot. She was quicker to 60 foot yesterday. The 8th, I think she was already off the gas by then. In actual fact, looking at the numbers, yeah, she was 343 at 167.
The one thing I really noticed was there was an awful lot of clutch dust out there. Well, there always is, isn't there? But there was a lot of clutch dust out there, so that was still comparatively, I don't want to say it was soft, but yeah, there's a lot more in there. And that is a 3.8 second race car. And hopefully later today we get to see a little bit more of that. We've got top fuel bikes coming underneath the tower. So this is effectively the same thing as you've seen, but the two-wheel version.
Yeah, and very brave souls that ride these things. They've got a lot of experience. I mean, if you had all the years that these guys have been applying their trade on 2 wheels, you're getting into some serious numbers. I mean, Steve Woollett, incredible career on this bike, as well the bike as well. I mean, it's been here for a long, long time.
He has the dubious distinction of giving the world's only top fuel bike passenger ride as well. If you remember that.
Ever forget it.
You never ever forget that. If you go on YouTube, it's one of the most popular drag racing videos ever. You can't miss it. If you look for top fuel drag bike passenger or something along those lines, just a totally bizarre event where Phil Papafilippou, who's a terrific rider in his own right, crossed lanes on his funny bike and ended up on the back of, literally sitting on the back of Steve's bike.
It was incredible. Landed in the wheelie bars.
Yeah, the one thing that everybody seems to miss about that was the great riding job that Steve did.
Yeah.
Because he had his leg out the way, he did everything he could to make it. So Al Smith on his own on the Rocket. Just spoke to Al earlier. He said he's going to be going for an 8-mile run, hopefully this time round. check everything out, come back later and go for it.
Yeah, just watch the way he shifts his body weight around on the bike as well. Incredible riding.
Well, unfortunately, if you don't get to 60 foot, can't get any further. It hooked and went, but for whatever reason, it's very, very bizarre because it did hook and go and then just blazed the tyre.
Yeah.
On the back of it. These machines are, well, like a lot of drag racing stuff, very, very experimental. I call it the Wile E. Coyote version of motorsport, where everybody is just completely out there. But they are competitive racing machines, and they really do know what they're doing, as does Phil Bainbridge and the whole team. Al pulls off the top end. Hopefully the engine's all in one piece, and they'll come back for another go later today.
Well, the other thing, of course, all of the fuel bikes, especially more than like fuel cars, everything is one of one. They're all basically home engineered. And when I say home engineered, a lot of these bikes are built by engineering companies, especially with the likes of Cannon Motorsports. They fabricate a lot of their own parts as well. But it's like you can't go to a speed shop and say, oh, can I have that for my fuel bike? You just cannot do it. It's everything is individual per bike.
Almost a perfect example of that. I'm in trouble and we hadn't started yet. Good to know. So for Lucas Doyle, Cannon Motorsport, Neil Midgley in the Kestrel Lane, winner of the first round a few weeks ago at Easter. Taking on Steve Woolak with the dealer. One of the world's most experienced fuel bike riders. Yeah, what you were saying about the whole thing about people building stuff themselves, there are some, I'm talking about Phil Crossley, who've taken it to the nth degree. He's built a shed in his back garden and he's engineered everything.
Yeah.
Hopefully that bike will be hitting the strip sometime soon as well. He's pretty much there. Well, 6:40 at 2:03. Sounded almost pedestrian, actually, for Steve Wool at that time round. That was really bizarre. That was exactly the same thing 2 times in a row. It's just like a replay of Al Smith's run, wasn't it?
Yeah, if you actually overlaid the 2 runs, nigh on identical. Steve Willett, 1:11.60, 4:20 at 1:84 to the 8th, and 6:40, 2:03 at the stripe. Bizarrely, that actually gives Steve Willett the #1 qualifying spot now, who's gone ahead of Neil Midgley, whose previous best yesterday was 6:55. Okay, I think we are back to our sportsman qualifying. In fact, we are. We do have a 2-seat dragster coming around the corner as well. Don't forget, our next fuel session, our next showcase session, scheduled for 2:30 onwards, so the time now just coming up to 1 o'clock. It's day 2 of 3 here at Santa Pod Raceway for the Festival of Power in association with STP. Massive thanks to STP for their support of the event and, of course, drag racing in general. Couldn't do it without companies like your good selves. Right, let's see what Paul Brown can do this time. We've been talking about reaction times. It's always a key thing in drag racing. And Paul Brown is, I think, apart from exhibition, the only cars that aren't eligible for the Perfect Light Award. And he's had 2 of them this weekend, and the third one was a 007. It's unbelievable. His first light on Saturday was a 0004, I think it was. And then his second run, he had a 007 light, and then his last run was all the zeros, 0.0000. Absolutely perfect off the line. Some drag racers will go through the whole career and never pull. Have you done a perfect light?
5.
Don't be silly. You have not had 5 perfect lights.
I've had 5.
No, you haven't. Oh, I'm going to have to check that out.
Yeah. Well,
was that on the practice tree at home or something?
Jake's.
Oh, right. Yeah. I thought
No,
so.
so yeah. That is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, but quad zero was out of this world.
Oh, that's insane. Especially on a pro tree as well.
Yeah.
It's one thing doing it on a sportsman tree, but doing it on a pro tree is something else.
So Paul Brown, don't forget, he is a former champion in Pro ET. So, and he's been an all-round good racer, and that's how he basically got. You see here. Oh, dare I say, that's a poor line, that one. 801 at 167 miles an hour there for Paul Brown, and of course passenger as well. The passenger that time was Conrad Hobbs from Denmark, and that was a surprise birthday present. So Conrad Hobbs, I hope you enjoyed that. A surprise birthday, how about that? Right, we move on. It is Super Gas, qualifying session number 4. And it's 2 Camaros, but different vintages. You do have Andy Dibley with the Magic Rat, and of course Dan Page with the no-hair Camaro. Just a computer reboot, and it's already come back online. Just get the data in, get the class up, and we're good to go.
So this is Andy Dibley taking on Dan Page. Andy Dibley is in the Kestrel Beer Lane in the Magic Rat. Dan Page in the late John Morton's no-hair Camaro.
Right, they're both in the 99s. Andy currently number 2 with a 991. Dan currently number 9 at 998. Throttle stops kick in. Throttle stops release. You heard them go there. Oh, 989 with a 3. Andy Dibley breaks out. Dan Page at 993. But already has a 991. Speeds. Now listen to this on the speeds. 147 miles an hour for Andy Dibley, 153 for Dan Page. Let's have a look what Wayne Hiscock's terminal speed is on his run. He's in the grey Chevelle, going alongside Jed Guy with the Jammy Dodger, the little roadster there. Now they're all aiming for 990, which of course is the Super Gas number. So remember the speeds, 147 for Andy, 153 for Dan. Wayne Hiscock, 1007 at 100 miles an hour. So it's 53 mile an hour less across the finish line than Dan Page. The difference being that Wayne Hiscock doesn't have a throttle stop. He will go and charge up to the finish line, but he realises he will go way under what he thinks it will run. So then he has to back off at the finish line. Simon Fulton and Mark White. Simon currently number 6 on a 994. Mark 992. He's currently number 4.
Pro ET, Simon ran a 896. That shows you what these cars are capable of.
Say hello to your new number 1 qualifier, Mark White, 9.909, up from number 4. A breakout there for Simon, 985, a little bit too quick there, but Mark White, 990, 133 mile an hour, takes number 1. Tim Moore up next with that beautiful 55 Chevy. Going alongside Dave Fulton, that cracking Nova. Beautiful launch there for Dave, carrying those front wheels nicely. 07 light. ET is... No, 990 with a 2!
Put the kettle on. Dave Fulton.
Yeah, that's number 1 qualified. Didn't last very long there for Chalky, as Dave Fulton, 990 with a 2, gets job done. 998 there for Tim Moore. Well, the great news is Stuart Morris is back.
Yes.
Despite what we thought could have been rather nasty damage, it transpires that it wasn't as bad as it looked. Thank goodness for that. So Stuart Morris back out. And not only that, pretty quickly as well. Going alongside Andy Harrison. Andy was number 1 coming into this session. He's dropped to number 3 now. So he needs to get a 991 into a 990.
That was a strong launch from Stu Morris there.
Yeah, he's not messing. 981 and 10 flat, so big breakout for Andy Harrison. A little bit off pace there for Stu. But the good news is Stu's car is working. Well done to the Morris boys. Next up, Mark Huxley. Currently number 8, 997. Stu Doiney, currently number 12, 1136. But he's been double classing to get track time, try and get this car set up. And as we have said, once Stu Doiney gets this sussed, watch out. Nothing wrong with his lights, 0-1.
Of course, he's been practicing to run 990 even when he's in Supercomp.
Oh! 990 with a 2.
3. It's exactly the same.
He's equal, so it's down to the 5th digit for Stu Doiney. But it was an 01 light as well. That's an 02 package.
That's insane.
Outstanding.
No, it's not even an 02 package.
It's less than that.
It's an 01 what? 5?
Yeah, it's gone off the screen now. That was incredible. Well done, Stu. Well, we sent the warning shot out, and well, I think people did listen, but my goodness me. Right, 850 bike. Brad Head, Craig Wright. Ah, dear, oh dear, the work that's been carrying on for Craig this weekend. Oh,
what a
no.
shame.
Oh, no.
In fact, both of these riders spent so much time on
they have.
Friday evening getting it ready for yesterday. So it's going to be a solo for Brad, looking to run 8.50. Problems for Craig. That's a nice looking run, getting very close to the centre line, Brad. Don't take a block out. In fact, he backed off a little bit early there. He was obviously knew he was getting a bit close.
Well, Craig having a good look underneath the bike. I wonder if they can see anything. But anyway, we move on. Joe Elliott, Paul Adams, your next pair.
I think Craig thinks it's definitely something that can be fixed. He's asking to see if he can get some tools down. So Joe is on one of these naturally aspirated bikes, which means he's a lot more affected by things like the weather conditions, heat, air temperature, wind direction, things like that. But when it all fixes itself and it comes around well, he can run 8.5s and he can do it very well. Paul Adams is out in front though at the minute. 874 takes 897, no improvement for either of them.
Right, Maisie J being ridden by Steve Jackson from Market Raisin, currently in the number 12 spot with the 1478. We know he can go quicker than that. Going alongside Johnny Hine, the Texas Stig, currently in the number 6 spot with an 861.
Of course, there is money up for grabs this weekend for the person in 850 bike who runs as far under 850 as they can. I think Stacey Reed is taken out in a minute. A lot of these bikes are capable of going way faster than 850. That's what makes them so reliable and consistent. Johnny Hines goes 842. Steve Jackson goes 10.0. No improvement for either of them.
Yeah, but it's a move in the right direction though for Steve. 10.07 from a 14, so it's getting closer, which is what he wants. Keith Wright, your number 1 qualifier, went 8.507. Backed that up yesterday with an 8:51, so he's certainly the form guy this weekend. Going alongside Alex Gordon.
Cracking pair of runs from the pair of these side by side the whole way down the track, and he goes 8:51 again, but no improvement as he's already done 8.50.
Good run from Alex Gordon there, moved into the number 5 spot there, 8:58. But Keith Wright, outstanding this weekend. Obviously, when it comes to race mode, he'll be working on the reaction times to go with the ETs, and he's definitely going to be one to watch out for. Martin Halleck, currently number 2, 8:53. Stacey, currently number 4, 8:54.
So Stacey's currently the person who's gone the furthest under index. They are being told to go back. I'm not too sure why.
They just come out the stage, basically.
I can see Ian down there. He's on the radio. He's having communications with the top end of the track. But the riders have been told to go in. So Martin Hallett purges the nitrous, rolls his bike into pre-stage. Stacey goes into pre-stage as well. Bit of a wobble for Stacey. She gets about 100 foot out. She's controlled it perfectly though. She's going to cross the line first. It's going 8:28. Martin Hallett though, 8:57. That's going to move him up into the number 5 spot. As here comes Jay Rowe. He's got the number 2 on the bike at the minute. However, he is a past champion in the class. He's purging the nitrous.
I remember back in the day when Jay Rowe used to win the Run What You Brung Championship, and then he actually went into competition and does very well in the class now.
Well, this is a Suzuki GSXR, however it has got a Hayabusa tail piece on it.
Moves up to number 2 with that one, 8:53, 142. They are bunching up rather nicely now. Right, Dan Diath then, he's currently number 7 on 8:59. Bit of a who's who on the crew there with Danny Cockrell and of course Splinter down there as well.
So Dan's running in comp bike this weekend on Danny Cockrell's bike, and as he says, this looks slow apparently. Oh, never mind. He just went 788 at 181 mile an hour.
I think that was the one for the breakout.
He wanted that 200 quid, was what he wanted.
Stacey Reed just got mugged. Oh dear, love it. Right, okay, Outlaw Flat 4. Oh, that was epic. 788, 181 mile an hour. So just a quick timing system reboot. Outlaw Flat 4 being followed by VW Sportsman. You've got Junior Drag Bike to come round, Sportsman ET, Nostalgia Superstock, ET Bike and 950 Bike. So still got plenty of classes to come at you to put in their Q4 runs.
So this is Outlaw Flat 4, pretty much a heads-up class. Anything goes as long as you've got a 4-cylinder Flat 4 in the back of your, or in the front of your car.
Yeah, most of them are Beetles. We have, I remember the little Fiat 500 that used to race.
You also had
cracking little car.
Ken Blomer's Calming Gear. That was front end.
Yeah. All problems there for Darren Shepherd. So Adam Lowe, can he go quicker than 1093? No. I say that because he went 1093 with a 0. I wasn't expecting to actually call his ET out then, but there we go. Well, he's got a bracket 1093 on a flat 4 Beetle there. Well, hopefully nothing too concerning there for Darren Shepherd.
Ooh, there's a big puddle of oil out there.
Oh, yes, I can see that now.
There's been a lot of work gone into this car over the winter. It's such a shame that they're having these sort of issues with it.
Right, well, whilst we have a quiet moment, whilst we do the little clean-up there, there's a silver Seat Leon in one of the parking fields, a camping field. The alarm keeps going off. And the reason we let you know that, because probably if it keeps going off the way it is, the battery is going to flatten, and when you get back to the car later on, you might not be able to start it. So your silver Seat Leon, registration number is KW08YE. Good idea if you headed back to your car at some stage and just check out why the alarm keeps going off. So that has been reported to us here. So a silver Seat Leon KW08YEB. If you can get back to your car and just check it out, make sure everything is okay and the battery doesn't totally flatten. Right, so Outlaw Flat 4, maybe one more of them around the corner.
No.
No, definitely not there. Okay, so...
Oh, no, it's because he's underneath us.
Ah, good news. So, yeah, one more Outlaw Flat 4, then it's VW Sportsman, Junior Drag Bike and Sportsman ET. But as I say, we do have a pool of oil that they're just clearing up on the start line at the moment. The time now, 1:15 in the afternoon here at the Festival of Power, supported by STP. And just having a look on the timetable events that's going on today. You've got Titan the Robot in the Titan Arena at the moment. The historic Aero Engine fire-ups, next one from them is at 2 o'clock. The next stunt show from Steve Colley is at 2:30, and the Live Action Arena's second show is at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So plenty to keep you entertained whilst you are here. Okay, so we're going to hand over to Nitro FM 96.2. Although that is a clean-up on the start line, fortunately it's in like a relatively confined area, so fingers crossed that won't take too long. So we'll hand over to 96.2 Nitro FM, and we'll take it back when we have race engines fired up once again.
Kids, if you're out there, I do recommend filming this one, because if you try and go back to school and tell people what you've seen, they definitely won't believe you. This is a Volkswagen bus with a running jet engine on the back of it. He's going to hike the revs up now.
So Perry on his way to possibly yet another 150 mile an hour plus run here with Oklahoma Willie. 10.71, 147 this time, but nevertheless the
Much better run for Kev Jenkins, going to go through the 791. Beautiful launch from the pair of them. Armored Jamshed's going to get there pretty brilliant. 8-7.
Sorry, 597, 243 miles an hour. Fingers crossed if it all goes straight and narrow, then
that's way more like it. That was a full pass.
That was also a 661 at 220. So they're just about to get the thumbs up. Roger's ready. Goes Martin. Here we go.
Force 3 and Firestorm have given us a fantastic flame alarm to burnish home. .506, 233 miles an hour for Martin. Roger, 504, 239 miles an hour. That, ladies and gentlemen,
We are back to racing. Expert job is always by Truck Group. We have one last car in Outlaw Flat 4. I can only think by the looks of the car that was a rear end going pop, unfortunately, because the car's been taken away on dolly wheels and still lots of clean up going on. Obviously behind the tower, which doesn't matter nearly as much because it doesn't need to be a nicely prepped, beautiful and clean race surface. So your number one qualifier, and probably will be going into eliminations, James Wooten with the Beetle from Bexley. 9.38 he ran yesterday. Some way in front of everyone else. Little bit of wheel spin sent him sideways. He gathered it in very nicely. 960, 141 miles an hour once again.
He's actually going to be one to watch when it comes to the four-cylinder class at Door Slammers.
Very good point. There's a lot of them that pile in for Door Slammers.
Yeah.
Door Slammers is going to be fun as this year because there's so many. There's quite a few cars that you think, you know, people sit there and go, yeah, okay, we'll come and run and all that sort of thing. There's a whole transporter of stuff coming from Poland as well.
Yes, I've seen it.
How cool is that? So Bruce Harvey and Nigel Gregg, we're on to VW Sportsman qualifying session number 4. Currently Bruce Harvey is number 1. He's in the Kestrel lane with a 17.68 dial in, 15.60 for Nigel Gregg. Nigel Gregg will get there first with a 15.74. That moves him to 10. Bruce Harvey stays put, understandably. About 700s off his dial in though. So Steve Metcalf for Blue Steel, the Baja Bug in the Kestrel lane, 16.38. Taking on Thomas Circuit with the Lupo.
It's called Harold.
I love people's names for both cars and dogs. They're the
Yes.
best things in the world, aren't they, really?
Fortunately, Tom seemed to just not go anywhere. Steve's up and running. Oh, there he goes.
Jumped out of gear or stalled, one of the two. 16.38 goes. 16.54, that might help a little bit. One of the funniest races was Luke and Colin. With, I think Luke had his Touareg, Colin had his wagon. Yeah, Steve Metcalf moves up to 12. And Colin had his van. And Colin went to leave the line and the stop-start had kicked in. So the engine had turned itself off. Modern day problems, obviously. Jerry Sadler with the Beetle. Kestrel Lane 15.85 and 16.38 for the ever wonderful Polly Judge. I say that and I hope I'm not going to get a clip round the ear, which is what I normally do anyway.
Is that why you're being nice?
Always nice. Just Polly seems to not like anything I say, but there we go. Just kidding. Hopefully Polly goes a long way on race day too. She's number 11 at the moment. Jerry Sadler is 16. 16.58 for Polly. Stays put at 11, 2/10 off. And Jerry stays 16 with a 16.31 on 15.85. Actually, nearly half a second off pace.
There's another Lupo below us. And also John Crawford with his Golf in the Kestrel beer lane. He's looking for a 15.40 as I read that off his rear window. Ian's got his squeegee out. He's just squeegeeing the slick tricks lane. The issue with running road cars and basically stock road cars on the track is when they hit the throttle, water comes out the exhaust.
What I need to know as well is if Mrs. Marshall is listening by any chance, I just wonder whether he walks around the house with a squeegee and a mop and everything, and the house is as immaculate as he keeps the start line. You can reply in your own time, Mrs. Marshall. Just a thought. So John Crawford with the Dennis Priddle Tribute paintwork against another Lupo.
I do love the centre exhaust on the back of the Lupos.
Good idea. I do wonder when whoever it was sat down and designed a Lupo, they thought, I know what we need to do with these, drag race them. Just goes to show you can drag race anything, doesn't it, really?
Well, I think that there's a twin-engine one, isn't there, that runs every so often?
Reece Finney, currently in at 14. John's looking for 1540. Goes 1589, some way off, actually. Reece stays put as well with a 1694 and a 74, 0.2 of a second away. Nigel Gregson, apologies, Nigel, in the Golf, which kind of blends into the racetrack, which is the precise opposite of what Jordan Clark's got.
Well, I was just thinking, you know, like geostationary satellites? You ever wonder how they know where they are? Well, they just look down and see that and go, oh, yeah, I'm in the right place.
That'll be right. You got it. So Nigel is 17 at the moment.
Going to get to the line to go. 14.04.
Up to the number 4 spot. Jordan Clark, 16.39 on a 15-something dial-in will not help him at all, but congratulations. Big move up that time. Slightly bigger Tupperware box today. That's good to see.
Lorraine Large, the nurse, driving her new Volkswagen Beetle. So she's been around drag racing for a while. However, she's going to start dabbling in VW Sportsman this year. Up against Reece Taylor with the Seat Ibiza. Reece looking for a 15.00. Lorraine looking for a 15.69. So Lorraine breaks out. And no improvement for Reece either, though.
Just over 0.02 of a second. That was oh so close. Oh so close. So
I think Trevor just said damn and blast. I think that's what I read off his lips.
Started with an F, yeah. Damn and blast starts with an F quite a lot. Martin Aiden in Kestrel Lane. It's great, but I told you before, it's great being at the top end as well, because especially with international events, because you learn an awful lot of foreign swear words that you never would have heard before.
And it's only the Englishmen who say them.
That's something like that. Lawrence Clark in the Slick Tricks Lane, 14.10. Or 14 flat. Too quick. Martin Ain't No takes the number 1 spot. 15.75 with a 4 on a 15.75. Congratulations, sir. That's a big move.
So do we have a bump spot in VW Sportsman this weekend?
I think we're going to have a 32-car ladder. Not entirely sure we've got 32 cars. Yeah, we've got 25. Okay. So it will be a 32 ladder, just not 32 cars in it.
Yep.
So to speak. So
your reigning champion, Paul Robinson, in his Audi TT, up against Karen Waterhouse with her Audi TT. Paul looking for a 14.67. Karen looking for a 14.40.
Yeah, spot the reigning champion, 038 as well. In a street car, exceptionally hard to do.
Yeah, because you've actually got to leave a long time before the green actually comes on, so you've got to judge.
Before, haven't you? Yeah. 14.73, no improvement. Karen Waterhouse does actually go up to number 21 with a 14.85.
Up next, we've got one of them pesky Clarks. This is Ashley. This is her first. Oh no, is this Ashley or Andrew?
Andrew in VW.
Well, he's just as gorgeous. So,
have you seen him?
I'm trying to be nice.
Okay. So was I. You obviously pulled it off better than me.
So he's looking for a 16.55. Of course, this car is campaigned in Sportsman ET by Ashley.
Which Sportsman ET is the next class to run as well, by the looks of it. So he's just going to drive it up that end, come back, swap drivers.
Either that or put a wig on.
That would be a noticeable, visible change, wouldn't it? So yeah, Andy looking for 1655. He's already number 4. 19.19.
Yeah, I think you missed that one.
Yeah, just a bit. Could we have Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please. Yay, it worked. Sorry. Andrew Bambrick. Talking about a little machine we have up here for calling classes. In the Kestrel lane, 13.15, one of the quicker cars in the class. Against John Gallant. John Gallant, 16 flat. 30.54, that's not going to help. John Gallant moves up a couple of spots though, up to number 20 with a 16.34 on a 16 flat. Yeah, I think that is yours. Their natural habitat is actually rolling around on the floor, not on the end, not on the end of our microphones. So Danny Bean, another one of those Lupos. Lupos all round. 14.20. That's a seriously quick Lupo though, isn't it? I mean, 14-second car doesn't sound that quick. It is. Against Phil Jones.
And another 14-second car.
Yeah, 15, 17, 15.08. Neither of them budge from their 11th and 17th places they were previously. It's good to see Hazel Carter back with Patricia the Passat after being pushed off the start line yesterday. 14.6 in the Slicktrix lane, a 17 flat for Caitlin Wilson, youngest Wilson.
See, I've figured it out.
Go on.
So I went and spoke to them yesterday and they said that Caitlin was going to be racing this car for the rest of the season. However, the giveaway of who's driving is the fact I can see Morgan Wilson on the grandstand.
That is a pretty big giveaway.
Now, the unfortunate thing is the fact that Hazel's not actually that far in front of Caitlin, so I don't know if she's going to be anywhere close to her dial. Yeah, it goes 15.15. Caitlin goes 17.2. No improvement for either of them.
Stays put. So we are done with VW Sportsman. We're on to Junior Drag Bike. Believe it or not, we start racing these from when they're 8 years old.
And actually, there is a couple of 8-year-olds in the class.
Okay, Holly King and Leah Morrison, your first pair. Holly King is in the Kestrel lane. Unlike Junior Dragster, the other thing that makes this tricky as well, Thomas, is that they run on a pro tree. They don't run on a sportsman tree, and also they qualify on dial-in, not on reaction time. Holly will not get any lapse time because she wiggled around in the beams. Leah Morrison stays number 5 with an 11.71 on an 11.45. So, but a lot of these bikes are very, very cool. If you get the chance to go and check them out, please have a look, especially if you've got kids. Just don't take any money with you. As you can tell, they're very cleverly engineered mopeds and stuff like that, really.
Basically, yeah. Of course, when you start looking at some of the faster bikes in the class, you can actually see that they are just slowed down motorbikes, road bikes. But right now, we've got Harry Isaacs and Brad Morrison.
Harry Isaacs is currently number 1. Brad's number 6. .13.76 breakout for Harry, and Brad goes 15.15, around about half a second off what he was looking for. So the world's only two-classing junior drag racer. Richard Wilcox down there in the Slick Tricks lane. The bike quit on him last night, actually, I think, didn't it?
Oh, did it?
Yeah, yeah. Didn't make it much further than about 60 foot. He was trying to paddle, but he wasn't having it. Against Alia Lester, who is your current number 2 qualifier.
So Alia looking for 13.21. She's changed the dialing by 100th. Which means no doubt she'll run on 13.20 now.
Normally the way it works.
So Rich's bike is actually one of the hardest launching bikes in the class.
Well, they're quicker ones too, actually, at 960. 68, nicely done, sir. At 65 miles an hour. He moves up from 9 to 5. Alia stays in at number 2 with a 13.27. Still a good run. Yeah, these, you can actually see these are much more like motorbikes with wheelie bars on as opposed to scooters with wheelie bars on.
Mm-hmm.
Or mopeds.
Yeah.
Yeah, mopeds, not scooters, sorry. Grace Pollen. Great to see the Pollen name continuing in UK drag racing in the Kestrel lane. 878. One of the very quick bike, actually. And against Maggie Smallman. .906 for Grace, stays put at 8. Maggie stays put at 3 with a 10.19 on a 9.45. So the winner of the Perfect Light Award from yesterday. I bumped into his dad last night and he said that he was very excited. Very, very excited. But then you should be. I mean, when you're a kid and you win 50 quid.
Hell yeah.
Exactly. Pocket money, you know. Yeah, you won't be winning it with that one, but this is all about qualifying. Sorry, that's Lyra Humber, not, beg your pardon, not Liam. My fault. Sorry, Lyra. Very, very big apologies. And Faith Morrison. Faith goes 13.71 on a 30, stays 9, and Lyra stays down at number 10. I'm really sorry because that was very similar too.
And finally, in junior drag bike, we have the Naughty Boy. So he's just on time trials this weekend because on his first run he went too quick by about a second. So depending on your age, you have got an index. You can see the index up on the board at the top. So you can only go 12.90, and yesterday he went 11.8. Yeah. So he's been basically given a slap on the wrist and told to slow it down. So that's why he's allowed to do time trials, and he still goes a little bit too quick. He goes 12.81.
He was backing off at the top end, so trying to behave, I think, is something you can't say about most kids. Okay, we got Sportsman ET around there. We got ET Bike, not too far away as well. Just waiting for the last bike to clear the top end before we send the first one of the cars down.
So as Jackson pulls off the top of the track. There we go. The car's called forwards. Matt Halsall has already done his burnout. Holly does her little tyre squeal. Matt currently your 21st qualifier in Sportsman ET. Holly Waters is sitting at the minute at number 6. She's looking for a 15.44 and Matt's looking for a 15.20.
Yeah, 23 cars entered in Sportsman ET. Again, that will be an all-run 32-car ladder. Matt misses a shift.
No, one light for Holly. That'll do her well on elimination day.
All good practice. Oh, so close for Holly. 42 breaks out just. Matt Halsall stays put. 16.15. So, Liam Sturman with the Powerflow Jag. 15.30 for him. He's number 22, almost. Just one above the last qualified position. against Gary Lake with the Arabian Night.
I'm not going to say anything while Gary's on track anymore, because last time I said to me while he's on track, I said he was beneath me.
Yeah, we'd forgotten about that until you said it again. Well done.
Oops.
That's right.
So Gary looking for 14.23. Liam looking for a 15.30. Oh, 14.27 for him. And Liam goes up to number 4 spot, overtaking Gary with a 15.32 on his 3.0 dial-in.
That was very good.
And these cars, it's sort of hard to explain, but these cars are actually some of the hardest ones to dial in, because the slower you go, the easier it is to become faster, but also the easier it is to slow down. So your window of what the same conditions can do is like a lot greater.
Well, also an awful lot of them are manual.
Yes.
Which that in itself adds quite a serious variable that that you wouldn't normally have.
Because I know when I was racing at one of the junior days, there was someone there with a Mustang, and he went from running a 17.0 to a 16.0 by changing the tyre pressures.
That was it?
Yeah.
Wow, that is a very, very big difference. Bill Wilson, 12.27 stays 8. Simon Swarbrick, 12.55 stays number 20. Yeah, it's amazing the difference that you can have all the power in the world. However, as people endlessly say, it's all about how you manage it down the track. Same as, obviously, the easiest example is always fuel cars, is that if they put 11,000 horsepower to the rear tyres straight away, it wouldn't happen.
No.
No. The clutch has to absorb it in stages as it goes down the track, and then all of it comes in at the other end. It's very much the same for these as well, because an awful lot of the even street tyre cars have trouble, believe it or not, gripping, even on this sticky surface. Yep, there you go. You still get the squeak, you still get the spin. Chris Wynn, Kestrel Lane 1570 and 1386 for Steph Pateman, who is already, well, she was number 1, she's now number 2. 91. Steph's on the money again this weekend. 54 for Chris Wynn. Breaks out. Still a nice consistent run for Steph. So Georgina Smith, Kestrel Lane 1590 against another Jag of Richard Palmer, who is currently number 1. Very nicely timed light as well. What you were talking about, just to explain, is that you have to anticipate the light, don't you?
Yeah. There's a very famous saying in that racing where if you see the light, you've lost. If you see the green
light, you're at it, yeah. Richard Palmer, 43 on a 35, and a breakout for Georgie. Unfortunately, yeah. Because the car has to be moving, because when the green light comes on, it's the rear of the front wheel leaving the timing beam that starts the clock.
The start line isn't in stage. The start line's like 6 inches further forward than that. So to cross that line when the green light comes on,
perfectly, yeah,
you need to be moving before. So as you'll see, probably more exaggerated in the Touareg of James Grew, that third yellow will come on, and he'll probably already be moving at that point. You'll see it squat. There you go, look. So you actually set off before the green goes on.
Way before, and he still had a 0.18 light as well. So it is all about timing. The ultimate version of that, funny should say, wait for they go through the finish line. Debbie's going to get there first. 13.40, 10th of a second off, not too bad. Goes up to 16. James Grew stays put at number 3. The ultimate version of that is, have you ever seen like Top Fuel Hydros and stuff?
Yes.
Because they start way behind the start line as the lights count down, and they have to. That's visibly the best way to describe it, because they have to nail it so they cross the start line as the light goes green.
But they also don't have a tree.
They do. They've got a tree in the middle.
Well, I thought it was a countdown, because I saw some of them. You could literally got like a physical countdown, don't you?
It's it's still a Christmas tree, but it runs like a sportsman tree, and it dangles over them,
right?
And it counts down. So when it gets to a certain light, that's when they nail it, and all being well, they time it perfectly, so they go across the actual start line or the start beam. That's one of the reasons as well, just getting slightly sidetracked, but one of the reasons why they still run very similar ETs in the liquid quarter mile, as it's called, but slower speeds, because they have a run-up. Because the run-up makes that much difference that they can still run a similar sort of time, but the speed isn't as fast.
Yes.
So it's the actual, effectively, it's like starting the clocks for a fuel car at 60 foot.
Yeah.
If you see what I mean.
I'll tell you what, Brian Huxley's going to do probably exactly what we've just been talking about, because this is not a very fast car. However, he's quite good on the tree. He's looking for an 18.54 in the Slictrix lane, taking on Ashley Simmons.
Again, two perfect examples of you can race what the hell you like.
Mm-hmm. And you can see...
you can see Brian move way before the tree ran, or finished running, I should say.
He got an O2 light, which is actually seriously impressive.
It's very, very good for a road car. Ash goes 13.30, pretty close. Not bad at all, doesn't move from 10, I don't think. Brian goes 18.54 on 18.54. Ladies and gentlemen, your new #1 qualifier in Sportsman ET. Outstanding stuff. Wow. Want to learn how to bracket race? Go talk to a Huxley. And an O2 light as well. It's not difficult to see where the boys got it from, is it, really? Deary me. We can't honestly explain enough how difficult that is to do. You were just saying as well, that's got to be is that a manual or an auto? Even if it's an auto, it doesn't make any difference. So, yeah. It's still very, very difficult.
There's so many ducks you have to get in a row to be able to do that, especially with a street car.
Yeah, it's not good enough just to sit in the car and count, let's put it that way.
No.
So, up next, Carl Magira with a 12 flat darling for the Tesla.
There's one thing you can do if people wanted to sort of, if you're on the grandstands and on the bank and stuff, when you see that green light turn on, start a stopwatch, right? Because I know you've all got phones, they've got it on it. And then see if you can get it to stop on 12.00.
Impossible.
Right? Exactly. And that's what Carl's going to try and do in his Tesla. I'm actually going to do it, I think.
Yeah, go and give it a go.
The good thing is I've got a visual cue because I can watch when Carl's about to cross the line.
Well, kind of, because there's a delay on that, so don't watch that.
Oh, I broke out.
He didn't. 12.95, 110, and 14.08. This is a fun game. Up to 18 for Stephen Giles, actually, with that 14.08 and a 13.85.
I went 11.95.
That's not bad, though. However, you have bracket race for years, haven't you? So, yeah, you kind of got the essence of timing. But yeah, you're right. See how hard it is to do. Try and get it like for 5 seconds or 2 seconds or whatever. It's almost impossible. It will drive you batty trying to get it right.
And then if you're going to do like a 12 flat, because that's quite an easy number, Felicity Gibbs is dialed in a 17.22. That's going to be near on impossible.
Well, Brian just did it with a Ford Focus with an 18-second street car. He just did it. Well, Steve Mellors goes red by 0.8. I'm sure he saw it.
Well, he's looking to run a 15.95.
He's now down at number 11. That's pretty good. 12.09 for God. Yeah, but doing it on your phone and doing it on the racetrack are two different things. That is a 16.10 for Steve Mellors. He stays 11. Felicity Gibbs goes 7.33. Only 11 hundredths off, actually. So, again, pretty close.
Right, so this is actually Ashley Clark now. Driving the Clark Racing Golf.
Not someone with a wig.
You've just given her a new name, Ashley Clark.
Actually Clark, yeah. She's looking to run an 18.70, taking on Jago Stokes in the Blue Velvet Skyline. He's looking to run a 13.15. I'm going to do the same, I think.
So again, it doesn't matter about how quick the car is, it's about getting the number, and he goes too quick by just over 0.05 of a second. Right, Ashley, I think we're already way past 18 seconds actually. Just trickles over the line. Yeah, 23.81 at only 55 miles.
Well, that car seems to be slowing down. I think there's issues with it.
Running out of fuel. They're nursing it through. So we got Dan Holloway. Great to see Dan still racing after one of the most unfortunate incidents back at Easter. Side by side. Gen Z Camaros.
I've just seen in the back of Dan's car as well. He's drawn a little snake on it.
Yeah. And both of these cars owned by Andy Dibley.
Yeah. I went and spoke to Kirsty yesterday and had a look around this car. I didn't realise how much work's actually got into it. It's got a full
Pretty
LS
car.
swap.
Yeah.
I think it's a TH style transmission in it. It's definitely a 3-speed.
She ran it in
Street Eliminator as well.
Yeah. Dan's car is also no slouch. Well, the car that Dan is driving. Across the line goes 12.05 breakout and a 12.77 on the 95, also breaking out for Dan Holloway. I know as well Kirsty's got some plans with some classes that she wants to go into, and she's definitely on the right way there, because they've believe it or not, they've got that car turned down to run 12.0s.
Okay, Chris Creswell from Sharnbrook, which is literally behind the grandstand. Very close indeed. Under the tower, Nostalgia Superstock. So the last car to try and knock Brian Huxley off the top spot. Oh, nearly did it. Nearly, not quite good enough though. 15.29 with a 0 and a 15.30. One easily under a second. So Colin's Spirit class, as we shall call it, coming there
certainly is.
People have spirit animals. Colin has a spirit class.
Well, hopefully I'll be back out in Nostalgia Superstock in July. Next weekend, though, big entry for Nostalgia Superstock at the Nostalgia National. So they've got 2 weekends in a row. We've got about 16 of them here this weekend, but double that for next weekend. So a lot of the cars coming out. Andrew Bishop and Neil Francis. Andrew's turned behind the wheel this weekend instead of Jack. Currently number 14. He dials 10.10, and Neil Francis was 12.26. So 12.33, Neil stays 3. No movement for Andrew, he stays put. 10.23.
So Steve Lloyd, double classing.
He's getting value for money this weekend. 11.21 the dial in for the Blue Pearl.
What a terrific pair of cars as well. I mean, kind of what we say every pair of Nostalgia Superstockers that come round.
Well, the thing is, one of my favourite things to do when this class gets called is quickly run to the top of the pairing lanes and just
have a
listen,
look.
and just listen and watch as they just cackle past you, every single one of them.
It's like the world's best. It is the world's best car show. Absolutely, because you get to see, not only you get to see everything looking immaculate, you get to see it going quickly as well.
Doing what it's designed to.
So you got the big block in Bob Main's car, you got the little small block in Steve Lloyd's car. Nice move there for Steve, up from 12 to number 7, 11.24 and 11.21 dial. Bob Main breaks out, 12.06, a little bit too quick, so he's going to stay where he was.
That's nearly half a second breakout as well. That's fairly sizable. Stu Thompson, otherwise known as Kiwi, with the Duster. Kestrel Lane 985 plays a 9.70 for Don Scott. Don does an awful lot of...
these two are duking it out for the Motorsports UK National Championship last year, and it eventually went Don's way.
And that's only the number 2 spot for Don Scott. 9.70 with a 1 on a 9.70. Stu Thompson goes, he broke out, beg your pardon, 9.80 on an 85, but what a run from Don Scott. Actually, I'll tell you what, once again, if you stitched that, not quite, because he red lit by 0.1.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mick Sharp with the immaculately turned out Detroit Hustle down there in the Slick Tricks lane, 10.60 against Adrian Portelli with another... I would say that as a weird and wonderful car. I think just wonderful. It's very unique, isn't it?
Yeah. Now then, Mick Sharp just been dropped to number 3. He was number 2 coming into the session.
You can actually see the way that the axle moves in the back of Mick Sharp's car when the wheelie bars slap the floor.
That's a 1090.
Shame they couldn't swap their ETs over, but Adrian Portelli just 200ths off, but he moves up to number 6. Mick stays number 3. Well done, Herb. Right, Simon Rickward, 972 against Chris Layram, 1270. I must admit, Simon, I'm not saying he was in the wilderness as such, but he had a consistent 10-second car. Now he's got a car that runs 9s all the time, lifts the front wheels beautifully, uses the wheelie bars well.
And Collins just put the mockers on it.
No, they've done it again. 976 that time. So Simon moves up from 16 to 13. This stays number 12 at that 1282.
So Dave Bilodeau from Yorkshire. The aptly named Yorkshire Heavy. Not entirely sure when Dodge designed the Challenger it was meant for roads around Yorkshire. We're very glad that he's got one anyway. 985 in the Kestrel lane. Same Ash Rawson. See, Kermit the Duster, it's another human type name for a car. Fabulous. Works every time. I remember a time in the 70s and 80s when these cars are few and far between, and now there's just acres of them. It's terrific. 991 for Dave Bilodeau stays put, but up to number 6 for Ash Rawson with a 1026 and a 24, only 200ths off. Now, one thing we need to say, while I remember, and you definitely need to say a lot next weekend if there's lots of these here. Why don't a lot more Nostalgia Superstock cars enter door slammers? Because, especially in the big bracket, because they'd be absolutely killer, wouldn't they? They really, really would. 30 of them showing up would certainly spice it up a bit, wouldn't it? You know. But it would, wouldn't it? It would just be terrific.
Oh yeah.
Proper big money bracket racing. These guys would be so good at it.
Lovely wheel stand for Chris Goodale in Rousseau's Rat. Pete Wiseman, he's looking for a 990. It's going to be close to the finish line. 991 for Chris Goodale and 998 for Pete Wiseman. Just had a thought, well, because of all the history that's gone into Rousseau's Rat over the years, when that thing used to race in Nostalgia Superstock, it was just called Superstock, wasn't it?
Probably.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, good point. Very good point. I think Chris has done a wonderful job with that car, really has.
Just finding and bringing back to life something like that must be so satisfying, especially to see it out there running 9s as well. Such a satisfying thing to do. Satisfying to watch, let alone do it, I think. Okay, we got Pete Dodd, and then we're into ET Bike.
Now, Pete Dodd got wheel spin in Pro ET, and that's, I think, the first time I've ever seen that car break traction ever. I'm sure it's done it in the past. He's looking for a 9.16.
He's stuck with that dialing all weekend long, actually. Well, a lot of it. Okay, it's a little bit of a headwind now, though. Oh, front wheels have come up, though.
That was actually a much softer limiter. He usually revs it a lot more than that on the line.
Stays 10 with a 925. However, does get to the finish line. So, ET Bike. A class of choice for many ex-junior drag bike racers. And as if by magic. Blade King out there in the Slick Tricks lane. Ollie gives him a pat on the back. Taking on Leo, Carl Hester, I beg your pardon, not Leo. In the Kestrel lane. One of the hardest fault classes in drag racing now, ET Bike is. So Blade looking for 9 flat. He's already the number 2 qualifier. He's got 903. 894. I don't think they're bothered about the breakout. 146 miles an hour. Ollie sets a new standing jump record for the team. Well done, sir. A breakout on the other side of the racetrack.
Yeah, just going back in the day, you were talking about, Thomas was saying about Russell's Rat. Actually used to run in pro stock, that car. So, yeah,
Wow.
that's where that car came from. Pete Lane tuned in, updating. Thanks, Pete.
So Liam Holgate, number 1 qualifier and winner of the cash yesterday. Kestrel Lane, 962, against Chantel van Loon from The Hague in the Netherlands. Chantel is 13. .10.03, way off for Liam that time. And 10.16 for Chantel, breakout by nearly a tenth of a second. Well, this could well be your final round matchup come tomorrow. Defending national champ, nothing but national champ actually, Phil Pratt in the Slick Tricks lane with Satan's Lady. Very immaculately turned out bike, and Phil is one hell of a rider too. However, he's up against another guy who really knows how to ride. Coming up from the junior drag bike ranks, it is Scott Collier, the whole Collier family down there on the start line once again in the Kestrel lane. Scott's number 960. Now Phil will get there first, but it's all about being close to the number. 908 and 967 for Scott. No help for either. But at least Scott's bike's consistent. I think he went 66 a couple of times yesterday, went 67 that time round. So, not far off at all. Your next pair, Michael Gooding, Kestrel Lane, 899, and Justin Morton. .99 plays 10.20 this time round. Both a little too eager to get away. 897 at 150. Breakouts for both. 500's one lane, 300's the other. Okay, Jake Bowden. Possibly the most unaerodynamic design of motorcycle, but probably one of the more fun ones to ride. Kestrel Lane, 1198, against the one and only Casey Holgate. Another graduate of the Junior Drag Bike School of Drag Racing.
Doesn't look like Jake's got his foot on the pegs at all in this one. They're just sort of hanging in the side of the bike. Breaks out by 500s. And at 12.87, 98 miles an hour for the Holgate machine. Well, we just have ET bike and 950 bike to go, and then that will be that cycle of qualifying completed, and they'll be on to Junior Dragster for their last qualifying session, I think. So Dave Grundy looking for a 10.45. And Nick Bladen, 10.40. 10.50 and 10.59. Dave Grundy moves up from number 10 to number 3 with that run, just 500ths off. Nick Bladen, no help for him. 10.59 on a 10.40. How about Chris Venn with the big red machine, the Harley? He is in the Kestrel Beer lane, wants 10.12. And that's Bill Marsh with Armageddon, 10.50. Looks like Chris has clicked it early there. Bill Marsh didn't have the best of start line moments there, so he gets a 12.15 at 118. Chris just rolls through there, 13.83 at 61 miles an hour. But both of these machines capable of going well quicker. And once they get those combinations unlocked and everything working the way it should, expect those two machines to go way quicker than their darlings. Brett Cordell.
9.55 on the board today.
Yeah, sticking with that number all weekend long. How about the legend of John McGill, 10.54 dial-in. Brett's definitely going to get there first, gets a 9.62.
I think that stays put for both of them, actually. Yeah, John with problems, trickles through with a 15-second run. 9.62 for Brett, still nice, consistent. Just not quite close enough.
Robbie Dobby with the Super Penguin, 9.95 for him, and Ryan Davidson, 8.70. But we know this machine can go quicker than that. But good learning this weekend for Ryan. Certainly customized himself very nicely to the machine.
What did he run yesterday? 8.20 something, yeah, wasn't it?
Run actually.
Oh, he was trying to run the number that time. 8.86. Actually moves him up to number 12. Robbie Dobby with a 10.13. Stays put. 950 bike Q4. I do know that got Zoe Hallett. I beg your pardon. I can't remember who broke. Was it Rick? I can't remember. Anyway, Rob Stanley, Dave Hall down there on the line at the moment. I'm thinking of 850, sorry. So really tight at the top for these two. 71 and 65, no help. Dave Hall stays 1. Rob Stanley stays 4. The top 4 covered by 400th of a second. So Rick Sawatsky, perennial class winner. Against Carl Thomas. Carl Thomas having a couple of runs the right side of the number this weekend.
It's almost like Rick Sawatsky going, look, this is my ball. You got to play. You can't play.
Also a 004 night as well. 9.65 and a 55 to Rick. No help for either. If that was actually a race, Rick would have only won that by a millisecond due to the reaction time advantage. So it is Zoe Hallett. Will be the last bike in class, and I think the last bike before we move on to the last session.
It is, yeah. At 9:37.141. So her 30-second run will be her best qualifying number.
It still will, yeah, because
it's the only one the right side.
And it wasn't a breakout.
Oh dear. Right, it is our final qualifying session. It is Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. So we've got Max Taylor and Jack Taylor beneath us, our first pairing.
Now, if you wonder what the young lad who's up here commentating with us looks like, that's him in the very offensive shirts in the Kestrel Lane.
Well, whilst the juniors are out there, we've had Victoria Louise Smith get in touch. Can we wish Grace Smith, which is obviously the Boost Monkey Junior Dragster, a very happy birthday from Mum and Dad. She'll be 13 on Wednesday. So consider that one done.
Oh, 67 for Max. That's not going to help. We're back to qualifying based on reaction times again for the juniors.
Also, Kelly Brewer's been in touch. Can we please say hello to Ellie Fag? Ellie is watching at home. She's missed this meeting. She'll be doing a Duke of Edinburgh Silver Award expedition, which she completed last night. Gutted that she's not here this weekend, watching and supporting the other juniors. And obviously, little brother Finley is racing this weekend, and we know that a shout out will make her day. Absolutely no problem at all. Ellie, all the best. Wish you were here. I know you wish you were here, but we will see you soon. So, Jacqueline Bartlett and Ted Sullivan. Can they get on the front page? They need to go quicker than 048 on their reaction time.
Jacqueline unusually far down the order at 25.
And they're going to stay put because they both go red.
It's things like that and weekends like that that can decide championships at the end of the season, isn't it? When you have an off weekend in qualifying.
But they could be getting their reds out of the way now and go green all the way through limbs. So
is the upside, or the potential upside, definitely. So it is Chevy Check It.
And Neve Deevy, Little Miss Dynamite. We're getting that little rattle again. So let's have a look at these two then. Chev currently number 19, Neve number 20. Let's see if we can get an 048 light or better. Well, we have from one of them. Chev Check It's gone 028. And she goes to number 9 with that one. So 10-place leap. Well done, Chev. Neve goes red again. 02 this time. Daniel Weir and Lola Bell Kent. No help for either, so Daniel's going to say 17, Lola Bell stays 23, but they still use information on the runs to help them dial the cars in later on, 8:27 and 9:13, so they'll use those ETs to get themselves set for eliminations. So by our reckoning, this is the last qualifying session for Junior Dragsters, so this will set the field. Mackenzie Love, currently number 8, and Ellie Mae Brown, number 10. Both away with the 0 lights, but that's going to improve actually. Mackenzie has an 09, Ellie Mae has an 06, but they've already been quicker than that, so in effect no help for them, but they'll look at the data on their ETs and that should help them with their dial-ins in eliminations. Right, Finley Fag coming up to the line. And we know Ellie will be watching and cheering as hard as she possibly can to wish Finley Fag all the best. Obviously Kelly will be watching as well. A very good afternoon to the Fag household. Stuart backs away, so it's all down to Finley now, going alongside Freddie Taylor, currently number 2. Finley currently 16. Well, that's going to move things around a little bit because Finley Fag obviously heard the cheering at home, and 029 going to move up to number 13. From number 6, no, sorry, number 10. Excellent job. Freddie Taylor stays at number 2 with an 05, but Finley Fag up from 16 to number 10. Well done. Next up, Tom Peters and Ada Cassisi. Ada currently 16, but with an 04. That's how tough it is in Junior Dragster this weekend. Tom Peters will need to go quicker than 04 just to get on the front page. Oh, 05 for Ada. No help for Tom there. He's going to stay put. And in fact, Ada will stay put as well, but good 05 light nevertheless. All right, these two doing very well indeed. Teddy Howe, number 3 qualifier with an 017. Harley Corsell, 024 in the number 6 spot at the moment. So Marky and Mark bringing Harley up to the line. There's Matt just bringing his lad forward. .049 for Harley. He's already had an 02, and Ted, well, you had an 01, so he had to try and chop the tree down, but missed with an 06 red.
Yeah, Mum's on pushback duties again. So this will set the field, won't it? This will be
Yes, it is, yeah.
the one that sorts out pairings for later on today.
Right, Harry Redshaw, Luke Mugridge. Harry currently 7, Luke number 5. Right, so Harry at the moment is on an 024. Luke is on 018. So it's going to be tough for them to improve, but there is space at the top of the leaderboard. And, 001 red for Luke Mugridge. Harry, no help with the .15. So, in effect, they're going to stay put. But a real cracking effort there from young Luke. 0012 red.
So, tell me the story I think you have before with Liam McDonald's crash helmet, because it's signed by loads of people. I'm glad I brought that up now.
You're asking Tom or me?
Well, either.
Sorry, I don't know the story.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I don't
apologise. There's me thinking one of you did. Sorry, I apologise. I half know the story, but I wasn't going to say half of it. I do apologise because I just spotted it out the window again. I thought one of you fellows might know.
I do know the story of the fact that the McDonald family are always out there promoting the sport and promoting the juniors and doing a huge amount for drag racing in general. And thank you so much for everything that you achieve and try to achieve and want to achieve.
I think they need to be sponsored by Skoda. They need to get a free car.
Yeah, really. Look at that 019 for Liam.
Need to get a roof rack as well.
The way they go racing is brilliant. I love it.
Liam stays 4, Harry stays 24 actually, with a .14. So Richard Wilcox, we just saw him a little while ago, a very short while ago actually, a junior drag bike. He's in the Slick Tricks lane. He's number 21 in junior dragster. He's a bit higher up than that in the bikes. Just read as well, he may be double classing because Kimmy's not racing this weekend.
Oh yeah.
Emmy Cromwell from Red Hill in a violet haze. Kestrel side of the racetrack.
Newly winged car.
The what, sorry?
It's newly winged.
Newly winged?
Yeah.
So glad that was what you said. It's one of those misheard lyrics things, nearly right then. That was oh so close. That was 004 for Emmy that time. Red, unfortunately. 0.16 for Richard. I don't think that's going to improve his number 21 qualifying position. He will be around to race later on, though, most importantly.
All right, Kai Cooper, number 13, 038. That's Damien Redshaw down there, number 19.
Now, the interesting thing you see in this session is some of the juniors are going back to the middle of the groove. Because basically there's like an ideal grip that these cars need to basically not bog down and then not spin. Because if the track's too sticky for these cars, they literally will get stuck and then you won't be able to roll them forwards. And at the minute, it's right in the middle of the groove.
Well, unfortunately, Damien's deep stage, which was probably what made him red light, maybe not by that much, but that was a 08 red. Kai Cooper also with a 07 red. So is it just because the track's colder maybe, or just not as sticky?
I'm not sure. It's just that's where it tends to be at the minute.
So Jake Cooper, who is your number 1 qualifier currently, can he hang on to it? I think this is the last pair actually. Oh no, it's not, beg your pardon, still more to come. Can he hang on to it to go into eliminations a bit later on today?
Yeah, once again, happy birthday to Grace Smith. Birthday is coming up on Wednesday in the week. She'll be 13 years old.
And this car of Grace's is brand spanking new. Was imported for this season. It's a lovely car.
Do you know, I've just worked out another way for you and me to feel even older. Right, is that Grace is coming up to being 13. That means that she was born 3 years after we started doing this job. That's scary.
How old are you, Thomas, now?
I'm 20.
So he was 7. No, he was 5 when we started.
Oh, thereabouts.
Oh, look at Grace Smith. Hello, new number 1 qualifier. 0002. Number 1.
Yes. That's what you call a birthday present.
Yeah.
And good enough to take the money if it hadn't gone already, actually.
Yeah, perfect light. Well done.
Took it off the young lad in the other lane as well, just to add a bit of...
What's an early birthday present? Got some spending money. Oh, no.
Oh, no, it's already gone.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, curses. But well done. Well, there you go, Victoria.
Lots of celebrations going on behind the tower. They're told that basically, if no reaction time comes up on the boards, but the green light's on, that means perfect light.
Yeah, you got it.
Because obviously they can't just display zeros across the board, so they just don't do anything.
Right, Emily Moore, the Miss Hyperactive Machine on time trial.
Didn't bog that time. She's pedaling it at the top
Soaring
end.
away, yeah. No, well done.
Right, we are done with Junior Dragster for qualifying. Next time you see them, they will be racing. It is the last session for, well, just about everything, actually. For
Rogerstein Pro ET.
Yeah, Pro ET coming up now.
Now, obviously, we did have an oversubscribed entry, if you like, for Pro ET, but with a few not here. So it will be, all of the cars that qualified will be racing. Unlike the situation we had at the first meeting of the year when there's about 7 of them that didn't
get in.
So quite tough.
So the inimitable form of the defending national champion, Brett Featherstone, down there in the Slick Tricks lane with Nova Scotia.
What's interesting here is Brett is 8, Darren is 28. In points, that's 200 points difference in qualifying.
2 rounds, I think.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So that is why qualifying is so important.
Very much so. Yeah, and it can be won and lost in qualifying throughout the year, actually. So Brett rolls it in. I'm sure Darren looking to do better than 28. He's currently number 28, looking for 11.54.
In fact, that was a lovely launch from Darren. Usually has a bit of a wheel spinning start, considering that is a drift car.
Oh, 9.51 with a 5. Darren Huxley stays put. 25. About 0.3 of a second off what he dialed in.
Right, Dan Fulton, 10.17, his target, going alongside Mark Huxley, doing very nicely in the number 3 spot.
Yeah, 9.86.
Quick look. Yeah, we got 2 of them on there, dial in, and then the next 5 are just 0-1 off. Cracking lights up here. The better one actually to Dan that time.
Oh, dear. Keep him away.
Oh,
dearie me.
9.85 with a 9. Oh, 8/10 thousandths of a second breakout.
An extra biscuit for lunch. That would have been perfect.
If he'd
I think
staged,
that would have been it.
Like,
millimetre.
2 inches deeper, that would have been it. Could have even been an inch.
yeah, so if you want to know how
rollout.
cutthroat bracket racing is, that.
Yeah.
He was that close to his dial-in, but it just doesn't count because he's too fast.
No matter how much quicker. And also in eliminations, it's whoever breaks out by the least that wins.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever is the least worse offender. Nick Mugridge, wow, down at 25. And Ronnie Mercer at 26. That is a bit of a shock, actually.
Well, Ronnie's running without the nitrous again this weekend.
And Nick's just trying to nail the number down. 16, there we go. That's what we've been waiting for. Number 8 qualifier for Nick Mugridge. Finally.
10.85 for Ronnie. Doesn't move him anywhere at all, so he's going to stay put, but well done, Nick.
What's weird is Pop seems to be a bit more consistent when he's got the nitrous on it. You know, he tends to get the dial-in bang on.
Yeah, I think as Thomas came up with a very good point there, actually. The quicker the car is, the smaller the window of error, if you like.
Also, with cars like that, he's obviously got that car set up to have nitrous.
Yeah.
So without the nitrous, he's not loading the suspension up, the tyres up, the wheelie bar, all of that sort of thing.
That's pretty good on both sides. Warren Watts in the Camaro is number 10. Marie 24. Marie moves up 3 spots with a 72 on a 67. Number 21 qualifier, 500ths off your dial-in. Dearie me. A 9.16 for Warren Watts, so 1100ths off. No help for him. Okay, Bailey Ashdown, who had possibly the breakout of the century yesterday. Good second quicker than a dial-in, I think, wasn't she? Had the Super Pro setting in the car rather than the Pro ET one. 920 is what she's after. Looking on Simon Fulton with the Blitzkrieg Falcon. So am I guessing right? Is the Falcon for sale though? I thought it was.
It was. I think he's going to keep it just for the time being until something else comes along. Oh, missed it by 100th.
9.35 for Bailey Ashdown. Actually moves up to number 28, so she gets off. It's not the bump spot, but the last qualified position.
Stevie Gates with Ziva, the Duster, from the Hailing Island squad. Going alongside Simon Rickwood, bossing over 9.76. Well, Simon, very proud of the fact that he PB'd at the last event, went into the 9.5s. Or was he even 9.4? I can't remember now, but he was very happy with that. But then all the racers with the naturally aspirated cars just revelling in those air conditions and the track conditions. Tailwind. A lovely wheelie there from Simon. Gets a 9.69 breakout on that particular pass. Stevie Gates, though, moves up to number 25, 9.63.
That little hop that Stevie's car does as he gets on the two-step seems to be getting a little bit more aggressive.
I think it's because the driver's getting more aggressive. Laura Bainton and John Bean. John, number 2 qualifier. Outstanding from him this weekend. Considering the car, as we described it earlier, being a bit of a space hopper on the front suspension, but calmed down and it's working well now. So Fords of different continents. Got the Capri from Europe and obviously the Mustang from the States.
Oh, look at Laura. 001 on the tree. Do that all day long tomorrow, you'll be around for a long time.
Oh, John Bean's done it again, 9.60 with a 4. He's actually improved.
Yeah, but he's dialed 9.57.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at what he ran before. He should have stuck with that 9.60. He'd have been all right.
Laura broke out by 0.04 of a second. So Pete Dodd,
is
again.
he sticking with 9.16 or is he going to go 9.2?
No, he's 25.
Oh, he has gone 9.20. This goes in the 9.1s now. This is what happens, isn't it? But
that's the advantage of running 2 classes, isn't it? Especially opposed to bracket, because you can figure out what you want to dial for the other class by virtue of what you ran in, well, funny enough, the other class.
When you think of what would you reckon the fastest car in the class would be, you wouldn't think it would be a huge red pickup truck, would you?
Nice problem to have, though.
That's driven by Harley J. Darby. I think I might start calling him Harley Quinn because he is a certified lunatic at this point. You see the way he drives this thing, and he's only 16 years old.
It is still a bit mind-boggling.
Very capable job of doing it.
He's not allowed to drive on the road.
Yeah.
However, he's allowed to go nearly 160 miles an hour in his dad's pickup. It's a very nice looking run.
Finally, the dial-in adjustment works for Pete Dodd. He goes to number 3 with that one. Hits his 9.25. Well on, team. 8.93 for Harley J.
Up to 22. Not much of a move, but he's going to be tough when it comes to racing. I don't think he didn't get to race at Easter, did he?
No, he didn't.
He did qualify, but this will be his first elimination day.
I think it was a tyre issue they had. The tyres were worn out, and they didn't want to push it any further, so they waited till they got the new boots. Obviously, they're now on the truck.
He's also fitted a splitter to the front of the car as well now, if you've seen. So 2 ex-juniors then. Ooh, issues for Tom Kay.
That's gone silent.
Jess Bishop's going to look to run a 9.19. Does 9.17. Now, the interesting fact about these 2 cars, or drivers at least, is they both used to race in junior dragsters, and they both used to drive the same car.
Is that right?
So Tom Kay drove it as the black belt car, and then he sold it to Jess Bishop, who ran it as Nightmare.
Ah, right, yeah. It's a great thing with the junior dragsters because they have a limited lifespan with each driver because they grow either too old or they grow out of them and they then get handed down. So that's why junior dragsters have great stories behind them. Especially if it wins championships. It's like, that used to be, that car's won how many championships now? It's won 2 with them, 2 with them.
Which leads me to the next question I don't want to ask, which is, I wonder what is the longest serving UK junior dragster? I reckon there's one around from 25 years ago.
I think it will be the Santa Pod SPRC stock, because that was built in the 90s by the Houses.
So that's probably one of the first ones, isn't it? It's not necessarily, well, it doesn't get raced all the time, though.
No. I think that one might be actually the one that them 2 drivers drove, Tom and Jessica, because that was campaigned by Nick Mugridge.
Blimey.
03 for Neil Watkins. He was wide awake then. 11.35 is his target. 9.85 for John. Neil moves up 17 to 10 at 11.37, but no help for John on a 9.97. Pro ET, what a class. But yeah, you're saying about the Santa Pod Juniors, they are out most weekends.
Yeah.
And with Andy Fenton teaching new drivers all the time. And then, of course, they then, in effect, say, well, do you know of any for sale? So Andy's like going, well, that one is, that one is. And that's how it works now.
Yeah, Junior Dragsters roping parents into spending lots of money for 25 years.
Hey, you're on the market for a junior, is that right?
I'd fit in it, mate. I don't know about anything else.
Lee Morris and Mason Griffiths. Jaguar E-Type 1010 on the dial-in, and Mason 906 with the Dragster.
Two of the more different power plants, although the LS Dragster in the UK is becoming more and more popular. Especially the LS power plant. It's very common in the States, but not in the UK.
Nine 10 and 10-14. They're going to stay put. Mason 5, Lee 15.
Of course, Lee Morris's car is a Jag straight 6 with nitrous.
Dave Rudd with the Banzai Cobra 965, and Dave Cherritt 9.90. Just actually noticed how high up Dave Rudd sits in that car, actually.
Good bracket car. You can look left and right.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not sure if it's the fact that he sits high or the body sits very low.
Yeah.
Probably a bit of both. 0-1 light for Dave Cherritt.
Well, Dave Rudd moves up 4 spots there to number 12. 967. No move for Dave Cherritt at 998 on a 990. Simon Innes with the Plum Crazy Barracuda, and Dave Crowhurst with the Camaro. He wants 915. Simon 1074. Dave's going to get there first, gets a 933. Simon 1077. They stay put. 28th Dave, and Simon stays number 6.
Commiserations to Tom Kay being turned up the side of the track. Hopefully you'll get the issue sorted.
So Watkins versus Watkins, and Tom with Doris the Charger. 904, and Amy with the Firebird, and that a bird, 954.
I wonder if they said to their dad when they were kids, "Dad, when we grow up, we want to race muscle cars," and you went, "Yeah, right." Or was it, "Yeah, right"? Yeah, that'd be good.
I love something like that. Breakout for Amy. Tom finds a couple of spots to move up though. 19 to 17. He's on a 907. On a 904 dial. All right, Dave Fulton, number 1 qualifier in Pro ET. Considering he was a DNQ at the last event, that's outhouse to penthouse definitely.
And Supergas.
Really?
Is he number 1 in Supergas as well?
Because him and Stu Doyle both ran 9.9023.
Yeah.
But he did it first.
The maddening thing about it as well.
Oh, he's going to be insufferable tonight,
Oh,
isn't he?
mate.
Oh.
Yeah, but hang on a minute. You probably made up for it a few weeks ago at Easter when he was a DNQ.
Yeah.
Come on. Yeah, but 3 weeks ago, whenever it was at Easter, He was only like 2 thou away from being number 1 qualified there.
He was,
he
yeah.
was just the wrong side in both classes.
So Will looking for a 982, Dave 950. No help for either. 10th off for Dave, actually.
Do you know, I love the impartiality of UK-based commentators, that they don't like someone being number 1 qualified because they're going to be insufferable, right?
Oh dear. Oh, there is real good banter in, well, Super Gas Pits, and obviously Dave and that all double classing. So it's quite amusing. Some interesting conversations in the pits in the evenings, I can assure you. Not only that, my caravan is right next door to where the Fultons are pitting as well.
Yeah, don't be surprised if you get birdseed on your caravan tonight.
Oh, what? Is Dave going to move it onto mine from his then? Oh, right, okay, I didn't think you were supposed to say that.
Good idea. So, a quick run for the 2-seater. Colin's just whizzing through the iPad to find out who it is.
Oh, for some reason it's
not behaving, though.
Yeah, here we go. Right, James McFarlane is the passenger this time, from Buckinghamshire, and the basic words from Paul Brown this time: having a drag racing experience for the first time. So, wow, it's the first time here or first time on the track, but either way, he's really going to enjoy this.
What's technically known as the full Monty, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know, I've very got to share this story while I remember it. Paul Brown sends Colin the list of passengers each day. He sent it to me last one of the events last year, because obviously it was just me. And the last message that Paul Brown sent me before that was 10 years ago. And the message was, I live locally in Bedford, I want to get involved in drag racing, what do I do? How unbelievable is that he's now doing what he's doing and having all the success that he's had.
I find it totally believable he didn't speak to you for 10 years, though.
Mate, that's what most people aspire to.
Oh, dear.
In fact, most people that live in my house aspire to not speaking to me for 10 years, let alone everyone else. I just thought, as stories go, that's
pretty good.
Really cool.
It's pretty cool.
Well, just quickly, I've just got a message from Craig Wright. Obviously, he had issues in 850 bike, a little bit of a leak, and he's just sent me a picture of a Jubilee clip.
Oh, is that it?
And
well, at least that was it.
And he said, I didn't swear much.
Good.
No. Very good. I heard you was quite a saintly type of guy, Craig, and that just proves the point. Not swearing. Well done. Joe Kellett, Tom Atkinson, this is Super Pro ET, the final qualifying session.
I can only guess for everyone waving behind the Cortina that Tom's looking in the rearview mirror, not where he's going. Abbreviated burnout as well for Joe, did you notice that time?
There's obviously a camera on there, isn't there?
009 light for Tom.
Joe Kellett's day 6. 8:46 for Tom, slowing up a little. He dialed 8:42 though, so not that far off.
Yeah. There's a Kirsty or Dibs. Is there a camera on the back of Tom's car there?
Could well be, because
Could be a
everyone was
GoPro
waving
or
when he left.
something.
Yeah, it's got to be that. Have you ever seen that video? I remember watching it from years and years ago. A video, an onboard shot of Clay Millican's Top Fuel car with a rear-facing camera, and my God, it's one of the most awesome things I've ever seen.
I think Anita Michaela did one a few years ago as well. I'm sure I've seen one here, yeah.
It's just amazing.
So quickly how human
Everything
becomes so
disappears, yeah.
small. So Alan Didwell, your current number 1 qualifier, dials 768. He slowed up his dialing by 100th. Taking on Ashley Bell with a Teenage Dream Chevelle. Dials 899. That's the slowest you can dial in Super Pro.
I'm not sure what the quickest he's been. I think he's been 9.3, is he? Something like that. Maybe. Another nice Exactly. Look at Ashley Bell. First time in the 8s, I think, for that car. 898 with a 4. Just misses the number 1 spot that's occupied by the man in the other lane. Alan Didwell, last run, dialed 867.68 both times. 867.5, 868.4.
Yeah. And his lights aren't too shabby either. He's, as I say, he's a threat this weekend, most definitely. Right, Brian Pateman and Dave Russell. $8.75 dial-in for Dave, $8.38 for Brian.
Do you know what? The only time your family actually listen all weekend is when you say you ignore them. Amazing, that is. Isn't that great? So yeah, Brian looking for 8.38. That's quite quick for Brian actually. 8.42, not bad. Stays 11, Dave Russell stays 9. Very good afternoon to Evie, Kaya and Elodie, and hopefully behaving for Mummy and Nanny, or hopefully making Mummy and Nanny behave, who knows. But see you tomorrow. Hope you're having fun watching in, and Mummy's making a list of things that I say wrong.
Yeah,
which would be unusual.
Yeah, I'm sure there's another ream of paper somewhere. Well, at least Kelly tunes in and watches.
Yeah. I've just realised we've made it halfway through the second day and your doorbell hasn't rung yet.
Oh, it has.
Oh, it has.
On mute.
Oh, you actually remembered to mute it for once. Well done.
Oh, dear.
So 2 Lucas Oil cars then, Matt Peters and Nick Good. Nick Good in that blown big block dragster you can see in the Kestrel beer lane. He's looking for a 684. Matt Peters looking for a 7.58. Now, I just saw a picture on Facebook earlier, and they had these 2 cars in the Matt Peters Kids Juniors outside of the Lucas Oil van. And that was a brilliant picture.
Yeah, very nicely turned out team, incredibly professional. Great to see them side by side as well.
It's been a good weekend for Lucas, actually. Just thinking about, obviously, you got the 2 T cars here. You got the Hawk Racing Gladiator. We've got their latest delivery in recently, and of course Wayne Nicholson, great ambassador for Lucas, doing very well this weekend. $690 and a $765, so Nick stays 12, Matt stays 4. Rocket Ron Bartlett then. It's so good to see Ron back here at the pod, as Darryl said. Tried to take some time off, and that lasted about 3 weeks, didn't it?
Have you seen the dial-in on Andy Thetford's car?
Yeah, well, he's already been in the sevens this weekend, so why not? 755. And his reason for going drag racing, and he's quite open and honest about it, I just want to go fast.
Fair enough.
That's all.
I think an awful lot of people get into drag racing because of the cars and everything else, cars, bikes, whatever. But the reason to stay in it is the people that you meet, isn't it? You just end up, it's possibly the friendliest place on the planet. Everybody helps everybody else because they all know how difficult it is to do. Everybody doesn't have endless amounts of money to spend doing it. In fact, most people have no money to spend doing it, frankly. It's a lifestyle choice, I think, is the phrase.
Best way to put it.
Yeah.
Andy building up the boost.
Brilliant launch. I think he did have a little bit of pedal, and a bit of a backfire at the top end.
Still goes 8.15 at 148 down on the terminal speed. Rocket goes 8.31 on 8.29, stays put at number 7.
Well, even though he's not racing the whole championship, he could really screw things up for some people tomorrow in the nicest possible way, obviously.
So here's one to divide the fans. You've got Chevy Camaro looking for an 868, and then your Ford Mustang looking for an 885.
Well, I do consider the Huxleys good friends, but come on, Stu.
Mr. Impartiality.
That's it. Yeah. No,
Best
actually,
thing-
Lee was really
Go on.
nice to me yesterday, actually.
I love the way you sound surprised by that. It probably won't happen again.
Nice wheelie for Lee.
Good looking race all round.
Oh, yeah, now Lee Huxley well and truly back, got that car dialed. 885 with a 6 on an 885. Good job there. 873 and a 68 for Colin Morris. Sorry, Stuart Morris.
That's only good enough for 6th.
I know. But then if you look at the Super Pro,
It's
look at
mad.
the amount of cars that are on their Brilliant.
So I'm guessing, obviously, for the Morris boys, it must have only been an oil line or similar. Thank
I
goodness.
don't think it would have been an oil line, because I think with the amount of oil that would have come out, unless he shut it instantly, I'm not sure. But
could
no,
have
but
been.
there was a
Coolant.
trail of oil. It could have been.
Transmission fluid. But then the thing is, though, is if you leak that much oil, you've got to clean. You spend ages cleaning
Oh, yeah.
everything, 'cause it goes everywhere. It doesn't just disappear, does it? So yeah, that's a bit of an odd one, actually,
Yeah.
isn't it?
We'll find out later on. I'll call in.
So the what? Sorry,
Sorry, go.
no, that's all right.
Daniel Giles then with the Giles and Hartley Racing. This car has been around for donkey's years.
30 plus, to be unprecise.
This car was one of the founding cars in Super Pro, and it is also still owned by the same team it was owned by back then. Barry Giles out front still does drive the car every so often. However, this is Daniel's turn. They're looking for a 734, and in the other lane, Pete Walters of Pete Walters Race Designs. He's looking for a 7.60 in his newly tagged chassis. They had to lower the tag because they were in the 7.4s, I believe, last year. So that is a brand new, well, it's not a brand new chassis, but they've done some upgrades, so it's newly tagged to 6.0.
Yeah, they've had new bars around the driver compartment.
Is that right?
Thicker steel, yeah.
.004 red for Dan, as there's a little bit of a sachet around the 8th mile. Goes 739 at 177 mile an hour. But Pete Walters breaks out by 009. Scott Hauser and Paul Marston then. Now looking at the dial-ins, the Giles and Hartley car that you've just seen and Scott Hauser's car are running within a tenth of each other, and yet they couldn't look and be more different. Obviously, Giles and Hartley car, you're a methanol injected big block, and it's not actually that big of a big block compared to Scott Hauser's pump gas carbureted 598 huge big block.
It's all about just about how aggressive they want to be, I guess, with it too, isn't it? One of the good things, one of the reasons it's attractive about Super Pro for a lot of races is that you can build an engine that's over the spec for the speed you want to go, and then just run it consistently without killing it all the time.
Yes.
That's the main thing, because you're not running it all out.
Well, Scott's car could go deep into the 6s easily. However, they do back it down to run 7.3s. Issues for Paul Marston.
Yeah, you can see the car labouring a bit there. 739 on a 37 there for Scott. Obviously, stay number 2. And Paul Marston, 1161 on that particular pass. And he'll take one of the earlier exits at the top end.
Super street bike. This will be Ross Morrison against Dave Smith. Ross Morrison in the Slick Tricks lane. He is on a 6-second bike. Dips his toes into the sixes at the Easter weekend. However, he is currently your number 5 qualifier. It's not where he wants to be at all.
Much more like it for Dave Smith off the start line.
Both looking good.
Yeah, really good. Oh, look at that for a side-by-side run. 7:37 at 1:79 for Ross Morrison. Dave Smith, though, 7:33, 1:94.
Look at the gap at the stripe.
That
001. No, 0001 at the stripe.
Should have been a race.
We've got the finish line cam replay on that. That would be pretty cool.
But nothing in it.
You wouldn't be able to tell.
So Jake Michelle in the Kestrel beer lane. Taking on Al Morrison Jr. This is your number 1 and 2 qualifiers at the minute. Jake's gone 683. Alan's gone 681. And that is with a street tyre on the back. If you hold your hand out and look at the palm of your hand, that is the contact patch that these guys are running on. And they're running 6s at over 215 miles an hour.
$120, 60 foot for Jake, 121 for Alan. And it's a 681
Whoa!
a pair. Look at that. 681 with an 8, 681 with a 6, but 681 with a 5 from Alan Morrison on his earlier run is the number 1 spot. So you couldn't be tighter at the top. 6.815 is Alan Morrison. 6.816 is where Jake Michelle ends up. Wow. Very, very good entertainment indeed from Super Street Bike. It is now jet time.
Absolutely that. I just want to say very quickly, sorry, slightly unprofessional, but there we go. Thank you very much to my wife for sending pictures of the kids at home. They're not wrecking the house, although I'm not entirely sure what they are doing. I think they're having a dolly day or something like that. That's all right anyway. But yeah, I hope they're behaving, most importantly. But yeah.
The interesting thing is you send photographs like, you know, you just took a selfie with me and you sent it to Kelly and say we're at work, hi, and do you get pictures back? If I sent Claire a picture of a selfie of me at work, she goes, "Oh, is that what you look like?"
That's nice to know, isn't it?
Because I've never.
What's wrong?
Yeah,
probably.
that's it. Yeah, one or the other. So let's have a look then. It is Fire Force and Spider-Man. A big shout out actually to someone, and I was trying to get this one timed, so I said it at the right time. Chris Hobson has been in touch. Chris, one of our drag racing super fans, if you like. Hopefully he'll be here at the main event. Chris, I'm sure you will be. But we got Sean Bowe here this weekend. He'll probably be on the banking somewhere. Give us a wave, Sean. Oh, there he is. Yeah, we can see him down there. Very good afternoon to you, Sean. Chris says hi, as if you'd already know that he would be doing that one anyway. But he basically said, hi guys, hope you're having a good time and great to see the sun shine on everyone. Shout out to Andy, Kaylee and Sean on the bank. So I'm assuming they're all there. I would certainly hope so. So as the Jets get into position.
Indeed. 2 Jet Dragsters for your viewing pleasure this time. The Fire Force number 5 Jet Dragster in the Slick Tricks lane. Martin Hill at the helm. Definitely Europe's quickest and fastest, no, not fastest, quickest jet car. Possibly the quickest one outside of the US as well. The one thing we do have to say is the jets are constrained by various rules too. I'm sure they could go quicker and faster, however they do have to behave to a certain extent because they are 100% exhibition vehicles. In the Kestrel lane though as well, it's going to be the Spider-Man, a beautiful new Spider-Man Jet Dragster of Julian Webb. Now the Webb family has been around in drag racing for a long, long while. His dad Roy used to run, funnily enough, the Spider-Man Altered.
That's right, yeah.
If you remember, way back when. The injected big block Altered, that was really cool. He also ended up with what was the sneaky glowworm funny car too.
Oh, I didn't realise that.
Yeah, I think he did. It was. I think he might have rebodied it past. But anyway, yeah, he's been around. The family have been in drag racing an awful long time, and then Julian dabbled his toes in when he bought the split-second Jet Dragster. This is no fun though, because everyone on VIP know what's coming.
They
now.
do know, yeah.
Never mind. see Tom's disappeared at the right time. Colin, you are now officially a cake.
That's right.
Look, it's a coronation cake with Colin the Caterpillar. That's very cool.
That's got to be Marks and Spencer, surely. Other retailers are out there.
Exactly, and Evie said it's like Daddy's friend. Fantastic. Although Colin the Cake is not a name you now want, is it?
No.
Probably Colin the Cauliflower, is that better? Something a little more carrot?
Yeah. Just the artwork on these two dragsters
awesome,
as well,
yeah.
really good. The Georgian Dragon scheme on Fire Force 5, and obviously the Spider-Man design by Pete Walters Race Designs.
I love the front wheels on that. They look like one-off.
Oh,
I think it was Graham Sykes that machined those, wasn't it? Off the top of my head. Martin with a beautiful run with Fire Force 469 at 202 miles an hour. Julian in the Kestrel lane 505 at 221. What a fabulous show. I think you will agree, everybody. And miracle of all miracles, the monitor's still working. Nothing fell off.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing.
0.95, 60 foot there for Martin. Outstanding.
Yeah, that's the whole lightness of the car.
Yes, it is,
sort
yes.
of power thing, isn't it, really? Just what's coming up, Cole? Sorry, if you don't mind. Oh. Give him a big cheer, folks. We getting into the second round of...
I would imagine so, looking at the time frame, yeah. So Comp Eliminator Pro Mod. Yeah, Comp Eliminator head of the lanes at the moment.
So we're down to there.
Yeah, it's not bad.
No, not at all, actually. If that's the time. Oh, it's not, but okay.
Well, there goes the teams to go and collect the two cars from the top end, the Fire Force team and, of course, the Spider-Man team. Yeah, so looking in the lanes, it will be Comp Eliminator, Pro Modified Top Fuel Bike, and Oklahoma Willie will be down there somewhere, and also Fire Force 3. So Martin Hill's going to have to run back. Okay, just a little bit of track prep after the last pair of cars go down, so then we can come on with Comp Eliminators. Nitro FM 96.2, you're going to take the airwaves over for a moment. We will be back very, very shortly indeed. Festival of Power.
Look at that run from Jason. 482 at 206 miles an hour. I must admit, I thought that was going to be quicker than that. Just very quickly, Mark Hawk.
That is a beautiful looking run, arrow straight all the way down Broadway to a 6:22 at 224 miles an hour. Top Fuel Dragsters here then at the Festival of Power. Suzanne Kalin and Ida Zetterstrom. They basically using this as a test session for, as we know, the main event, where we expect to have 6 Top Fuel cars. And as Daryl said, the biggest entry that we've seen at Top Fuel here since 2019. And oh boy, we really do look forward to having them all back. These two were racing very well last year, second and third in the European Championship. But Ida, European record holder in the 3.7 second zone. Had their first hits of the track yesterday for the season. Both of these cars, of course, at the Runefield stable, just base past the finish line here at Sandpond Raceway. Well, I hope you're all enjoying the coverage online as well as here at the track. As here we go, Top Fuel Dragster.
Well, Sudan did exactly what she was told 2 times in a row. Lifted around about half track. I think they must be getting a bit sick and tired of Ida's car doing that. I can't imagine that they haven't had it in a million pieces 5 times in a row.
Dragster.
Well, Sudan did exactly what she was told 2 times in a row. Lifted around about half track. I think they must be getting a bit sick and tired of Ida's car doing that. I can't imagine that they haven't had it in a million pieces 5 times in a row. Well, unfortunately, if you don't get to 60 foot, can't get any further. It hooked and went, but for whatever reason, it's very, very bizarre because it did hook and go and then just blazed the tyre.
Yeah. So Nick currently number 1 qualified, 9:56 with a 7. Dan currently number 4, 10:81. Probably see wheelies from both, but Nick will carry them further. Not much in it. .962, 1083. So obviously they're going to stay put. Numbers 1 and 4. Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster. Best so far this weekend, 791. Good to have the car back in the 7 second zone. He's got Terry Newton for company this time round. Terry on 920, but a storming 159 mile an hour pass last time out. Terry really does want to get into the 8 second zone with the escort van.
It's really just a case of tweaking it to get the front end to match the back end, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's
definitely.
Kev with his first second run of the year earlier today too with the Fraudster. Well, Kev's going to catch him and they're going to go through the finish line at roughly the same speed, unbelievably. Oh yes, 781 at 175 for Kev Jenkins. In the right direction, 943 at 158 for Terry Newton.
Yeah, he's got the speed well up again, as you say, is just getting the traction at the start, getting it on down there. Spencer Tram and Hamid Jamshed. These are number 2 and number 3 at the moment. Distance for Ahmed is 920. Spencer 1170. Both going to go under that.
Another stonking 60 foot for Ahmed Jamshed, 151. Will this be an 8.6?
Oh,
yeah! 867. The speed's dropped off though, 166. 11.32 for Spence. Do you know what's really nice about that, I just noticed? Is that everybody over the other side of the wall, all the teams to go and get the other drivers, are all applauded that.
Yeah. 867. Fantastic.
So Simon Crowley, sorry Simon, with the trailer green in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. Same index as the cars that you've previously seen, the front-wheel drive ones anyway. That is a very, very good index for a lot of front-wheel drive cars, that, isn't it? Taking on Steve Lloyd with the Blue Pearl. Steve's index is 11.25. However, he's not been that far under it so far this weekend. I think he's run a best of 11.21 or thereabouts, isn't it? I think, yeah. Lovely wheels out of launch. Oh, that's a lot more like it off the line for Simon Crowley as well. 165 to 60 foot for him. 10.35 at 131, going in the right direction. And at 11.14 as well, quickest run of the weekend for Steve Lloyd.
Oh, brilliant session actually for comp there. Ahmed Jamshed, a new PB by 0.02 of a second. But as you say, speed was a little bit down at the stripe. But 8.67 with a 6, he'll take that one. Well done. All right, so that is Comp Eliminator. It should be Pro Modified up next. Unfortunately, we've lost Andy Robinson from this session. Started the engine up in the pits for warm-up and spotted something that they weren't entirely happy with. They need to strip it down to make sure that everything is A-OK. So they're going to skip this session, get it stripped down, and hopefully be out for the last session.
Hell of a weekend for them. Also for Jean Delemont as well. I think he was just about to fire the car, but a problem. He's still well qualified. He's run 6.08, which is a great number for that team. Around about a tenth of a second off what the best time they've run, but obviously you can't run your best run every run. So it's Wayne Nicholson with the Lucky Devil looking to back up the 6.88 from yesterday. 5.88 from yesterday, Darryl. Added a second to his time. Right next to him is Bobby Wallace, who went 5.97 earlier on too.
Yeah, so the number 3 and 4 qualifiers won't be taking part in this session. So it's just the number 1 and 2s, and then obviously with Dave Smith licensing.
Right, so this way round, let's see. It looks wrong.
Your mic also just interfering towards header lanes. They are the next class after Pro Modified.
Oh, great news as well. Dave Smith down for his next run. So Bobby's Camaro over there, the more modern version. Very much a member of the Skinny Bum Pro Mod Club, if there is such a thing. Pro Mods of old used to have big, massive rear decks. Do you remember?
Yes, I do.
I mean, they used to have a picnic on it and sit on it at the same time, pretty much. They were quite amazing. But what with aerodynamic advancements in the body styles, the whole idea now is that the body tapers in at the back, and effectively the back end is sucked to the ground as opposed to pushed to the ground.
Okay.
Not sure why.
Telling Bobby to shut off, and that's why both of them have.
The timing system hasn't finished rebooting. That was the problem before they went through their last pre-flight checks and moved forward. So they will be given another chance to refire and run again in a couple of moments. It's nice to see both of the rights keeping busy in Pro Mod, one on either side of the racetrack. So they push back, cool down a little bit. Yeah, just got to perform a complete timing system reset. So got Dave Smith around there as well with the Stranger Thing. Be interesting to know which run that counts as, wouldn't it? The one that he made earlier.
Yes.
Because it was, we thought it was going to be half track. He went all the way through. No real problem with that. Perfectly well handled and well judged. Do you know what was quite funny? And this is quite an interesting fact too. Is if you notice when he launched, he went to hit second gear and he pedalled it. Then he got off the throttle and then went, oh, I should be keeping going. Nailed it again and went all the way through. Really good 6-second run. Another driver who was, when he was learning to drive alcohol engine cars, that did exactly that. Learning to drive an alcohol funny car, and he did the same thing where he hit the throttle and he come off the throttle after about a second, just because of the vibration and everything else as well, which was perfectly normal, but he needed to get used to it and then nail it again. Was the one and only Johnny Lindbergh. Right, and what he would do, I remember him telling me about it, and he said that he thought the car was accelerating like it was supposed to, but he didn't know what it was supposed to feel like. So he thought it was shaking or it was doing something, and it wasn't at all. And then the first time he kept it nailed, my God.
Well, the rest is history,
and the rest is history. Multi-time NHRA top methanol funny car, or top alcohol funny car as it is over there, champion, and one of the world's best tuners and drivers. A stint in Fuel Funny Car as well for a few years, driving for Jim Head. So, yeah, there we go. He's in good company, let's put it that way.
And now has his own shop in Brownsburg, Indiana, building top methanol funny cars.
He does indeed.
Does very well.
Right, just a quick refire for both of them then. Probably short burnouts just to reheat, because I'm sure the engine's got more than enough heat in. Literally to clean the tyres off and warm them back up again. The burnouts are, if you think of people hooning about in car parks, that's not what they're doing. The tyres need to be brought up to operating temperature, and it lays a fresh track of rubber down on the start line. That's not nearly as important with the track prep that we have these days, but in days gone by, it really was. Do you remember back in the days of Fuel Funny Cars when they used to do 2 burnouts?
That's right, yeah. And then the dry hops up to the line.
Absolutely. Yeah, 2 burnouts were the norm, weren't they? So Wayne Nicholson, like we said, trying to back up his 5.8 from yesterday. Slick trick side of the racetrack. Bobby Wallace probably trying to knock a few more hundredths off of that 5.97 from earlier today. Potential side-by-side 5.8s, you never know. Bobby doing a terrific job of driving. Goes 5.94, 242. That would have been a 5.8 if he hadn't done an extra half a mile. All over the place. 60 foot, 0.96. 8th mile, 390 at 191. Wayne's car was a bit off pace from yesterday. A little bit down on the 60 foot, 108 to 60. He was in the 0.9s yesterday, wasn't he, when he ran that terrific run? But still looking for the backup for that 588. I'm sure it'll come. But yeah, Bobby, if you look at the move it made, that kid can drive. Out there at 330, it hooked to right. He had hold of it all the way through, though. Superb job. He's still number 2, though.
Yeah.
Well done to the Wallace family. And I may have said this before, get that man a straitjacket. So Dave Smith with the Stranger Thing. Just having another timing system reset again. Not sure it's going to make it in time for Dave to make this run. Don't worry, the tower in direct communication with the start line. It's nearly there. So hopefully this will all sync together nicely. The timing system will be back up and running just as Dave Smith falls forward into stage. There we go, as if by magic. They're good at that, the Santa Barbara Racers Club. So earlier on today he went, what was it, 6.6 at 2:21 with a pedal. And by a pedal we don't mean stick his foot out and run like Fred Flintstone. We mean he got off the throttle and back on it again. So keep fingers crossed for Dave Smith. I bet you after that run earlier today he's been chomping at the bit to get back in it again and do that again. It's one of those things that's ridiculously addictive. Like he's lost drive.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Because the crew are pushing him forward. He's not going forward.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. That'll be it. That'll be white one in gear.
Yeah, that's a good point. Doesn't need any de-icer on that because that's been
So for the second time today, and hopefully his second ever 6-second 200 miles an hour run. Good luck to Dave Smith with the Stranger Thing 55 Bel Air Pro Mod. It's still going to be quick enough almost. There we go. 7:43 at 174. 106 to 60 foot. That was one of those yes, no, oh, whatever moments, wasn't it, really? Just going to check, actually, very, very quickly. Ah, no, he's not up there. I was just going to say Darren's down there on the start line watching on. So that probably won't be quite good enough to sign off his licence, but it won't be far off.
Yeah, because it needs to be 7.2 at 200 for 2 passes. I think is the official, 199.
It was almost like he was going for the half track then and went, oh no, I've still got to keep going.
Yeah.
Good thing is, though, the car is looking much more settled and stable off the start line, which is pretty much what they're looking for.
Well, it's when you had a chat with Luke, as you said, you've got a good crew on there.
You bet. And there they are. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together, please, for the golf cart going up to get Dave Smith. Having a much better weekend this weekend than back at Easter.
All right, top fuel bike. You can also see Oklahoma Willie around there, and also Fire Force number 3 has made it down into the lanes as well.
One very interesting thing, I've always wondered about this, and I can see them from here, is with top fuel bikes, obviously one of their biggest jobs, main job really, hanging on. And if you look on the front of Neil Midgley's bike, just on the fairing, it's now sprouted Perspex wings on either side of it to keep the air away from his hands.
Oh, yeah.
Can you see that?
Yes, I can, yeah.
First time I've actually seen that on a top fuel bike before, but a very good idea. Interesting also to see Eric Richard looking on. He's in Funny Bike this weekend. He'll be pairing up against Neil in a few weeks' time at the main event because he will be in top fuel bike when the FIM returns to town. control burnout from Neil Midgley. This bike is actually the second quickest two-wheel top fuel machine anywhere on the planet. Definitely outside of America, and there's only one person on the planet that's been quicker than this machine. Not with Neil on it, I might add.
Yeah.
That was with Phil Papaphilippou on it. There is a top 10 list of quickest bikes in the world, and this bike is on it a number of times, I think, actually. Not sure where they're going. We're backing him up, taking the long way round, going straight down the middle. However, that is dead straight.
Right, so Chris just bringing Neil up to the start line then. Neil just makes the final adjustments. Log the tyre temperature for the data. So Neil Midgley then with the Canada Engineering Puma. What can he do this time around? At the moment he's number 2 qualifier with a 6.5. And he's going to stay number 2.
0.99 to 60 foot, much more like it off the start line, but then unfortunately spun the tyre around about 60 foot. I've got a message out there, pin your ears back. If you've lost something very, very important, it'll be very easy to spot who you are because you've got your driver's licence as well in your wallet. If your surname, or if your name is Mr. Hang on, you do that. I'm trying to see again, it's awful.
Mr. Smart.
Mr. Smart. Okay, Mr. Smart, your postcode is... Why am I trying to read postcodes? I can't read names. I'm never going to read a postcode, no. Your address is number 3, The Green. If you can give us the rest of that and obviously match your photograph, then we'll reunite you with your wallet, which is in Signing On. It was actually left in Signing On behind the main tower. So, Mr. Smart, if you'd like to come and collect your wallet with your driving licence, we'd be very glad to see you. Al Smith with the rocket, hoping to get further than he did before. This will probably be the planned checkout half pass. Really interesting talking to Al earlier. It's great to get to know, especially the thinking behind why this bike is going to be so good. It is already, really. Wow, same again. Got about 5 foot before it spun the tyre. Very unusual, actually, for any car or bike to spin the tyres on the start line these days, and both Al and Neil have done it 2 runs in a row.
Brutal machine, though. It really is.
Yeah, well, the thing I mean, one of the reasons I thought it was 3 instead of 4 cylinders was because the cylinder spacing on 4, especially, means that there's very little material between cylinders, which makes them very hot, which means they're not as efficient. That is super efficient. But anyway, they've got one more go a little bit later on today, as have Pro Modified and Comp as well, I think.
Yep.
So we got Perry with Oklahoma Willie.
I mean, one of the best show vehicles that you'll probably ever seen. It's totally unique. Built by Perry himself, basically. I mean, Perry is a very good fabricator and engineer in his own right, and has built some fantastic vehicles over the year. But this one is just a league above everything else that he's ever done. Oklahoma Willie. Vehicle first built by Volkswagen in the 1950s. Obviously, it didn't have a jet engine on the back by then. It certainly has now. Still find it quite staggering that Perry found this in Oklahoma.
How did he find it?
I've got no idea.
I mean, I know it was an old farm truck, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Farm pickup.
He must have had a tip-off or something. I mean, you don't exactly go on Google Earth scouring Oklahoma trying to find one, do you?
That'd be one serious scavenger hunt, that would
That's
be,
it,
wouldn't
yeah.
it? Yeah. Classic car scavenger hunt. You've also got to be hopeful that someone's left it in the middle of nowhere so you can see it, and not kept it in a barn. Nice to see the kids on the balcony warming up. Staging it on the afterburner as well.
Oh, heading towards 150 mile an hour once again. And, well, there we go. 150.1, 1084.
I'd love to know what speed rating are on those tyres, because they're road tyres, aren't they?
Yeah, good point. But fantastic exhibition vehicle, really is.
Yeah, it's great. Always goes down well with the crowd. Thank you very much indeed to the Oklahoma Winnie gang down there on the start line. Fantastic as always. So we have Martin Hill back at... Has he just been down here? He has, hasn't he?
Yep.
However, this time it's with the funny car.
And the entertainment continues, not just here, but also Live Action Arena. They've got their final show just starting up over there now of today, but they will be back again tomorrow. But Live Action Arena, their 3:30 show just kicking off.
So just a quick message out. Well, a fortunate stroke unfortunate message. It's a good one. Could Martin or Andrew or Richard Finch please come to Bankside VIP? Callum is waiting there for you. Bankside VIP is this big building just to the right of race control. It's the one where obviously the bank is, the spectator side of it, where the trader areas and everything else as well. So Bankside VIP, Callum is waiting either for Martin, Andrew or Richard Finch, please. If you'd like to come and collect him, I'm sure he'd be overjoyed to see you. So Martin's under the tower, which means only one thing, which is everyone else has opted.
Yeah, everyone's deserted us again.
We would have a complex about it, but we're used to it. The breeze.
I think it helped a bit when they put the rear leg on the tower to stop it from rocking too much. I think Martin saw that as an invitation. Oh, rocket.
Turn out now. Exactly that.
So coming up after Fire Force, we'll continue with our qualifying, and it'll be, I think, Super Comp.
By the looks of it, yeah. Funny Biker down there as well.
And also VW Pro are down there yet, so they're all tucked in around the corner, rather nicely ready to come round.
This is actually the world's fastest jet car of any description, actually, I think, isn't it?
335, isn't it?
334, 335.
Yeah. Okay, so Martin just bringing the car up to the start line, the start of the measured quarter mile, or the 1,000 foot, or the 8th mile, wherever it is. The start line is always in the same place.
Ian and Richie's hair arranged again. 5.96 at 256 miles an hour into the fives for Martin Hill that time. That was particularly vicious.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Excellent entertainment there.
So we're just going to have a quick reset and we'll be back on with qualifying. Funny bike round the back of the tyre, 6-second, 200 mile an hour machines. Coming your way on two wheels once again. Nitro FM, if you don't mind, just for a couple of moments, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere at all. Round of applause, please, for the Fire Force team. Well, 6:40 at 2:03. Sounded almost pedestrian, actually, for Steve Wool at that time round. That was really bizarre. That was exactly the same thing 2 times in a row. It's just like a replay of Al Smith's run, wasn't it?
Yeah, if you actually overlaid the 2 runs, nigh on identical. So, and that's how he basically got. You see here. Oh, dare I say, that's a poor line, that one. 8:01 at 167 miles an hour. Dan, currently number 9, 9.98. Throttle stops kick in. Throttle stops release. You heard them go there. Oh, 9.89 with a 3. Andy Dibley breaks out. Dan Page, 9.93. So Dave Peters, 7.96. We know he can go at least half a second quicker.
Just realised we haven't seen Lorcan Parnell today.
Roger Moore.
Roger's there now.
Roger's there, good, yeah.
Roger's there now, but we haven't seen Lorcan today, unfortunately. So, Dave Peters, Kestrel lane, low 7-second machine. Your current number 1 qualifier in the other lane, in the Slick Tricks lane, is Eric Richard from France with a 6.58. What can he do this time round?
Two good-looking runs. 6.63, 7.71. Well, that's Dave's quickest run of the weekend so far.
I love that when a 6.63 is a bit ho-hum. We've done that about 4 times now. It's still, do you know the thing about that bike that always amazes me still? The old bike he had, he used to sit on the rear wheel almost all the way up the racetrack. That one is, I don't want to say undramatic, but that's often the quickest, isn't it?
Yes,
when something
it is, yeah.
is undramatic. So Roger Moore with the Box of Frogs. His best this weekend has only been an 8.90. He was a second and a half quicker than that back at Easter. He got a bye run this time. Unfortunately, Martin Zylstra won't be making it to the line. At least he has a few times, so he's qualified. So 7-second funny bike with Roger Moore on board. Different way of doing it as well. The supercharger on methanol. Wisely backed out of it. That was a nice looking run though. A lot more like it. One more go later on today. And we'll be ready for race day.
Just seen a message actually from Lucy Moore, obviously crew with the Boxer Frogs team. Says good afternoon to both of us. She made it here, but dislocated a kneecap last week, making things difficult. So she's actually here, but watching the live stream from the pits.
Ow.
So yeah, glad you made it here, Lucy, but obviously not running around the facility like normal.
Not running anywhere like that. I hope you feel better soon.
Yeah,
That's,
definitely, Lucy, definitely.
Nasty one. Jordan Kenway with Malicious Mandy, that's what they call the bike, in the Slick Tricks lane. Yesterday went 8.49. Looking to dip lower into the 8s. Start flirting with the 7s. Good looking run.
Yeah, excellent.
Brings it off the wall nicely too. And 8.16, 164. Well, I wasn't kidding. Tickle in the 7s. Very good indeed. Congratulations to the family.
I remember his last year in junior bike actually, when he was riding the bike just strangling it.
Yeah.
Not for it to go too quick. And now he's completely obviously
Doesn't
different
have
engine
to.
now, but yeah, totally unleashed. Right, should be a Supercom next, unless there's any
They're right there.
bikes still below us.
I think that's it for bikes. He is out there doing a bit of housework on the start line, and it's Supercomp Q5 coming up, followed by I think VW Pro. Is that right?
Yep. So Richard Tunstall head of the lanes, and also Steve Hudson with the intravenous Model T. Also tucked around the corner there, Comp Bike and also Super Gas.
So we're nudging towards our final session as well. 4:30. Fuel Funny Cars, more jets, Comp Pro Modified, and Top Fuel Dragster as well. Just for a bit of extra fun, Nostalgia Funny Car, and Top Fuel Bike too. And then we start around about 6 o'clock-ish with some of our elimination races, which is going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, looking to finish up today around about 7 o'clock. Track conditions dependent, obviously.
Yep.
So, Supercom 8.90 is the number. Reset my tongue, sorry. Even though it says 990 on the board. So, yeah, Supercom, Steve Hudson in the Kestrel lane. Against
That's it.
the Jammy Dodger himself. Richard Tunstall. Timing system just resetting. They're not having its best day, to be honest.
No.
Trying to take today off. There we go, the screen comes back to life. And we're nearly
Class
there.
is set. There we go.
So Steve Hudson, who is in the alternate in the Kestrel lane, is your #1 qualifier at the moment. Been 8.9 run. There's a little bit of room to squeeze in between there and the 8.90 number. Richard Tunstall got fed up waiting, I think.
It'll still count. Red lights don't matter in quali. 896, 897. No help freedom.
Nicely done for both. It's really good to see Steve Field actually entering Supercomp on a fairly regular basis. It was normally sort of like a couple of events a year, a couple of the big events really, wasn't it? Let's face it, it was the main event of the European Finals. But coming out to play. And very to the year too. That's Steve with the old style dragster in the Kestrel lane. Even though he's the number is 890, he has actually run as quick as 8.1 with this car.
Actually, just thinking of slingshots, it's Bob Hawkins' birthday today, actually.
Is that right?
Yeah, so Bob, if you are tuned in, many happy returns indeed to you.
I thought you were going to say it's only a week to go until the Nostalgia Nationals. The first of a few nostalgia events we have here during the summer. Not sure if Steve Field will be back next weekend. Running with the Wild Bunch. Leah Kellett, currently number 2 qualifier with an 893. 906 is Steve Field's closest to the 890 number. Well, on and off the throttle all the way up is Steve. 9 flat for Leah at 162 and a 1020 at 97. Having a big wander that time for Steve Field. He's absolutely fine. Just the car not behaving. Okay, we're on to VW Pro. Ed Keach with the Tangoed Golf, Kestrel Lane. Up against the Green Goblin of Chris Poyner. Oh, wonder what's fallen off of Ed's car. Bit of exhaust or a glove, not quite sure actually. 13 breakouts that time for the Green Goblin. 12.53 for Ed. No help at all. Yeah, what's that? Is that the exhaust?
Can't see anything at all, actually. Bizarrely.
No, it's on the start line there.
Oh, sorry.
He's just picked it. He's walking away with it and hiding it so he can't see what it is. It's obviously something that's probably not supposed to be down there. Don't be hiding it. Come on. Is it a brick?
It's a block of wood.
It is a block of wood. Fantastic. There we go. That's the throttle stop. Ian Dale with the strip burner. Kestrel Lane, 12.20. It'd be interesting to know how that came to be loose. Joe, or even on the car. Joe Hall. That's very, very rapid for very standard looking Golf, that one. .12.25, nicely done actually. Ian Dale moves up to number 4. Joe Hall gets bumped back 1 spot because he broke out.
Right, just a bit of an update for you. This is VW Pro. Be followed by Comp Bike and Supergas. 850 Bike and Outlaw Flat 4. Then we're going to slot Top Fuel and Funny Car in. So they're going to move them up the order slightly. And I'm guessing that's due to conditions.
Temperature.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to complain about that.
No. Well, that's for they'll probably be running on schedule on that. But yeah, so that's what they're going to do, just to bring them up a little bit. Right, this is James Hodson and Graham Fairhead. James currently number 7, Graham number 9. 1065 plays 1050.
Very nice launch, actually, for James that time.
.78, 11.33, so no help for either of them. So Graham stays 9 and 2 spots ahead is James.
Be interested to know what's done to these two cars as well, whether they're actually, I don't think they're standard by any stretch, are they? Like 12s and 11-second dial-ins for road-going Golfs.
I think
not
Abby's
normal.
is remapped. I don't quite know about Danielle's one though. And then Luke will tell us. Mind you, Abby's could be standard. I don't know. 1307, 1374.
Not quite where they wanted to be. Right, last couple of pairs. Chris Waterhouse with the spectacularly quick four-wheel drive Audi A3. That's definitely not a standard car. I don't think Audi's selling with parachutes on. Can't open the boot for starters. That's definitely not a standard Golf either, that one. Jake Fonda with the Golf van from Southampton. I think it's a big block Ford in there, is that right?
It is, yeah. It is absolutely spot on.
Not only an interesting choice for all of the car, but the power plant as well. Does have a bit of a space hopper look to it though, doesn't it? You know what I mean? The way it wobbles around on the rear tyres, but it's very cool all the same. Chris Waterhouse goes 9.93 at 1:41. I do believe that could be his quickest run ever. Stays number 1. Jake Fonda, though, goes to number 5 with 11.29 on a 16 at 116 miles an hour. I think they're nailing it down.
Right, we're on to Cop Bike.
Right, we got Colin. Don't ever speak again. Got a little bit of clean up to do on the slick tricks lane.
Must be only a little bit.
It is only a little bit. Ian's just sprinting to the tractor. I'd just like to ask his wife if he's as enthusiastic about cleaning up at home, but I'm not going to. I'm sure she'd. Yes, really? I said, is he as vigorous with the kitchen floor with a mop and a squeegee as he is with the start line?
I knew that was coming.
Go on.
He had an oil down in the kitchen.
So yes, he does.
The worrying bit is when he gets the tractor out and starts sledding the kitchen floor, though, Nicky. Surely.
Oh, good problem to have. But well, at least we know he's consistently good at everything. But there we are. But anyway, over to Nitro FM for a few moments while they tend to the start line. It won't be long at all. We've still got Comp Bike to go and lots of other stuff as well. So don't go anywhere at all. I can also see top Fuel Dragsters around the back of the lanes too. So don't go anywhere.
are capable of.
Carrying those front wheels nicely. 07 light. ET is... No, 990 with a 2.
Of course, he's been practicing to run 990 even when he's in Supercomp.
Oh!
Cracking pair of runs from the pair of these side by side the whole way down the track, and he goes 8:51 again, but no improvement as he's all. Bit of a wobble for Stacey. She gets about 100 foot out. She's controlled it perfectly though. She's going to cross the line first. She's going 8:28. Might have it though.
And you actually went into competition and does very well in the class now.
Well, this is a Suzuki GSXR, however, it has got a Hayabusa tail piece on it.
Moves up to number 2 with that one, 8:53.
So Dan's running in comp bike this weekend on Danny Cockrell's bike, and as he says, this looks slow apparently. Oh, never mind. He just went 7:88 at 100. Calming gear, that was front end.
Yeah. All problems there for Darren Shepherd. So Adam Lowe, can he go quicker than 10:93? No. I say that because he went 10.93 with a 0. I wasn't expecting
we are back. Continue.
Might just fire up, just coming around underneath the tower, not coming around the corner. They're already there.
Very nicely. 960, 141 miles an hour once again.
And Matt Jones.
You've got your talk back open, folks. So Chris Neary and Matt Jones. Matt's in the Slick Tricks lane. Hang on a minute. He's not in ET Bike anymore. He's in Con Bike.
Yeah. Wow. Obviously, the long round. Oh. Oh, Matt, I do feel for you, mate. I really do. It's probably the old bit that has given up. Because he was looking down exactly where the issue was before.
Oh, what a shame. But yeah, he switched classes. Obviously wants to run heads up and all out. Unfortunately, heads up and all out means busting stuff sometimes.
992, 126. The other side of the track for Chris Neary there.
So we're going to get the quad out to time off the top end. The funny thing is Matt quite regularly works as part of the top end turnout crew as well. So at any other one of the other events he's not racing at, it would be Matt coming down to help somebody or pushing him off, or generally just being the top bloke that he is, helping everybody out. Yeah, the quad's going to be down here very, very shortly.
Yeah, quad with a little like towable dolly, if you like, which they put the front wheel of the bike in, and it enables them to tow the bike off relatively easily. Also, that dolly is very, very low down as well, because obviously they don't want the front wheel too high in the air, otherwise they'd be riding the wheelie bar all the way back. So, yeah, very well designed bit of kit.
Yeah, we got Nitro Funny Car drivers as well. I can see Kevin Kent getting suited up around there. Egg Dornell, probably wound up is more the appropriate word, by Steve Ashdown too.
Yeah, and that's right. You can see the bike already heading up towards the finish line now, and that'll be taking the first exit a few hundred yards further up. Still got a few more comp bikes to go. Bob's got the wine gums out again, look.
Hey?
Yeah. Yeah, no, we saw them. It's too late. We saw them.
And we know where they are.
And we know where they are as well.
So Matt's bike just making it up to the turn-off. He's still got lots more racing left today, and obviously all day tomorrow as well.
Yeah, so the bike just about to turn left and go through the first exit. But Matt will get the bike back to the bits, and if he can figure out a way of getting it all back together again, then he'll be on that case straight away. Unfortunately, I don't think the taxi service to get off the track takes you all the way back to the pit. So
Is it not?
No,
it might do for him. He might do it himself. You never know.
Might still do a bit of help to retrieve him.
So John McLean running personal best after personal best. Funnily enough, ran as quick as 7. earlier. The unfortunate thing with pushing the envelope with any sort of race machine, whether it's bike or car, is it's just one tweak away from going pop a lot of the time. But they know what they're doing and very, very good at it. Been stepping it up slowly but surely. He's in the slick tricks lane. Up against Mick Wynyard. Mick is currently number 9. He's in the 7s as well. Top 9 are in the 7s. 7.97 is his quickest so far. Good looking run for both. John McLean's over the stripe first to another 7.68, 174. Mick Wynyard 8.17 at 172. The big difference was in the first half of the racetrack.
Right, Sean Mills, Gary Bow. Oh, been told to shut off straight away there for Gary.
Oh, something's gone pop.
Yeah,
and,
definitely.
I think they're sprinting for the mops, is what they're doing. So it will be Sean Mills on his own. Pointing towards his traditional point on the wall. A little bit more like it, but still not quite as quick as usual. 8.30, 177, used to be in about a second quicker than that. Yeah, we've got loads of rags going down here underneath the tower. So really unfortunate incident for Gary Bow. Not quite sure what it was. Not sure whether we're going to continue running one lane just while they take care of that. Yeah, because it's way behind the start line. We can keep going, basically. Just down to one lane while they take care of that.
So Paul Hambridge then, the silent assassin machine. 7.26 is where he is at the moment.
That's pretty stout. That's knocking on his quickest ever.
Yeah, well, he's 200 miles an hour now.
He's been at it for a long while, Paul Hambridge. Right, that's not going to improve.
Box full of neutrals, unfortunately. Eventually finds the gear to give him some drive to get across the line, but 13.35, not entirely what he wanted there.
Cleanup is commencing with the shoe down there in the burnout box in the Kestrel lane. Unfortunately, it's cleaning up oil that's on water. So, Len Padgett on a bye run. Len's quickest run of the weekend is an 8.04. I think he's been in the 7.3s before with his stocker. Clean looking run. 8.44 at 154. Clean but not quick. And I say that in a surprised manner.
Right, Anastasiak, the sweet but psycho machine. 8.69. There she is at the moment. Well, that's as straight as you want. 863 finds another 600ths.
And knocking on the door, 160 mile an hour as well. So Dave Thomas warming the tyre on the Kawasaki underneath.
Boost came in late there, but by goodness me, it did half kick in, didn't it?
He's lucky the front end didn't shoot skywards. That time does not go with 171 miles an hour. 9:55. Track crew doing their thing down here in the Kestrel lane.
Next up then, Jasmine Cordell.
Yeah, again, Facebook is a great way to keep up with what people are doing. And Jazz posted last night, downside of running quickly with a gearbox in 1,000 bits last night. So she's run as quick as 7.92.
And that was confirmed as her first ever 7 as well. So thanks to Kerry Ann for confirming that for us yesterday.
But keeps it nailed. Will this be even quicker?
Go on. Oh, 823, 148. That wasn't for the want of trying at all. Dan DF, the side chick machine. This is 850 bike.
Although you wouldn't know it after his last run.
Not after his last run. So I'd imagine he might have his sensible head back on again now. Yeah, 853 with a 5 from 7 up to number 2 with that one.
Yeah, that's a bit more like it. He was saying last night that they were just a little bit off at Easter in qualifying and been a little bit off here at qualifying until that point. So, Alex Gordon. Alex currently number 7. And he will stay number 7. I don't think that's not going to improve at all. I think Alex is going to roll to a stop about 1,000 foot.
He has now, actually, yeah. And here comes said quad with the cradle on the back. And he literally, as you say, Dale, has stopped
at 1,000
right
foot.
next to the 1,000 foot marker.
Just to check it out, of course. Now, the thing with the oil that goes down in the burnout box, because obviously there's water mixed in with it as well. They tried to wash it off. The shoe sucks a load of it up, but they're also scraping down there as well, just to make sure there's no residue left. Because even though, there we go, Holly puts a few bits of flaming tarmac, or flaming rubber actually, in the bin.
It's also not a case of, oh, we'll just drive around the burnout box and then do it. We can't do that. You do have to go through it as such. And that's all I know. We'll do a burnout in the slick tricks lane and then cross over. You can't really do that either. But so the last thing you want to do is get oil in your tyres as well. So yeah, make sure everything is 100%. So as Alex Gordon heads towards the finish line, unfortunately being cradled by the dolly that's on the back of the quad bike there. So Alex will disappear through the first exit just past the scrutineering building. And the slick tricks lane will be ready once again as continue with 850 bike. Let's have a look. Got 12 bikes in 850. Let's have a quick look. Actually, let's have a look at the order at the moment. Number 1 is Keith Wright, and he has been on form all weekend long. If you consider Dan Dieth just went into the number 2 spot with 853, Keith Wright has had 3 runs between 850 and 853. He's been really, really good this weekend.
Very hard to
in the
do.
number 3 spot is Jay Rowe. Number 4, Martin Hallett. Number 5, Brad Head. Number 6, Stacey Reed. Alex Gordon currently 7. Then it's Johnny Hines, Craig Wright, Joe Elliott, Paul Adams, and Steve Jackson. So this is Paul Adams. So, quick reset of the tree. There we go. That's a 947 at 136. So Paul stays number 11. Right, Stacey Reed up next.
Well, if she wants the couple of £100 for the quickest run, she's going to have to go 7-8 to pick Dan Diaz's pockets this time round. I would say that's slightly
Not gonna
unlikely,
happen, yeah.
although you never know.
Well, she's qualified with an 854. That's a good-looking run.
Had a go
tried.
at
She tried.
8:16 at 171. I bet that was still fun though. Knocking on the door of the sevens.
J Rowe, number 3 at the moment, 8.53 with a 6. That's right, Dan Diaz did really well to get in there. 8.53, 8.535, beats an 8.536 and 8.536.6.
Nice. And a 009 light as well. So, Craig Wright, very best of luck, buddy. His best of the weekend has been an 8.68. Oh, no, unfortunately, Ian tells him to click it off again. As Kat says, damn and blast, starting with an F again. Same issue, twice in a row.
Well, Jubilee clip last time, I can't imagine it's the same again, surely not.
So Joe Elliott with the little bit quick BMW, normally aspirated, all motor. His quickest run so far this weekend has been an 8.74. I think he was breaking out at Easter, wasn't he?
Yeah.
$8.82, 155. Yeah, by normally aspirated, we mean relies on the weather because there's no nitrous to add, there's no turbo helping out.
Johnny Hines with the Morrison and Hines Racing Hayabusa. Has a habit of breaking out going into the 8.4s on quite regular occasions.
Having a stab at the 200 quid, look at that. 806 at 171.
Brad Head, the JKE Raceworks Hayabusa. 8.54 from him.
Clean run at all that time. No. 9.46 at 151. So last, I think, in the class before we go back to 4 wheels again. Just finishing up with the track scrape in Kestrel Lane.
Martin Hallett charging up towards the stripe, gets an 8.57 with a 5. He's already had an 8.53, so he stays put in number 4.
So we're just coming out with the tractor to do a bit of a sweep. We've got a couple of moments. I think ET Bike had just been called into the pairing lanes as well, please. ET Bike, could we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So what was the run order, Cole, up next?
I think it's going to wait and see because the fuel cars are pretty much ready. Yep. There's only one Outlaw Flat 4 down there. I can't see anyone behind him because then it is Super Gas. And as you say, yeah, because I'm only expecting Super Gas and Outlaw Flat 4 before we run Top Fuel and Funny Car, but we'll find out very, very shortly. Well, I can hear a bike engine, but I can also see the tractor on the track, so I can't imagine anything going up there anytime soon. So, just for a moment then, Nitro FM have been here all weekend for us, and if they could take over the airwaves for a short while, we'll be back. And that's right, yes, Craig Wright heading back to the pits. So, Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves over, we will be back with a continuation of the entertainment and the on-track action here at the rescheduled Festival of Power in association with STP.
Fortunately, Tom seemed to just not go anywhere. Steve's up and running. Oh, there he goes.
Jumped out of gear or stalled, one of the two. 16:38 goes. 16:54, that might help a little bit. One of the funniest races was Lucan car. Doesn't sound that quick. It is. Against Phil Jones.
In another 14-second car.
Yeah, 15:17, 15:08, neither of.
However, the giveaway of who's driving is the fact I can see Morgan Wilson on the grandstand.
That is a pretty big giveaway.
Now, the unfortunate thing is the fact that Hazel's not actually that far in front of Caitlin, so I don't know if she's going to be anywhere close to her dial. Yeah, it goes 15.15.
23 cars entered in Sportsman ET. Again, that will be an all-run 32-car ladder. Matt misses a shift.
No, one light for Holly. That'll do her well on elimination day.
All good practice. Oh, so close for Holly. 42 breaks out.
So, when I was racing at one of the junior days, there was someone there with a Mustang, and he went from running a 17.0 to a 16.0 by changing the tyre pressures.
That was it?
Yeah.
Wow, that is a very, very big difference. Bill Wilson, 12:27 stays 8. Simon Swarbrick, 12:55 stays surface. Yep, there you go. You still get the squeak,
Yeah.
you still get the spin. Chris Wynn, Kestrel Lane 15:70 and 13.86 for Steph Pateman, who is already, well, she was number 1, she's now number 2. 91. Steph's on the money again this weekend. 54 with the Ford Focus with an 18-second street car. He just did it. Well, Steve Mellors goes red by 0.8. I'm sure he saw it.
Well, he's looking to run a 15.95.
He's now down at number 11. That's pretty good. 12.09 for God. Yeah, but doing it on your phone and doing it on the racetrack are two different things. That is a 16.10 for Steve Mellors. He stays 11.
But it's the same, I think.
So again, it doesn't matter about how quick the car is. It's about getting the number. And he goes too quick by just over 0.05 of a second. By Ashley, I think we're already way past 18 seconds, actually. Just trickles over the line.
Style transmission, it's definitely a 3-speed.
She ran it in Street Eliminator as well.
Yeah. Dan's car's also no slouch. Oh. The car that Dan is driving. Across the line goes 12.05.
cars coming out. Andrew Bishop and Neil Francis. Andrew's turn behind the wheel this weekend is on a Jack. Currently number 14. He dials 1010. And Neil Francis was 1226.
He's looking for a 990. He's going to be close to the finish line. 991 for Chris Goodale and 990.
Well, if you're not in a decent viewing position, I suggest you get there now. Top Fuel Dragsters have just lined up underneath the tower. The track is pretty much ready to go. I hope you're all going to enjoy this because they have had a feel of what the track is going to give them. Now it's time, hopefully, to get some full pulls in. Suzanne Kalin in the Slick Tricks Dragster in the Slick Tricks lane. And Ida Zetterstrom will be appearing in the Kestrel Beer lane.
Yeah, for Edelbrock, kwauto.com and mstrand.ax. Both cars owned and tuned by the wizard himself, Mr. Runefeld, looking more like a rock star than ever, standing down there. But getting the funds up to fire them up, so here we go. Suzanne's last run was supposed to be to half track. I think she clipped it slightly early, but it was on it's been on a great run every single time she's hit the throttle. Ida, unfortunately, hasn't got past the Christmas tree on the 2 runs she's had so far. I'm sure Runa and the team are absolutely on it, working out exactly what the issue might be. It is Europe's quickest top fuel car. So the next sound you hear will be the whir, followed by a burble, followed by the most gorgeous cackle on the planet. So both Jamie and Runa doing their respective jobs, checking in on the dash. They do have an electronic dash in there. where they can see, although the drivers don't really look at it much.
Yeah.
But sets the fuel pressure. The key with these cars is to be consistent. Do everything exactly the same every single time, because there are so many variables. You change one of them, it can change the outcome of a run. It's the difference between running a 3-second 300 miles an hour run or going 3 foot sometimes. So that's why things like fuel pressure, tyre temperature, you see the crews out there measuring the track temperature plenty of times. And it's to make sure that they've got everything set up correctly. The other thing I always find very interesting now, if you look, Suzanne's car is not lined up in the burnout tracks anymore. They don't do that. They used to line them up in a burnout track. It's a regular thing in the NHRA in the States where they burn out of the groove and then line the car up in it, which is totally alien to the way we used to do it, but obviously it works.
Well, the track is so good here anyway. So once again, the nitro fumes fill the tower, and it's almost like a sensory overload as we get ready for top fuel.
So fingers crossed for both this time. Suzanne's had a couple of good runs. Let's hope Ida joins her teammates in pulling the chutes at the finish line this time. Rooney says, off you go, Ida. And Jamie does the same for Suzanne. Look at that. Whoa, big wiggle at the top end for Suze. But we don't get any elapsed times, unfortunately.
Oh.
The timing system, unfortunately, didn't trigger. We got a reaction time for Suzanne. My best guess would be that was probably about a 4.0, about 2:50, because she clicked it before the finish line. Had a really big wander around on the top end. From half track onwards, the car made a move for the centre line. Give the teams a massive cheer, please. That was still one hell of a show, numbers or not. At least I know they got it right. Well, Ida's car did actually get to 60 foot this time, but was shaking before it got there that time. So no tyre spin, but it did actually launch. She's going to have a big headache. Give them a round of applause, please. That was a sterling effort all the same. The thing is, the crew will be able to tell from
they'll download data
telemetry
from that, won't they?
So they'll know what it was, because they've got all sorts of things like wheel speed sensors, drive shaft sensors, everything else as well. They also know how long Suzanne was on the throttle for.
So it would be interesting to actually find out from the data on the cars what that actually ran. What a brilliant driving job as well from Suzanne. The car was heading towards the centre line, and it did have, well, if you're on a bike, that was almost a tank slapper, wasn't it? It was proper tail happy at the top end.
I think she gets bored. I think she does that a lot. The other thing as well that's always interesting to look at from this vantage point is that the tyre tracks are in no way smooth at all. You can see that when the clutch started coming in about 100 foot out from up here, it had a big wobble again, but she kept her foot in it. It didn't go up in smoke. It still kept pulling. It still kept stuck. But that was probably the reason by the time she got to half track that it started moving around, because the rear tyres were actually spinning a little bit, but not enough.
I mean, you can see them from here, but just look at, you can follow the tyre tracks all the way up. It just starts to get a bit loose at the 8th and then swings towards the centre line just before the 1,000-foot blocks. But obviously, you know, that's where the finish line is for top fuel. But that is a brilliant telltale. You can analyse the whole run from those tyre marks.
I think she was trying to write a name, actually, thinking about it.
Yeah.
It is. Although Suzanne's quite a tricky thing to write with the top fueler. She made a start on the S. But yeah, looking from up here, around about 100 foot out, you can see the tyres go through quite a serious wobble, and then The track's narrow even more, which probably meant she was spinning the tyres, which is what made it wheel around and move over towards the centre line. She was probably on that till almost the finish line.
Yeah.
But the good thing for her and the good thing for the team is strong. There was no hint of any damage whatsoever because there was no flash, no flame, no head gaskets making a run for it or anything like that. So all being well, it will still be in one piece, and they will be back again tomorrow. Not sure what they got scheduled for tomorrow, 1 or 2, but...
Oh, well, let's have a look. I can soon tell you. Scheduled, well, in the morning session that starts at 11 o'clock with all of our showcase cars, and they're also scheduled quarter to 4. So, yeah, it'll be 2 runs tomorrow.
Good stuff. Okay, behind the tower we have our next pair of Nitro cars. Possibly the lairiest racing vehicles on the planet. Both looking for good 1,000-foot runs as well. Kevin Kent for West End Motorsport and GSI Insurance in the Kestrel lane. Track crew taking care of business up there just before the top end. Ida's car must have leaked something a little bit, even though the engine possibly wasn't even running by then. Just making sure it's A-OK for the funny cars to go down there. And we have the Gladiator of Mark and Jackie Hawkins. Looking just fantastic, as always. I do think they're wasting space in the back of that pickup because they've got a toolbox in there where they can fit at least another 2 people.
Yeah, it's a toolbox. It's a chiller, actually. Cunningly disguised as a tool. No, I don't know.
I think you're probably right, though. So everything looking good up the top end. The track crew are nearly done. We do hope you've enjoyed day 2 of the Festival of Power for 2023. Obviously, we keep saying it, reschedule. We hope the rescheduling didn't affect your plans too much. There was nothing we could do about it because if we'd have been here 3 weeks ago or everyone had turned up 3 weeks ago, you would probably still be here stuck now, frankly. The fields have dried out significantly since then. And one thing I noticed driving up here as well is that there are still fields everywhere, absolutely full of water.
Yeah, if you take the back way in between Earls Barton and Wellingborough, there is a little humpback bridge that goes through some very low-level land.
Right.
And that has been waterlogged for quite a while, and the water level is quite high there.
Still.
So, yeah. There's a nature reserve there as well. I just can't remember what it's called, but those people that know the routes here to the track will know exactly the route that I'm on about. But, yeah, very, very high water level there.
So they're bringing Kevin's car forwards, which means we're ready to go. Tractor back in place. Engines ready to be started, and a timing system reset as well. So the quickest run of the weekend so far has gone to the Gladiator of Mark and Jackie Hawkins. The last run earlier on today, actually, as a high 4-second pass, really nice looking run. No drop cylinders, no issues at all. The car just hooked, went, and ran well.
Well, they're just waiting for the final nod, basically. But the teams are certainly ready. Coming up after that, well, we do have some of our sportsman classes in the lanes. We've got Superclass down there, Outlaw Flat 4. VW Sportsmen are in the lanes. But also, we'll be having our Jets back down again. Obviously, Comp Eliminator Pro Modified, Nostalgia Funny Car and Top Fuel Bike for their final qualifying sessions. And then the only other 2 classes after that is Nostalgia Superstock and ET Bike. And then potentially going into eliminations for some of our classes later on. Junior Dragster, Super Pro, Pro ET and ET Bike. So Fuel Funny Cars firing up below us here.
Just noticed Bumblebee walking around behind the tower as well. The only problem is I don't think he can reach his ears. So Kevin put in a storming first run of the year yesterday. Absolutely all over the place. Proper funny car run, I would say. Nothing straightforward about it. Jason made one run yesterday evening and another one earlier on today, which was quite brilliant actually. Crews are doing, they lift the body, they unplug the computer that's on the front. Yep, they unplug the computer, set the idle, reset the computer, which records how everything on the car works on the way down the run. Once the crew chief's happy with everything, they lower the body, clip it back into place. Up to the line they go. So both crew chiefs walk away, all down to the men behind the wheel. Gorgeous looking run for Kevin. 4:35, 273 miles an hour. Picture perfect from one end to the other. I don't want to say this out loud, but that's what it's supposed to look like, folks. Jason got to around about 60 foot and the tyres were spinning. Short numbers for Kevin. 0.91 to 60 foot, 8th mile, 3:47 at 2:41. Over the stripe, 4:35, 2:73. He stops right down the end of the shutdown area. I can still see the engine steaming down there. But they put on one hell of a show for everybody. That's kind of how it's supposed to happen, actually, like I said. The crew looking absolutely delighted as well. They should. It's also one of the straightest runs I've ever seen Kevin have.
Yeah, look, gee, he was only just over a 10th off his PB there as well.
Yeah, you got it right. Give the team a big round of applause, please. Outstanding stuff. Unfortunately, they may have some work to do, though, by the look of what's going on up there. Sure, Kevin's absolutely A-OK.
Yeah,
the car was stopped and everything. There's just a little more smoke rising than there was a couple of minutes ago. I thought it was just the engine steaming, but maybe not. Anyway, folks, Nitro FM, hopefully just for a few moments, and we'll be back on with the rest of qualifying and into sportsman eliminations. Moment. I'm thinking of 850, sorry. So really tight at the top for these two. 71 and 65, no help. Dave Hall stays 1, Rob Stanley stays 4. A couple of runs the right side of the number this weekend.
It's almost like Rick's actually going, look, this is my ball, you got to play. You can't play.
Also a 004 night as well. 965 and a 55 to Rick. No help for either. If that was actually a race, Rick would have only won that by...
.9:37.141. So her 30-second run will be her best qualifying number.
It still will. It's currently number 28, looking for 11:54.
In fact, that was a lovely launch from Darren. Usually has a bit of a wheel spinning start, considering that is a drift car.
Oh, 9:51 with a 5.
Cracking lights of hair. The better one, actually, to Dan that time.
Oh, dear. Keep 5. And Ronnie Mercer at 26. That is a bit of a shock, actually.
Well, Ronnie's running without the nitrous again this weekend.
And Nick's just trying to nail the number down. 16, there we go. That's what we've been waiting for. Number 8.
Yeah. So without the nitrous, he's not loading the suspension up, the tyres up, the wheelie bar, all of that sort of thing.
That's pretty good on both sides. Warren Watts in the Camaro is number 10. Marie 24. Marie moves up 3 spots.
I think he's going to keep it just for the time being until something else comes along. Lovely wheelie there from Simon. It's a 9:69 breakout on that particular pass. Stevie Gates, though, moves up. Mistakes.
Oh, look at Laura. 001 on the tree. Do that all day long tomorrow. You'll be around for a long time.
Jessica, because that was campaigned by Nick Buggles.
Blimey. 0-3 for Neil Watkins. He was wide awake then. 11:35 is his target. 9:85 for John.
Yeah, that's power point. It's very common in the States, but not in the UK. 009 light for Tom.
I love the way you sound surprised by that. It probably won't happen again.
Nice
Lovely.
wheelie for Lee.
Good looking race all round.
Oh, yeah, now Lee Huxley well and truly back. Got that car dialed. 885 with a 6 on an 8 steel. Yeah.
.004 red for Dan, as there's a little bit of a sachet around the 8th mile. Goes 739 at 177 mile an hour. Breeze. Issues for Paul Marston.
Yeah, you can see the car labouring a bit there. 739 on a 37 there for Scott. Obviously, going to stay number 2.
Much more like it for Dave Smith off the start line.
Both looking good.
Yeah, really good. Oh, look at that for a side-by-side run. 737 at 179 for Ross Morrison. Dave Smith, though, 733 at 194.
120, 60 foot for Jake, 121 for Alan. And it's a 681
Whoa.
a pair. Look at that. 681 with an 8, 681 with a 6.
Cake.
That's right.
Look, it's a coronation cake. Colin the Caterpillar. That's very cool.
That's got to be Marks and Spencer, surely. Other retailers are out there.
Exactly. And Evie said it's like Daddy's friend. Fantastic. Although Colin the Cake is not a name you now want, is it?
No.
Probably Colin the Cauliflower. Is that better? Something a little more carrot?
Yeah. Just the artwork on these two dragsters
awesome,
as well,
yeah.
really good. The Georgian Dragon scheme on Fire Force 5, and obviously the Spider-Man design by Pete Walters Race Designs.
I love the front wheels on that. They look like one-off.
Oh,
I think it was Graham Sykes that machined those, wasn't it? Off the top of my head.
Exhibition class. Fire Force 5 and Spider-Man.
Martin with a beautiful run with Fire Force 469 at 202 miles an hour.
5 and Spider-Man.
Martin with a beautiful run with Fire Force 469 at 202 miles an hour.
So probably see wheelies from both, but Nick will carry them further. Not much in it. .962, 1083. So obviously they're going to stay.
Run of the year earlier today too with the Fraudster. Kev's going to catch him and they're going to go through the finish line at roughly the same speed, unbelievably. Oh, yes, 781 at 175 for Kev Jenkins. In the right direction, 943 at 158.
Index for Ahmed is 920, Spencer 1170. Both going to go under that.
Another stonking 60 foot for Ahmed Jamshed, 151. Will this be an 8.6?
Oh,
yeah! 867. 21 or thereabouts, isn't it? I think, yeah. Lovely wheels out launch. Oh, that's a lot more like it off the line for Simon Crowley as well. 165 to 60 foot for him. 1035 at 131, going in the right direction. And at 11:14 as well, quickest run of the weekend for Steve Lloyd. Wow, Bobby doing a terrific job of driving. Goes 5.94, 242. That would have been a 5.8 if he hadn't done an extra half a mile. It's still going to be quick enough almost. There we go. 7.43 at 174.
He's number 2 qualifier with a 6. And he's going to stay number 2.
0.99 to 60 foot, much more like it off the start line, but then unfortunately spun the tyre around about 60 foot. I've got a message out there, pin your ears back. If you've lost something very, very important, it'll be very easy to spot who you are because you've got your driver's licence as well in your wallet. If your surname, or if your name is Mr.
Obviously, it didn't have a jet engine on the back by then. It certainly has now. I still find it quite staggering that Perry found this in Oklahoma.
How did he find it?
I've got no idea.
I mean, it was an old farm truck, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Farm pickup.
He must have had a tip-off or something. I mean, you don't exactly go on Google Earth scouring Oklahoma trying to find one, do you?
That'd be one serious scavenger hunt. That would be, wouldn't
yeah.
it? Yeah. Classic car scavenger hunt. You've also got to be hopeful that someone's left it in the middle of nowhere so you can see it, and not kept it in a barn. Nice to see the kids on the balcony warming up. Staging it on the afterburner as well.
Oh, heading towards 150 mile an hour once again. And, well, there we go, 150.1. 10. To the start line, the start of the measured quarter mile, or the 1,000 foot, or the 8th mile, wherever it is, the start line is always in the same place.
Ian and Richie's hair arranged again. 5.96 at 256 miles an hour into the fives for Martin Hill that time. From France with a 6.58. What can he do this time round?
Two good looking runs. 663, 771.
Methanol. Wisely backed out of it. That was a nice looking run though. A lot more like it. One more go later on today. And we'll be ready for race day. Good looking run.
Yeah, excellent.
Brings it off the wall nicely too. And 8.16, 164. Well, I wasn't kidding. Richard Tunstall got fed up waiting, I think.
It'll still count. Red lights don't matter in quali. 8.96, 8.97. No help freedom.
Nicely done for both. 6 is Steve Field's closest to the 8.90 number. Well, on and off the throttle all the way up is Steve. 9 flat for Leah at 162 and a 10.20 at 97. Oh, wonder what's falling off of Ed's car. Bit of exhaust or a glove, not quite sure actually. 13 breakouts that time for the Green Goblin. 12.53 for Ed. No help, very rapid for very standard looking Golf, that one. $12.25, nicely done actually. Ian Dale moves up to number 4. Joe Hall gets bumped back 1 spot because he broke out.
10.65 plays 10.50.
Very nice launch actually for James that time.
$10.78, 11.33, so no help for either of them. So Graham stays 9 and 2 spots ahead. And then Luke will tell us. Mind you, Abby's could be standard, I don't know. 13.07, 13.74.
Choice for all of the car, but the power plant as well. Does have a bit of a space hopper look to it though, doesn't it? You know what I mean? The way it wobbles around on the rear tyres, but it's very cool all the same. Chris Waterhouse goes 9.93 at 141, I do believe.
Wow. Obviously the long round. Oh, Matt, I do feel for you, mate. I really do. It's probably the old bit that has given up. Because he was looking down exactly where
7 is his quickest so far. Good looking run for both. John McLean's over the stripe first to another 7.68, 174. His traditional point on the wall. A little bit more like it, but still not quite as quick as usual. 8.30, 177 used to be in about a second quicker than that. Right, that's not going to improve.
Box full of neutrals, unfortunately. Eventually finds the gear to give him some drive to get across the line, but 13.35, not entirely what he wanted there. Well, that's as straight as you want. 8.63 finds another 600th. Oh, boost came in late there, but by goodness me, it did half kick in, didn't it?
He's lucky the front end didn't shoot skywards. That time does not go with 171 miles an hour. Bit of a wobble, but keeps it nailed. Will this be even quicker?
Go on. Oh, 8.23, 148. Yeah, 8.53 with a 5 from 7 up to number 2 with that one. 147 at 136. That's a good looking run.
Had a go at it. 8:16 at 171.
3.5 beats an 8.536 and 8.536.6.
Nice. And a 009. $882, 155.
Eight.
Not a clean run at all that time. 946 at 151.
So Martin Hallett charging up towards the stripe, gets an 8.57 with a 5. He's already had an 8.53, so he stays put in number 4.
The key with these cars is to be consistent. Do everything exactly the same every single time, because there are so many variables. You change one of them, it can change the outcome of a run. It's the difference between running a 3-second 300 miles an hour run or going 3 foot sometimes. So that's why things like fuel pressure, tyre temperature, you see the crews out there measuring the track temperature plenty of times. And it's to make sure that they've got everything set up correctly. The other thing I always find very interesting now, if you look, Suzanne's car is not lined up in the burnout tracks anymore. They don't do that. They used to line them up in a burnout track. It's a regular thing in the NHRA in the States where they burn out of the groove and then line the car up in it, which is totally alien to the way we used to do it, but obviously it works.
Well, the track is so good here anyway. So once again, the nitro fumes fill the tower, and it's almost like a sensory overload as we get ready for top fuel.
So fingers crossed for both this time. Suzanne's had a couple of good runs. Let's hope Ida joins her teammates in pulling the chutes at the finish line this time. Rooney says, off you go, Ida. And Jamie does the same for Suzanne. Look at that. Whoa, big wiggle at the top end for Suze. But we don't get any elapsed times, unfortunately.
Oh.
The timing system. Look at that. Whoa, big wiggle at the top end for Suze. But we don't get any elapsed times, unfortunately.
Oh.
The timing system. Gorgeous looking run for Kevin. 4:35, 273 miles an hour. Picture perfect from one end to the other. I don't want to say this out loud, but that's what it's supposed to look like, folks.
Well, I was going to say a 5-minute warning, but the start line crew have just walked out and engines have started up in the fairing lanes. So, yeah, it's a bit less than 5 minutes now, actually. The track crew are just finishing up at the top end, and I think the sweeper has just disappeared. I thought it was just doing its final pass, but no, that's just disappeared in the gap in the wall. So there is just a couple of support vehicles at the top end. Our start line crew are back in position. They're just getting their gloves on and everything. Ian Marshall is down there as well. So, yeah, we are very, very close to continuing. In actual fact, I think we're ready. Paul Marshall, we're just waiting for him to give the nod to Outlaw Flat 4. Indeed, here it comes. So we are back up and running. Outlaw Flat 4 then. That is the flat-out Beetle of Adam Lowe, currently your number 2 qualifier, 10.93. This will be his last qualifier, I believe.
I didn't hear a burnout.
No, he just drove straight around the water box.
Supergas right behind. Very much doubt that will be another 10-second run.
I think he's just checking something out with the car more than anything else. So this is Supergas. Last qualifying session for them. Mark Huxley and Andy Dibley.
Look at the state of that qualifying ladder.
It's tight, isn't it?
Oh,
top 11 covered by less than a tenth of a second. Considering there's only 12 cars, that's how tight it is.
The top 3 have all run 9.90s.
Throttle stop kicks in for Dibs. Mark Huxley runs away. Throttle stop lifts for Andy Dibley. And no help for either because they both went into the tape.
You can see it from here. Mark Huxley is obviously drifting over towards the right-hand side so he can get around the corner in the bottom end. But he's indicated so everybody knows.
Yeah, as if there's much traffic to contend with.
Yeah.
Well, one car.
Yeah. Mark White and Dan Page, your next pair. Now then, Dan has already run a 9.90. His was with a 9. He did take the number 1 qualifying spot at that time, but then he's had 2 that have snuck in front of him. Alongside Dan Page, currently number 5. He's only 100th off.
I was just going to say, he was number 1 for a little while with that number. Oh my word! Dan Page moves up 2 spots with a 9.906. And he's still only number 3.
Yeah. Pushes Chalky down a spot, though, to number 5. Right, this is your number 1 qualifier, Dave Fulton, going alongside Wayne Hiscock.
Yeah, there's not much wriggle room at the top. But,
very little now.
However, Dan nearly got in there. That was exceptionally good.
So 2 different ways of hitting your number coming up.
Well, Wayne Hiscock's been very good at it, too. Backs off about now. 970. Both of them were looking at each other going, you're running a 990, so am I. Oh, no, we're not.
I think that's exactly what happened there, actually. They're both way off. Right, Stuart Morris, Simon Fulton. 7 and 8 at the moment. Stuart on a 993. Simon on a 994.
Yeah, Simon with the mother, well actually both of them with the mother of all throttle stops to keep them back to a 990.
They're good, aren't they? Yeah.
both of them thought they were running 990 again. But
that headwind has picked up a hell of a lot since the last round.
Yeah.
it is a bit of a breeze, but at the same time, that's what the throttle stops are adjustable for, isn't it? To give you a little bit more if there's a bit more resistance.
However, a lot of these drivers will go off the data they have from the previous round. So if that wing's picked up and they haven't expected it, good news is everyone's in the same boat.
Yeah, exactly. So, good to see John Giles back spectating. It won't be long before he has another race car, I bet you. Down there behind Tim Moore in the Kestrel lane. Andy Harrison is now down to number 5 with the 991. That just sounds weird, doesn't it? No one's anywhere near the number in this round. 987.
Dan Page, the only one that's hit it. But here comes Stu Morris. Sorry, Stu Doney.
Even.
And yeah, turn of the Roadsters.
Racing Roadsters. Called Brogy Roadsters affectionately because of the guy that designed and built the body originally, a guy called Warren Brogy, out on the west coast of the US.
This is a new style of racing for Jet. Usually does heads up in his Outlaw Anglia. I don't think he's going to hit a 990 though.
Ooh, you never know. Yeah, 893.
And 998 for Stu Doyney. Deary me.
Accidentally left the super comp setting in for that one.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe thought it was a bit of fun. Who knows?
Well,
So-
apart from Dan Page moving up a couple of spots there, nobody managed to hit the ground running properly on that one. On to VW Sportsman, their final qualifying session. This is Nigel Gregg and Hazel Carter. They are 12th and 8th respectively. So dialing class, so 1565 for the Audi and 1460 for the Passat.
A pair of reds.
So they won't improve.
1567, yeah, 13 to number 5 there. And Nigel Gregg, nicely done. Right, Polly Judge and Steve Metcalf. Polly, 1641. Steve, 1643.
Polly goes red, but it's a lovely red. I have to say that because it's Polly.
Right, I can see Richard Tunstall down there, going back on the golf buggy. Whose job was it to switch the tune from 890 to 990?
Oh, I think they were just testing it for Richard, so it was ready.
1641. They look very happy with that one, actually, for Polly. And 1664 in the other lane. Maybe they thought they're probably fed up of him moaning about it being boring. So they thought, okay, go on then, get on with it. See if that's a bit more lively. There's a young lady in New Zealand. I've sent the link to John Giles and a few of the other guys that have got those roadsters. And it's a twin turbo big block roadster like that. Runs 6s. Absolutely monstrous thing.
They're not the most stable of things, even running 8s.
That one isn't either. But no, it's
That's just like fuel altered, isn't it?
yeah, kind of, yeah. But it's it's a twin turbo. It runs like 670s, but 200 plus miles an hour. Hang on.
All right, meanwhile, Danny Bean and Karen Waterhouse, your next pair. Danny Bean with the Lupo, 1420 the dial in there, and Karen Waterhouse with the Audi TT, 1460.
Obviously, they found a little bit of something in the Kestrel beer lane. Just giving it a bit of a squeegee. Putting down the Billy solution.
All right, good to go.
As we said before, the issue with running cars with stock engines and stock exhaust systems and things like that is when they launch, you get water that comes out of the exhaust.
And sometimes you see the track crew with a mop trying to catch the stuff that comes out.
Karen Hay, 662.9, 205 miles an hour. Twin turbo, look at that. Ooh. So it's the same car, just with a couple of turbos hung off the side. But it's 200 mile an hour roadster.
Well, what she's done there, she's parked a car near some turbos.
Yeah, you got it. And then
It went through
through
a turbo width restriction and got them attached at the same time. 1448, 1439, no help really for either of them there.
That's rather interesting. 482 big block Chevy recently went from a supercharged engine, like that's sensible, to twin 88 turbos. Okay, fine. There we go.
John Gallant with Takacat 2. 1630 dial-in, and Andrew Clark 1655.
Now, when Ashley drove this car in Sportsmedia TN, in fact, when Andrew drove it in this class last round, it ran a 19 and a 23. But they've stuck with the 1655 dial-in, so I wonder if they know more than we do.
That's normally the case. I would say just about everyone does, apart from you. Yeah, well, if 1630 is the ET in the Kestrel lane, it won't be a 1655 in the other one, will it? Nowhere near, actually.
Oh, John Gallant breaks out again. 1628, a little bit too quick. And Andrew Clark goes 20.59 on a 1655.
Definitely something up with that. There's no way that should be going 46 miles an hour.
No. It's actually slowing to 46. It's doing 52 at the 8.
So, the centre pipe exhaust Lupo of Reese Finney. 1682, Kestrel side the racetrack. And into Slick Tricks Lane, Paul Robinson, current number 4 qualifier champion from last year, actually. Have you got a fan? Is that what it is?
Steve Cassisi.
Yeah, I was going with the fan part till he started blowing kisses. Deary me. Right, so 1473 that time and a 1716 for Reese.
Look, he's left now. I've spotted him.
Probably all too much for him actually seeing you in person.
So, Tom Circuit and Bruce Harvey. 1850 and 1768 are the dial-ins. Bruce currently number 3. Tom, 23.
We have more jets behind the tower as well for your viewing pleasure. You lovely souls that have stuck with us for the whole day.
I do like the name of Bruce's car, called the Greenpeace because it's a diesel.
1775, nicely done. Breakout on the other side for Thomas, though. So John Crawford with the Dennis Priddle tribute scheme on the Golf. 1569. In Slick Tricks Lane. Yeah, he's down at 15 at the moment. Slightly off his usual highly qualified pace. Against Nigel Gregson, who is 7.
Well, that's a meaningful launch.
He's already caught and past John.
The thing is, it tends to launch like that and then sort of also run out of oomph at the top end.
Didn't that time. 1380 breaks out by 0.2 of a second. 1621. Unusual for John, about half a second off of his dialed-in pace. So Phil Jones and Jerry Sadler. Jerry Sadler in the Slick Tricks Lane. Phil Jones, Kestrel side.
Oh, look at that for a red. 003 red for Phil Jones. Jerry's turned his hazards on.
500's too quick.
Oh, look at Jerry Sadler up to number 2 with a 1593 with a 1 on a 1593 dial-in. Very nicely done indeed there, Jerry. Emma, I know she's tuned in from, well, not from here, unfortunately.
See, now, I don't mind Lynn blowing you kisses. It's the bloke with a beard next door that's the problem. Yes, isn't he pretty? Isn't he pretty? Lynn, thank you very much indeed for the chocolates. Thomas has scoffed a lot of them, right?
And I haven't had one.
Yeah, but you've got your fruit. Your fruit is still fermenting in the bag, isn't it? Is that what is it? Ripening in the bag? Sorry, not fermenting.
No,
ripening.
I've had the apple.
You had the apple?
I did have the apple.
Thought you threw that at Tom. Right. Andrew Banbrick and Caitlin Wilson. 1710 for the Havoc Beetle in the Slick Tricks lane. And a 1315 for Andrew.
Another example of leaving before the green light's actually on and still going green.
Yeah, it looked like she moved way before, actually.
Yeah. Speaking to Caitlin, because obviously she's gone from driving a Junior Dragster to this, and the Junior Dragster is actually faster than this.
Really?
Yeah.
Moves up to number 9 with that 1715 on 10. That's a bit more like it.
Yeah, she was telling me how I was like, did you not get bored driving 17s? And she was like, yeah. She was like, well, no, because I've got to shift 4 gears in about 200 foot. Because the 4th gear carries her through the finish line.
Difficult to make consistent as
Yeah.
well, isn't it?
So Lorraine Large, the nurse, in the Beetle in the Kestrel beer lane, taking on Lawrence Clark in the Thunderbug. Well, Renterbug. He goes 14.37. Lorraine goes 16.2. No improvement for either of them.
Trev, give up, mate. She's having too much fun.
Steve's just messaged me saying, I have friends.
Yeah, all 3 of them.
Where are they?
Is that it? Oh, sorry, 4. Apologies. Sorry. Oh, that's perfectly all right then. So Jordan Clark with the invisible Beetle out there, I think, in the Slick Tricks lane. Blends nicely into tarmac, that does, and concrete. Wow, that's way too quick for Reece Taylor. Jordan Clark stays put. Breaks out as well. 16.22 on a 35. Okay, we've got Junior Drag Bike. We've got Comp Eliminator by the looks of it. We've got the Jets as well. If Comp Eliminator there, I don't think Pro Mod will be too far away.
Yep.
I've got my mum waving at me now.
Yeah, we also have Pro Modified, and also Nostalgia Funny Cars should be down as well.
They are. They've just towed round.
Excellent.
You've had more people wave at you in, like, what, 2 events doing this than we ever have in all of them.
They've taken a selfie with us.
Why has Steve got a hand coming outside of his head? It's very good.
He grew it earlier.
It's a good look. It's lovely to see you anyway, and seriously, thank you very much indeed for the chocolates, which Thomas has definitely kept on his side for the whole weekend.
Yeah, you're not having them.
See?
They're mine.
There you go.
I've got my mum at 330 foot with a Dayglow bag. She's waving now. She's waving at me and all.
Right, okay. Anyone else in the crowd knows Thomas? While we're at it, come on. There must be somebody. Yeah, apart from you, and you, and you, and you, and you. How about you? No, there. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, so a little bit of track prep, and we're going to be on with, I think, probably Comp Eliminator. Their last session of the weekend. We do actually have some ladders. I don't think you've got them yet, but I've seen...
Pardon?
Oh, bloody hell.
Hello.
Me and my big
I
stupid
have
mouth.
already done my homework, and I have filled in my ladders. I am so far ahead, you wouldn't believe it. I have got Pro ET, Super Pro, and Junior Dragster ladders all filled in.
Why did I ever doubt you?
I don't know.
Sorry. Silly thing to say, wasn't it? Were you that... I was just going to say you were never that eager with homework at school, were you?
But what was homework?
Exactly. You do it now.
I don't think I ever did it.
Because you want to do it now, don't you?
That is the difference. Yeah, I want to do it now.
That's what you should do. Give kids ladders to work out. I remember when I think I've told you this story before, but when I was 18, I remember coming up here, and I had the programme, and I was watching top alcohol qualifying and top fuel qualifying at the 1990 World Finals. And we went to McDonald's for dinner, and I wrote out, from memory, the whole qualifying list. I wrote out who ran what, and I worked out the pairings for round 1 as well. And my friends looked at me and went, "You are one sad git, you know that." And I said, "Thank you very much indeed." However, comes in handy now when I do this job. But yeah, I think give kids something they're interested in, and hey presto, all of a sudden they memorise it.
I think you said how you did that in the 1990.
Yeah, don't even say what size you were then, because you weren't even thought of then.
Well, I was negative 13 actually.
You were minus 13. Okay, yeah. Fine.
But I'm just thinking of, because my first memory, which I just shouldn't remember, because I think it was in 2004, 2005, so I'd have been either 1 or 2, being in the barn, and I was directly behind Lex Jones when he did that huge wheel stand in the top fuel car. Like I've got that like it was yesterday in my head. But that was what, 2004, 2005?
It's about. I think that was 05 actually, but yeah, so you would have been a couple of years old.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think I've got a picture somewhere of me, because Ian Blackett took a picture of the car, and if you look in like the V of the wing of the car in the barn is me.
Is a little you.
Yeah. Hello, and welcome. We are here with Mick, driver of the Detroit Hustler. How are you?
Yeah, fine, thank you. Yeah, good.
So obviously, I believe you've just completed your second round of qualifying, or second to last round of qualifying, or
Yes, we have one more qualifying today.
And how are your weekend going so far?
It's been good.
Yeah.
We went from 15 to number 2 with one run, and we're sitting at number 3 at the moment.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
So obviously, you've got quite a unique car there with your Dodge Dart, running in Nostalgia Superstock. Please tell me a bit about it.
It's a bracket race. So it's fair for everyone. You can turn up with anything pre-71, I can't remember what it was, but you've got to run 13.99 and you can race your car.
That's
so
cool.
Everyone has plenty of time to get their cars ready, and it's a good bracket race to be in.
Yeah, of course, you're over 60 cars in the class at some meetings.
Yeah, Dragsters is the big one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your car in particular is one that I personally love. What kind of combination have you got under the bonnet?
It's a 511 cubic inch big block Mopar. We've just actually put in a new rear axle because we hurt the other one, blew that up, so we had to go to Ford. It doesn't really sit well, but you have to do these things.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
yeah. That's really cool, and obviously, like, it's quite a unique colour scheme. You don't really see them sort of colours be used in a race car, and you've called the car the Detroit Hustler.
Yeah.
So where did that come from?
We never. It was built about 12 years ago, and so we bought the car as it is.
Okay.
So we just inherited everything that come with the car and tried to keep the car historically correct how the original guy built it.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
What's your PB on the car? Because I've seen it. It's gone quite fast for what it is. I can see it's all steel, glass, everything.
Yeah, it's PB 10.2. The roof, the rear quarters are steel. Everything else is fiberglass.
That's very cool. What's it like to drive?
Easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're used to like a manual shift on an automatic transmission, it's just like driving a normal car.
I don't think you could probably describe that as a normal car.
Okay. It's powerful, but then it's got to be reasonably powerful to run those numbers. But no, it doesn't do anything untoward. It sits there, goes in a straight line. Yeah, which is
that's very cool.
Yeah.
And here's a question for you then: if you had to choose dream car, what would that be?
Maybe one of them in a funny car.
Oh, yeah?
Funny car body, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be really cool. Because I know as well you've got experience, you were just telling me, with Steve Ashdown's funny car.
Yeah, I crewed with Steve last year. Unfortunate the last run, but we did end up as the champions last year, which was fantastic. Really cherry on the cake.
Yeah. So you've obviously been around in the sport, but how did you get into the sport itself? Because it's quite a unique sport to get into.
Yeah, I started working back in 1985 for a guy called John Claydon, who was pretty well known, and helping him with his cars. That's how we started back then, and we've just gone on through the years helping various different people.
That's cool. And then, so is this the first car you've driven down the track, or?
Not the first car I've driven down the car, but it is the first car I've owned.
Right.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time to have an interview with us today.
Oh, pleasure.
I hope you have the best of luck for the rest of the weekend on your last qualifier, and then you go into eliminations.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you very much.
No problem at all. Thank you.
His machines were sat in the pits. That they've not only have they got the same design on them, they're actually like reversed. So obviously this bike goes from the design into fades into white, and Dragster goes from white into the design, which I think is quite cool. He's off and running, looking to run a 9.67. Brad wants to run a 15 dead.
9.77, only a tenth off. Nicely done, Richard. Stays number 5 though. Brad goes 15.31 on that 15. Also stays put. Leah Morrison and Grace Pollen, the next pair. Leah wants 11.64, Grace 8.78.
The thing about these bikes that make them different to the Junior Dragsters is, of course, they have to change gear as they go up the track. That's what makes it a little bit more difficult. Grace goes 8.81 on an 8.78, making it look easy. In fact, so does Leah. Leah goes 11.85 on 11.64. So, of course, Junior Dragsters only have one gear and like a centrifugal style clutch, so the gear ratio changes throughout the run. But these bikes don't have that. They have actual gearboxes that they have to shift going down the track, usually 4 or 5 times before they get to the finish line. And you've got to get each one of them perfect.
So Jackson King on time trial. Actually, just thinking about Junior Dragster, obviously, so yeah, single speed transmission. So is it literally the same then? You just build the revs up and you sort of hold the Dragster on the brake, and then when you launch, it's...
So we can't have anything in the Junior Dragster itself that reads anything. So we can't have any computer dashboard, nothing. So what we actually end up doing is the parents or the crew of the juniors set the revs before you go into stage, because you can have it on the back of the car.
Yeah.
That's why you see them. They seem to take ages from getting to the burner box to the line. That's because the parents are literally, so it has to be spot on before you go into stage, because you can't see it in the car.
But you you've got a foot brake, yeah? So what do? Do you just build the revs up, and then when the lights drop, you just lift your foot off the brake, or what?
No, so if you were to try and do that, you'd just roll through stage.
Okay.
So what you end up doing is... Wait, so that's what I was saying with what the parents do. Rather than building the revs up on the line, you do it before that, and literally you're on edge going into stage.
Okay.
E.T. Bike. Phil Pratt on Satan's Lady, looking for a 904 in the Slick Tricks lane. Taking on Chantal Van Loon. A pair of GSXRs here, different vintages. She's looking for a 10.12.
Well, Phil's going to get there first, looking for a 904. That's better, 905. Up from 4 to 3. Chantal goes 15 to number 10 with that one. 10.22 for the quarter mile. Nick Playden, 10.45, darling, currently number 5, and your number 1 qualifier, Liam Holgate.
He's having a brilliant weekend this weekend.
He's doing all right.
He also took the perfect light money. Well, there goes red this time.
Yeah, just let everybody know the reason why ET Bike. The reason why ET Bike is shuffled in the order is that we want to get the ladder generated for them and possibly run first round eliminations for them this evening. So that's why they're shuffled forward.
So Casey Holgate looking for a 12.75, taking on Jake Bowden, looking for an 11.92. Two completely different riding styles on these bikes. You can see Casey's laying down, trying to get as in close to that bike as she physically can. Although Jake's leading forwards, he's got more of a chopper style of bike, with the high handlebars.
That will move Jake up, definitely. Yeah, 12 flat, moved him up from 16 to number 10. Good move.
I think issues definitely for Casey running a 15.
Yeah. Right, Ryan Davidson, number 14. 870 on the dialing. Kepler going quicker than that. Blade King, 8.92 the dialing. Currently number 3.
I believe these will be your fastest bikes in the class as well. Both dialing into the 8s. 8.70 is the fastest you can dial in the class. The bike in the Slictrix lane is more than capable of running that. I think he's probably going to do it now. Whoa! 832, 164 miles an hour. Even Blade breaks out, goes 8.90 on his 892. Ryan Davidson definitely getting a handle on that machine.
Yeah, he's getting very comfortable on it, which is very encouraging because obviously he's going to be changing classes in due course.
Oh, yes.
Right. How about Scott Collier? 965 the target for him. Michael Gooding, 8.90. Michael currently number 17, Scott number 6.
Both of these riders have been around for years. Michael did quite a lot on the Run With It Run.
Nice move for Scott. One place up, 6 to number 5 with that one, 967. And a 913, no change in the Kestrel lane. Robbie Dobby on the Super Penguin. And Bill Marsh with Armageddon. 10.04 and 10.50 the dial-ins. Robbie powering up the quarter mile to a 10.12. Bill to a 12.72. Robbie moves up a couple of spots there, 13 to 11. Brett Cordell and Dave Grundy. Dave Grundy dialing in 10.45, Brett 9.56. .50 for Brett. Well, shame he wanted 950 bike. That would have done him very well, but there we go. Breaks out there a little bit too quick. Dave Grundy goes 10.58, and he stays put as well. Chris Venn with the big red machine, the Harley Davidson, 10.12. Looking run there for Chris. 10.28. Stays in the number 7 spot. All right, Carl Hester appears in the Slick Tricks lane. He's dialing in his 10.80. With a 10.10 though, Justin Moulton in the Kestrel lane. 10.13. Oh, Justin moves up from 18 to 6. Carl Hester goes 10.97 on that 10.80. Drops a spot due to Justin's improvement. Okay, it is jet time here at the STP supported Festival of Power.
And that kid down there in the grandstands has the best reaction to that. I can see him down there with his little balloon defenders on, and he's just got very excited.
Good stuff. Well, it is good stuff on track. And it is Fire Force 5 and the Spider-Man jet for our exhibition vehicles for this session. And I think Firestorm will be tucked around the corner as well. Yes, it is. So those of you tuned into the live feed here from Santa Pod Raceway, getting some fantastic pictures as they prepare Martin Hill's Fire Force 5 to be started up. You can see the all the ancillary equipment being prepared. So this is the bit that we used to not be able to see because it's directly underneath the tower here. But there's a lot of work that goes on to get a jet car ready to run. Right, so basically to start a jet car up, the first thing they do is arm all the electrical systems. Once everything is live, most of the teams put pressure in the fuel tank. If there's a little vessel that those of you just watching the live stream could see. It puts pressure into the fuel tank, and that helps the turbine to feed fuel to the fuel control. Once the system's are armed and pressurized, the crew chief will then basically spin the turbine over. And at the correct RPM, the driver will activate the igniters to start to add fuel to the motor. The turbine should spool up to the required RPM to keep the motor lit, and the driver will signal to turn off and remove the electric starter. So basically, that's the basic steps to start a jet. Absolutely amazing pictures on the live feed for this, just looking at the camera work.
If you really want to know how much power these things just create, see if you can see into the tower and see how much this thing is shaking every single time one of these things hits the afterburner. And it only gets worse from here on out.
So Martin Hill and of course Julian Webb. Oh, fantastic entertainment. Look at that. 455 at 250 for Martin. 499, 238 for Julian. Oh, you gotta love exhibition vehicles. They are absolutely fantastic. And that, well, Sean Bowe, absolute mega fan of the Jets. And thanks to Sean, he's bought another first-timer up this weekend. And that's his cousin Shannon, who's here for the very first time. Hope you enjoyed that, Shannon. And, of course, Sean, I know you love the Jets. And that was pretty outstanding. Well, we're not done with the Jets. Still got Firestorm coming round the corner. And then it will be Comp Eliminator. We got Pro Modified in the lanes as well.
Top Fuel bike.
Yeah, Nostalgia Funny Car. It's all coming at you. So as Richie and the gang, well, they're not going to catch the other support vehicle. But nevertheless, very, very good indeed.
Oh, interestingly, Roger's chosen to go in the Kestrel B lane again. It is unusual, considering the Jets usually like to run it in the Slictrix lane.
Okay, no, I didn't have them down, but I heard a rumour there might be. Okay.
So, who out there? I can see all of you. Don't think I can't. Who's it? Who here? It's your first time. Raise your hands. Go on. Look at that. That's about half the bank and half the grandstand. It's your first. And who's enjoying the jet cars? Okay, even more so. Hands have gone up. Who here hasn't seen Nitro before?
Oh, there's a few.
Ooh.
Oh, well, before today, that is. Obviously, if you've been here all day, then you have seen Nitro before, but nevertheless.
Right, now who has brought someone who hasn't seen Nitro before? Yeah?
Yeah.
Did you film them?
No, that's the same hands going up again. Oh, dear.
Right, did you film them? Because if you did, you need to post that video on Facebook. Because everyone's first reaction to Nitro is just ridiculous.
It's one of those things that never ever leaves you. I mean, I honestly cannot remember my first fuel experience, but it would have been in the late 1970s. But it certainly made me keep coming back, that's for sure. I really did. God, I can't believe that, late 1970s. I mean, that's a long time ago.
So Roger Gorin turning on Jet in Firestorm. It's quite a unique combination in this Jet, considering he sits in front of it and it's a funny car. Because when you look at other funny cars like Gerd Habermann's from Germany, or in fact Fire Force 3 and 4, they actually sit to the side of the Jet because it takes up that much room. But this car creates so much power from a Jet that's about half the size that you usually expect. It's the reason you can see them huge tunnel rams on the side of this Mustang body suck the air around Roger, who sat right in the middle of it.
Yeah, Roger's, as you say, style of funny car, centre drive is what they call it. And it's one of only 4 in the world, and obviously I think it's the only one outside of the States. So yeah, quite a unique piece.
Of course, Roger's been running this style of funny car for years now. He's had this car for a while, and he's had the Pontiac before that. I've said this before, ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras out, because if you try and tell someone what you've seen here, they just won't believe you. I've seen a Ford Mustang with a jet in it. Yeah, right.
Yeah, we've also seen a VW bus with a jet engine on the back, so nothing surprises anybody anymore. So Helen brings Roger up to the line then with Firestorm in the Kestrel lane. Low 6-second pass coming up. That's a good looking run. Clicks it slightly early to a 6.05. Clicked it early to a 6.05. 217 miles an hour. Lovely, lovely run that. So we look into the lanes and we can see Comp Eliminator, Pro Mod, Nostalgia Funny Car, Top Fuel Bike. Our showcase session just about to come at you. Time now, 25 past 6. Needless to say, we're a little bit behind schedule, but hey, what else are you going to do this bank holiday weekend? There's no point in rushing home because a lot of you will be here tomorrow anyway. Stick with us because we'll keep going as long as we can.
So they're just going to do a little bit of a sweep and a little bit of a sled. I'm not sure what's going to come round first. I think it's probably going to be Comp Eliminator.
Yep, I think it's going to be Comp.
But that'll be followed by a Pro Mod and Nostalgia Funny Car.
Tell you what, whilst they're doing that, we'll just rest the vocal cords just for a moment. Nitro FM 96.2, always there to support us, and they'll take the airways over for a moment. But we will be back with more action here at the Festival of Power, supported by STP.
Hello and welcome. We are here with Mick, driver of the Detroit Hustler. How are you?
Yeah, fine, thank you. Yeah, good.
So obviously, I believe you've just completed your second round of qualifying, or second to last round of qualifying, or
Yes, we have one more qualifying today.
And how are your weekend going so far?
It's been good.
Yeah.
We went from 15 to number 2 with one run, and we're sitting at number 3 at the moment.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
So obviously, you've got quite a unique car there with your Dodge Dart. Running in Nostalgia Superstock, please tell me a bit about it.
It's a bracket race, so it's fair for everyone. You can turn up with anything pre-71, I can't remember what it was, but you've got to run $13.99 and you can race your car.
That's cool.
Everyone has plenty of time to get their cars ready, and it's a good bracket race to be in.
Yeah, of course, you're over 60 cars in the class at some meetings.
Yeah, Dragsters is the big one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your car in particular is one...
Well, he has got a 608 on the scoreboards already. We know for sure we got no Andy Robinson in this session, as I
think John is actually the only one.
Engine swap.
This is it.
This is the only one, right? Okay.
So Jean de Le Mans, your only Pro Mod in the final session of qualifying, looking to improve on his 608. Qualifying at the minute obviously stands at Wayne Nicholson, your number 1 qualifier. Second, I believe, is Bobby Wallace. Then you've got Jean de Le Mans in front of Andy Robinson. Andy Robinson not having the best of weekends. only putting in a 6:36, and I know he's had a bit of damage from the first run today.
Yeah, sometimes all the weekends don't go textbook-wise.
Jean Donomont is facing the tree slightly. Well, I'm sure he'll just
straighten it up. So into pre-stage, going to creep forward.
Look at the head of flames. Jean Donomont, a lovely straight run. 619, 226 mile an hour. No improvements for him. But did you see the head of flames on that?
That looked actually, it did actually look quicker
Yeah.
than the numbers gave us there. But yeah, it was really looking strong. 404 to the 8th at 404 to the 8th, 181 and 226 at the stripe. Right, now we are in Comp Eliminator.
So we'll have Kev Jenkins back in the 7s, and in the 7s for real now. We're around a 780, I think, in the last session, taking on Spencer Tram.
Well, Spencer, #1 qualifier in Nostalgia Superstock, and sits in the #2 spot in the Comp Eliminator. Kev Jenkins, currently #6.
The indexes you see on the board are these guys' times to beat. So depending on your combination, your weight, things like that, you get told a time and then get told to smash it. Lovely launch from Kev, drifting over, has a bit of a wiggle, backs out of it wisely.
For Spencer, stays #2, Kev 969. Stays #6.
So the person who runs fastest under their index will be your #1 qualifier. And people, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was to say that will be Nick Williams, because Dan can't go that far under.
And of course, in eliminations, Nick is going to probably have to slow it down quite a bit, because if you go more than 0.6 under your index in eliminations, it will drop, and it will keep dropping until you stop going more than 0.6 under. Wheel stands a pair then.
958 and a 1088, pretty much where they were before. Actually, Nick just dropped a couple of hundreds, and yeah, they'll be happy, setting themselves up for race day. All right, Terry Newton and Ahmed Jamshed. Well, Ahmed 867. What a run from him earlier, a new personal best.
So the interesting thing about Comp Eliminator is, I've said it depending on your weight and combination. However, these two cars are deemed as the same.
Oh, problems there for Terry.
148 to 60 foot for Ahmed. This could be even deeper in the 6s. The 8.6s even. 860, 160 miles an hour. It was hurting itself at the top end. That was on for an 8.5.
Yeah, another new PB for Ahmed Jamshed, but as you say, the mile an hour dropped by 10
or more. However, still a fabulous effort. He 0.6 under his index, and he's #2 qualifier. That's really, really good stuff. Congratulations, sir. The good thing about it is, as well, is I'm sure All the front wheel drive boys are at home watching, thinking, "Go on," and he has.
Yeah, actually, I've just noticed Ahmed has gone to number 2 with that. He's bumped Spencer down to number 3. Well done, Ahmed. Mixing it.
He's got a good chance of going rounds tomorrow.
Yeah. Steve Lloyd and Simon Crowley.
Simon Crowley had a much better run earlier on today at 10.35. Still some way off the performance of the other front-wheel drive cars. However, that doesn't mean he won't get there. And it won't stop him trying either. So he has the same index, which is that 9.20 you see on the board at the finish line. Gorgeous wheel dart launch for Steve Lloyd.
Simon Crowley, though, he's on one.
Yes! Yeah! 964, 148 miles an hour. Getting down towards what he's run before. Well done. Just the sheer pig-headed persistency, I think, is probably what did that. 11.10, though, best run of the weekend in the other lane for Steve Lloyd. But congratulations to Simon Crowley. I'm sure they're delighted with that one.
That's his fastest ever, actually. He went 148. His speed previous to that was 144. So, well done, Simon. Excellent job.
Okay, Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car coming round now. See Rob Loring and Mr. Hartnell wandering around to guide the respective rides back after the burnout. We got side by side this time, I think. Tim Garlick and Wendy Baker should be coming round too, hopefully.
Well, Wendy Baker fired up in the pairing lanes last time, but obviously having issues that we can't see from here, unfortunately. So obviously had to be clicked off.
He hasn't actually fired up to come round. I did see Mark walk around the same time as Rob, so I thought they might be side by side. So, Hall of Fame engine builder out there, Rob Loring, just about to back Tim up. What I love about that is that everybody else sprints out to like 3:30 and backs him up all the way. Rob just does the last bit, look. Yeah. And he doesn't even need to do anything because Tim knows where he's gone. There you go. You have to say he's right. Because it's only the last, it's only this bit that you need to worry about. The driver knows where they are on the track. So the Apache Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car with Tim Garlick at the wheel. A funny car run, that one. Well done, Tim. 628 of 220. Entertainment to its fullest value. Weaving all over the place as well. 104 to 60 foot, 410 at 182 miles an hour at the 8th mile. Over the stripe in 628 at 220 miles an hour. Quick track check before we run our next car. We've got top field bike round here too. We've still got some of our sportsman classes to qualify and, all being well, eliminations too, depending on how late we get in the day. Give the team a cheer, please, everybody. Lots of hard work and not a small amount of money. And talent, obviously. Goes into performing like that every time.
So Wendy Baker is fired up around the corner. But the reaction of her crew, I believe, she'll be moving this way. Of course, she fired up in the pairing lanes last time, but she sat there and sat there and sat there, and the car didn't move.
Now, normally that's something hopefully very simple, like clutch linkage.
Again, she's sitting there.
Well, they're just latching the body down. It could be something as simple as that. It's just like the body
Body
wouldn't
not
latch.
latching, yeah.
Couldn't bring the car
Exactly
out.
right.
because
So if the
couldn't
body won't latch, you can't move anywhere.
So here she comes, round the corner in the Time Warp Mustang.
I've just seen Paul Stubbings running. First time for everything. Interesting observer down here on the sight line. I think I've just spotted the one and only Dave Wilson. He does have a moustache now. He has a Lucas cap on. Yeah, I think he may just wander out down here anyway. But Dave, if you can hear us, good to see you. So Mark Hartnell will bring in Wendy back.
This car famously drove from the start line here all the way to the live action arena 1 year at Dragstausia, down the road behind.
Through the car park, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's for the drive-in movies.
Thinking about it logically, actually, yeah, Dave Wilson and Wendy go way back because Wendy used to rent and drive Dave's old alcohol dragster when I was racing. So yeah, Wendy was racing actually an alcohol dragster then. I know that Paul, who's the crew chief on this car out front there, he used to crew for Dave on numerous occasions as well. So yeah, it makes sense that Mr. Wilson is in attendance. So Wendy went to about 3:30 yesterday. Let's see how far she goes today. Strong looking run, backs out of it when she hits second gear. Over the finish line to an 870, pulls the chute. That's another step in the right direction. That is Dave Wilson. I know that Keith Black jacket.
So there's going to be a little bit of a sweep up and a sled in Wendy Baker's lane because I'm sure a lot of you spotted as soon as she hit the throttle there was a lot of clutch dust that came out of the back of the car.
Yeah, it's just to get the clutch dust off the racetrack because it leaves a film on the racing surface which other cars don't enjoy running over, shall we say. So won't be a couple of moments. I say cars, we've got bikes. Top Fuel bike, Neil Midgley for Cannon Motorsport and Lucas Oil.
I can't see Steve Willett anywhere.
He hasn't made the last two sessions actually for some reason, so I hope it's not terminal. We've got both of the bikes that well, went up in smoke. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to Wendy and Paul and Dave Wilson. Dave, nice to see you. You can hide under that hole you like, I know it's you. That Keith Black jacket is a big giveaway.
So tractor just getting back into position.
So Midjo gets ready to rocket down the quarter mile on the Top Fuel bike.
Here we go.
consider that done. Well done. Okay, so Neil Midgley just firing up the bike with the help of the team, of course.
Straight burnout. If you look under instructions on how to burn out a top fuel bike, it will be like that. I'm not sure they do such a thing, but they should do, you know. So Neil Midgley's quickest run so far this weekend has been a 6:55. This is a 5-second machine. However, the last 2 runs they've made today, the first one struck the tyre after about 5 foot, the second one around about 60 foot. Which is actually most unusual for any of these bikes to spin the tyre off the start line. So Chris Hannum, guys Neil up in stage. So he's got to beat a 6:40 to take the number 1 spot. I think that number belongs to Steve Woolak. Keeps it nailed to about 1,000 foot and goes 6:14, 199 miles an hour, 1 flat to 60 foot, 397, 196 to the 8th mile. And rolls off the throttle to a 6:14 at 199, slowing down to a 6:14. How does that work, eh? So Al Smith with the rocket. Design-built machine by Phil Bainbridge. Andy Kirk out front, directing him in, and expertly ridden by the one and only Al Smith, who, as we said yesterday, absolutely bosses this bike down the quarter mile. Good luck, Al. Hope it sticks this time. Nope. Unfortunately not. That's 0 for 3 today.
Doesn't seem best pleased about it. You can see him reacting on the hike.
I think the bike might get broken when it gets back to the pits. I think Al, he doesn't need to hit it with a hammer. I'll just grab it with his hands and snap it. So yeah, if you're a 3-cylinder top fuel bike, hide. Yeah, that's weird as well. 3 runs in a row, unfortunately. He was definitely trying, though. I don't think I've ever seen anyone kind of jump off the handlebars like that before, though.
No.
It's a new one.
Or headbutt the bike.
No, that'll happen.
Yeah.
Right, last qualifying session for Sportsman ET, and then we got 950 bike. And Nostalgia Superstock will then be the last class to put in a final qualifier. Everybody else is into eliminations. So this is, as I'm now calling him, Subtle Steve Mellors, going alongside Jago Stokes.
One name for him, I suppose. Nothing subtle about Hulk. I think that's the whole idea of being a Hulk, isn't it?
Yeah. So Steve currently number 11, Jago number 14. The dial-ins then 15.95 for the MX-5 and 13.05 for the Skyline. 0.3 light there for Jago, very nice indeed. It's all about the ET though. 13.11. And a 15.96 for Steve Mellors. Well, he started Q1 session being #1 qualifier, and he's just moved up to #2
Nothing
in the
subtle
final
about that.
session. Nothing subtle at all. Well done, Steve.
So, Gary Lake and Debbie Taylor up next. Can you not hear me at all on the talkback? Okay. I don't know how this works, kids, down there in Nitro FM. Colin can't hear me at all on that talkback. Sorry? Can anyone down there hear me? I'm talking to myself right now.
So Gary is looking to run a 14.23. Debbie's trying to run a 13.37.
Oh, problems for Debbie, though.
Misses a shift. That's what that was.
Yeah. $14.26 for Gary Lake, stage 7. And Debbie 15.63.
So, Simon Strawbeck, number 21 at the moment. Kestrel Lane, 12.38, excuse me. Ash Simmons is 11 with the Skyline. Now, would you believe the quickest of these two cars is the Pop by nearly a second, as you can see from the scoreboard up the top end. Loads of tie hop going on.
$12.49. Oh, 21 up to 17. Ash goes 13.28. Already had a run closer to dial in, so he stays number 11.
It's a pretty good effort, though, and consistent. That's what you need.
Georgina Smith with the GLA Racing Toyota Supra, 15.7. And that's Liam Sturman with the Powerflow XK8, 15.30.
Now his dialing's dropped off quite a bit for 15s. Well, I suppose he's qualified with a 15.32. He's certainly out in front.
$15.58. Georgina, 15.74 on a 15.70, moved up to number 11.
So Matt Halsall with the, is that an 80s rally car? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
In the Kestrel Lane, definitely not an 80s rally car. The Alpha of Chris Wynn.
Actually, no, I'd say the 70s, actually.
Yeah, I was just trying to work out what era it was. You're probably right, actually.
1976 was P-Reg. So, yeah.
Wow. Okay. How do you know? No, well, I'm not going to ask how you know that.
Well, because I had an M-Reg. It was 74.
Fair enough, then. 64 and a 41. And I've no idea where they went because the screen cleared instantly. Didn't even get a chance to read it out.
Yeah, it must be Kieran on the controls. Yep.
It
It
is.
clears them quick, does Kieran. James Grew with the Touareg, 15.89 dial-in. Steve Giles with the Forester, 13.85. So we've got 2 seconds to read Stephen's numbers out.
So you do the top, I'll do the bottom, right? And then we won't miss it.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah,
Got
that's
to
cool.
wait till they get there, though, obviously, but, you know. So Steve Giles gets there first, 13.72 and an 85, breaks out.
James goes 16.02 at 85 miles an hour, stays put number 5. And no movement at the bottom.
We've found the way forwards. Speed commentating was something I never knew existed till now. In case you're wondering what we're talking about.
the timing crew.
Yeah, we have obviously we have a screen that is directly linked to the timing system and the timing crew next door, and because pairs of streetcars run through so quickly, they clear and put the next pair up before we even get a chance to read out the elapsed times, read out where they may have qualified as a result.
So, Carl Magadera in his Tesla dials 12.00.
I'm sure that car name is easy once you've got your tongue round it. Australopithecus.
Australopithecus.
Yeah. Or Tesla, as it's known. I mean, why?
The blue car.
Yeah, I was just going to say. Elon Musk was missing a trick when he didn't call it that. What do you drive? I drive an Australopithecus.
So he's taking on Chris Cresswell with the Fiesta. He's looking for a 15.30. Now, a game I like to play when car runs, because it's a nice number, is I start a stopwatch when he launches, and then I try and stop it on 12 seconds dead. I got 11.95 last time, so I broke out.
So basically,
I don't think I've got time to do that.
This is a game of, well, it's Cole every time, isn't it?
Yeah, because he dials 12 flat.
Yeah.
So yeah. Right, I've started my stopwatch.
Now, are you looking at the car, or are you looking at your watch when you stop it?
Sort of both.
Okay, well, that's not possible.
I've got two eyes.
Go on then.
Oh, 12.05.
Well, you do a better job than Carl. 11.86 too quick, Colin.
12.11. I'm useless.
Yeah.
And 15.30 in the other lane. Okay, Richard Palmer, Steph Pateman. Steph's been really consistent this weekend in the family BM, in the 6 lane. Okay, I think that, because Julie's down there, is that Mum's car? It is Mum's car.
The
That's why
initials
it's
will
so
be Julie.
good. That's why it's so good, yeah. An 04 red for Steph. It doesn't matter because this is the last qualifying round. $13.49 on a 35 stage 4. Steph Pateman with a 13.86 breaks out by 0.03 of a second. Still, again, very, very consistent though.
Bit closer that time.
Hang on a minute, no one ran 12 seconds then. How did you do that?
Well, no, because I was just seeing if I could do it.
Thought of a new game, had to join in. Okay, these two, sorry, beg your pardon, side by side, this pair is going to be Dan Holloway. Dan actually had a very successful career in sportsman eating, didn't he? That's where he cut his teeth.
Truck Norris was his car of choice.
One of the best names ever. Now in a Camaro, because unfortunately the altered broke last event. Slick Tricks Lane, 12.27 for Bill Wilson with that immaculate pickup.
Well, you can tell he's good because he just went 009 on the tree.
I think he's previous champion actually. I know he's won events definitely.
Oh, Dan Holloway twice.
Yeah. 12.30 for Bill Wilson, moves up to number 9. Not this time round for Dan Holloway though. 13.07. He stays put at 21 going into race day. Last couple of pairs, then we go to 2 wheels, and then it's Nostalgia Superstock to finish out qualifying. So this is Ashley Clark, not Andrew with a wig on, as we alluded to earlier. Not that that would be funny. Taking on Kirsty Tram with the other one of Andy Dibley. How many Camaros has Andy Dibley got?
3.
3 racing this weekend.
Yeah.
Deary me.
So Kirsty's looking to run at 12.04. The Clarks have stuck with the 18.70, even though I think they are definitely having issues with that car. Because
It's nowhere near that again, I don't think. No. Kirsty's over the line, 11.99, just that little bit too quick. 500s too quick, actually. That's not going to be an 18.70 for Ashley again. Yeah, 20.15 at 66 miles an hour, which she went quicker than her dad. But 20 seconds, that's not saying anything, unfortunately. So, Felicity Gibbs and Brian Huxley, who is number 1 at the moment. 18.54 he dials this time in the Focus in the Slick Tricks lane. 17.30 for Felicity Gibbs. It's another one of those cars I pass on the M1 sometimes on the way home. Flick driving back. She goes driving back to Coulsdon. And funny enough, I used to go to school there when I was little. Yeah, it's just very weird seeing cars you've seen out here race on the road, isn't it? And especially driving past them, obviously.
Well, I don't think it'd be weird seeing Brian's car.
Good point. There's probably loads of them about. Not so many Mustangs.
Felicity just went 003 on the tree. She's going to get to the line first, looking for a 17.3. Go 17.29.
That's one. If you add all the numbers together, that's a perfect run both ends, actually.
Yes.
Brian went 18.65, only a tenth off again.
Well, he is your number 1 qualifier at the minute.
Yeah, Felicity broke out by 3 thou, and she was 3 thou off on the tree. I say off being absolutely perfect. So Holly Waters is the last car before we go into 950. Nostalgia Superstock right behind them.
And then I think that'll be our first round of eliminations. I can see Super Pro in the lanes.
They are.
Got some great matchups, actually. When we get to it, I'll tell you some of them, but there are some good ones.
Pro ET, please, into the lanes. Holly goes 15.35 and breaks out by 500ths. Pro ET, please, into the pairing lanes, presumably for round number 1. I still don't understand this. No matter how many times I look at this sort of thing, I never quite get why it doesn't.
Don't worry about it.
I'm not. It's great. You could be
keep
spot
it like
on.
that.
Yeah.
Well, the time now, 7 o'clock on the dot.
So 950 bike. Dave Hall's currently number 1 in the Kestrel lane. Rob Stanley's number 4, and there's not a lot in it. Again, Rob goes 956, oh so close, and a 962 in the other lane. No real for either. So this time round, it's Zoe Hallett taking on the one and only Mr. I Race for Free Forever, Rick Sawatsky. We have to find him once and ask him how many times he's actually,
bought an entry.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about is when you win the championship, you get free entry to the next season. Well worth having. And he's won the championship so many times, I can't imagine he's ever played. 63 and a 935 for Zoe Hallett. Zoe Hallett will go into eliminations with one of the most classic elapsed times ever for 950 bike at 30.16. Because it's her only number the right side of 950. How cool is that? Carl Thomas, perennial breakout master from back at Easter. However,
although he has done one the right side this weekend.
Done a couple actually.
An O2 light is stout. He's rolled off and sat up. And
so close. I've put it down at 3, 127. Business as usual, yeah? Yeah, I know. That's all right. That's very close.
Last class in qualifying for today then, and it is Nostalgia Superstock. Class supported this year by VP Racing Lubricants.
So Bob Main rolls forward first in the Kestrel lane with 11.99. I should think a lot of these guys and girls are staying over till next weekend, aren't they? Probably not going to go home, actually.
Oh, Andrew Bishop lifting the front wheels on Barry the Barracuda. Looking for a 10.16. Bob looking for 11.99. 10.34 and 12.27. They stay put. Andrew 15, Bob 16.
See, that's another name for a vehicle named after a person. Barry the Barracuda. But then what would you call a Barracuda? Seriously. Baroness. So Neil Francis with the Rust Bucket Plymouth. I think that's called Patina, isn't it? Not Rust.
Yeah.
In the Kestrel lane, 12.31. And a 9.71 for Mr. I've done loads of runs, Rickwood.
73 for Simon Rickwood. Goes to number 8 with that one. Neil Francis, 12:31, hits his number, but stays number 4.
He was obviously pretty good before as well.
Yeah. Right, your number 2 qualifier in the shape of Don Scott. Who's ahead of him? The man next to him, Spence Tram, your number 1 qualifier. More than likely going to stay there. Bond's going to get there first. 9.66 with a 5 breakout.
5
Spencer, 11.15 breakout, both by less than a hundredth.
Just got a text message from the one and only package himself, Mr. Simon Goff. Simon, we do miss you. One thing this racetrack is now lacking is people as polite as you. I can't think of anybody more eloquent and well-spoken than Simon Goff that I know of. Yes, we do miss you.
So what did he really say?
It's what he's about. It's what he's currently typing that's going to be the problem. Just kidding. No, we do seriously miss you, Simon. We'd love to see you back up here sometime, as and when you can. Mick Sharp looking at 1060. 33 at 126. Sack the dial-in, bloke, Herb. 1276. No help
that's
in the other lane.
500s breakout for Chris. Right, Ash Rawson then, 10.24 with Kermit the Duster, and Stu Thompson, 9.77.
So these are both Dusters. I'm guessing they're different years because they are slightly different, aren't they? If you look at the lights.
Yeah. .78. Stuart moves up 12-6. Nice move. Breakout for Ash. So he slips back 1 spot, 6-7. All right, Pete Wiseman with the damage case. 14th at the moment, 990 dial-in. And Adrian Portelli, the big red 6 Dodge, 1090 dial-in.
There's the answer. That's what I was. That's, you know,
Yeah.
be polite and nice to people, and that's what you get. Love your sign. Pete Wiseman with a very nice 0.1 light. .992 up to number 7 for Pete. Adrian breaks out with a 1087. It is the world's best car show. So Dave Bilodeau with the Yorkshire Heavy in the Kestrel lane, 985 and 986 for Chris Goodale.
Yeah, Russo's Rat, the Chevelle.
Right, you need to ask him when you see him again. Is it Goodale or Goodale? Goodale.
Oh, 5 on the tree for Dave Bilodeau. Let's see what he's got at the stride. 990 and 988 for Chris. Chris moves up 1 spot, 11-10. Dave stays 5.
I'm guessing we are into eliminations.
Yes,
for
we are. Super Pro ET round 1. Now then, switch over to the paperwork. Don't forget, Tom Atkinson has got the bounty on him, so whoever knocks him out gets the money. If not, Tom will retain it at the end of the meeting if he's still in. So in other words, he's got to win to get the bounty. So, we hadn't seen Darren for a while actually, the Wildcat Cortinas, so it's going to be a solo for Stuart Morris.
I noticed that his win light came on before he even launched.
Yeah, once Ian triggers the tree.
Because I thought you had to take the beat.
Right, now this is a predetermined buy for your number 1 qualifier, Alan Didwell.
Now, one thing that there is to note is, I know for a fact most drivers hate doing eliminations before the final day of the meeting.
Really?
Yeah, it's because think about it. Although yes, you've just done 2 qualifiers, or you've just done 1 qualifier, so you know pretty much what you're going to run. So does everyone else. And also, if you lose, you're not doing anything on race day. You pack up and go home. Of course, you can go and watch, but everyone would rather be racing.
I do get that. However, on the other side of things, on weekends where we are oversubscribed with races, which is always a great problem to have, you do need to get somewhat of a head start to make sure that eliminations get completed on time. Because the bigger classes take longer to run, and if you've got 16 pairs in Pro AT, 16 pairs in juniors and everything, that's a good hour's worth of racing. But yeah, of course, it would be nice to, everyone's race on race day. That was good. 0:45 didn't come up on the board though.
Yeah, well, it's eliminations.
Oh, of course it didn't. Idiot.
And only O2 off his dial-in. Lane choice is determined by your qualifying position for the first round, and then after that it is whoever is closer to the dial-in in the previous round.
Right, this is the nightmare match.
They planned it like that? No. The trouble is that they both know what they've got in both cars.
Mark Peters has rolled a long way out after his burnout. He went past Nick.
So the 2 Nick Good Motorsports cars meet each other in round 1. Wasn't part of the plan, but that's how it worked out. Matt Peters qualified 4th, Nick Good qualified 13th. Dial-ins, 686 for Nick Good, 759 for Matt Peters. So the Lucas Oil's team in both lanes. Well, guaranteed a Lucas car into round 2, but which one?
I almost can't stress this enough about how important it is to go rounds, because it's not like any other sort of a motorsport where if you make a mistake or you don't win in a race, like it's fine, you can make up for it on sort of like a next corner or something like that. You can't do that in drag racing. Any mistake you make, you lose, and when you lose, you go on the trailer, you go home.
It's the most cutthroat of motorsports going.
There's one way to win, but about 12 to lose.
Oh, at least.
Yeah.
Well, Matt Peters was ready for the boss. Is he ready for him at the finish line? The answer is yes.
Well done.
Well, both of them are similar on their dial-in, 500ths off, but it was the 0-1 light for Matt Peters that was the difference at the finish line. Look at the closing. Nick Good came whistling past him at 189 miles an hour.
Here's another cracking matchup then. Pete Walters and Joe Kellett.
I was just going to say who's qualified out of position, but it doesn't really work like that, does it?
Not really, no. Joe qualified 7th, Pete 16th.
Both of these drivers ex-juniors, and they've raced each other several times in both classes, that being juniors and Super Pro, and they're both very good in their own right. In terms of champions of champions, Joe Kellett is still the greatest of all time in juniors. You look at aggregate points, event wins, stuff like that, or maybe not event wins, but certainly championships and aggregate points.
I think in the last few years he wasn't even at home for most of it, was he? I don't think. Spent most of the time travelling. They raced all over Europe. He nearly won the Swedish Championship as well, I think.
And then Pete Kellett, who's a seasoned veteran now in Super Pro. To be fair, Joe is as well. This could line up to be one of the closest races of the round. This is a final. You could see this being a final. So Joe's looking for a 7.90. Pete looking for a 7.61. Both off pace on the dial-ins, so they clearly have looked at the weather, looked at the conditions, and think that they can get close to their dial-ins.
Pick and choose this one.
Yeah, green light drag race. Joe's weaving at the finish line. And it's by 0-2 at the stripe. Joe had 300s in the bag off the start line, but backed out of it just a little bit too much over the stripe. Pete took the stripe by 0-2 and also took the win because he didn't break out.
For those of you watching from home on the live stream, if you saw that finish line camera, that's what 0.2 of a second looks like at 160 mile an hour. Also, a wheel is basically what it is.
Pretty much. Yeah, Joe had a bit of a weave on trying to slow down there. He was trying to let Pete take the stripe and hope he broke out, but it didn't quite work out.
Right, next pair, Scott Hauser. If he wins this, he's going to get 50 quid.
Are these first round matchups, or I turned up on the wrong day? Seriously?
You've got the right day. Tom Atkinson, that's the bounty. 8:45 is his dialing. He kind of got qualifying number 11. Scotty, 7:39, number 2.
I would say everyone else in contention is probably a fan of Scott Hauser at the moment, apart from the fact it's Scott Hauser, and if Scott Hauser wins, Scott Hauser can win the whole thing too.
Yeah, well, not only that, Tom is the points leader, wants to stay in. Oh, and he does! Scott Hauser goes red.
Don't run 7:39. He didn't. Actually, they both broke out, but it doesn't matter by then. Scott goes red on the tree by the maddening margin of 0-1. So, Hoddy running back out there on the track to direct Ron Bartlett back in his track. Going to be taking on, I know he's taking second club member in this car anyway. He's been there plenty of times before actually, it's not with this car, Ashley Bell. What's interesting as well is Ashley, both of Ashley's cars run numbers that could run in either class, in Super Pro or Pro ET, and he chooses every time to be one of the slower cars. And I'm not being rude, it's just the way it is.
By no means it's slow, it just is one of the slowest cars.
That's right, he runs right at the top range of what the dial-ins can be. This time it's 898, that was what he ran earlier. He's got a real tough customer in round one though. Ron Bartlett with the sweet FA, the little Anglia.
Who's facing towards the centre line a little bit.
He always does that a little bit. I don't think it matters when it's something as short as that, it just wiggles all the way down anyway.
So they're going into stage and it's down to the drivers. Ashley's going to launch first. Ron's going to chase him down. Arrow straight runs a pair of them. Ashley is still ahead.
Still ahead.
Still ahead.
And he breaks out. 893, 844 at 160 run. Ron Bartlett was off pace actually on the racetrack and on the start line too, which is unusual for him, only a 0.16 reaction time, but Ashley Bell finally got the car running right and it went too quick.
Basically, Ron dodged a bullet there. Yeah. Well, I think he dodged two of them, one at the start, one at the strike.
Well, Ashley did actually take his foot out of it at the finish line. Look how much he had to play with, 0.3 of a second. Oops. Told you bracket racing was quite annoying, really. So up next is AC Bell, that's his lad in the Pontiac, the limpy slug. Just imagine a slug limping. Against the one and only Brian Pateman. Actually, the higher qualified of these two is AC with the Pontiac. Wow.
Yeah, I'm thinking that as well.
It's a little bit of a shot, that
Brian's caught him.
and he doesn't break out, so he takes the win. Brian Pateman couldn't win that one after he left the start line. He was 0.18 on the tree, most unusual. That's why we all went, wow, most unusual for him. AC Bell left first by 1600ths. He was closer to his dial-in, and he still took the stripe by 0.9.
Nothing against Ron, but if Ashley had won his race, it would have been Ashley against AC in round two. But hey ho, that opportunity's gone. So it's going to be Ron Bartlett taking on AC in round two.
Great shame for this one. No Steve Saunders. I've just realised we haven't seen him today with the Rusty Dog. It's the bye run for Dave Russell. Commiseration to Steve and Babs, hopes it's nothing too terminal. Maybe it's an easy fix like the last one was anyway.
.883, 158 there for Dave Russell. Right. Lee Huxley. Looks like he's on his own. Unless Paul Marston suddenly appears, but doesn't look like it. So, yeah, going to be Lee on his own.
Really? No Paul? Blimey.
Well, Pro T is in the lane, so I wonder if they've...
yeah, for Bailey.
Yeah.
Well, you don't remember he had gear selection issues on the last one. So, but anyway, we'll see. We'll soon find out anyway. So, Lee Huxley.
Just taking the light. Of course, there is no need to run it out the back door on a buy run. All you have to do is stage under your own power.
And take the green light.
Right, one pair to come, which is Daniel Giles and Andy Thetford. So, give you the pairings for round 2. Alan Didwell will get Lee Huxley. Matt Peters will be getting Stuart Morris. Pick and choose round, race of the round, if you like, is Tom Atkinson and Pete Walters. Very good match up, that one. AC and Rocket Ron. And then whoever wins between Daniel Giles and Andy Thetford will be taking on Dave Russell.
So coming round then will be Daniel Giles in the Giles and Hartley Dragster, taking on the Black Pearl. I'm going to start calling him Ricky Bobby because he's a man who just wants to go fast. I want to go fast. Of course, that's Andy Thetford.
Andy waiting patiently before he does his burnout as
Daniel
needs to get some heat into that motor. Best way for them to do it is have it running for a little while after the burnout. Lovely picture there on the live stream of Andy Thetford doing his burnout.
You can't see though. Being the slight problem.
Well,
It's
they're
also-
finally opening the doors after his burnout to let the smoke out. One of the runs, they couldn't be bothered.
Oh, that's it. Also, yeah, that's pretty serious. Well, unfortunately, Daniel being told to shut off. I think Andy will be too. I think what I've been looking at for the last hour or so has arrived.
Yeah, thought so.
Up the top
Raining
end,
at the top
it
end.
started to sprinkle with rain. Unfortunately, we managed to get all the way till 7:20 on day 2. We nearly completed the first round of Super Pro. In all honesty, looking at the radar, it's not actually going to rain that hard. It's not going to rain probably for that long, but it's enough to stop or put a halt to the racing. It is also 7:20, which means we may well be done for the day. I'll wait for official word. It's not obviously up to us. However, there is some sprinkly stuff coming. There's not that much of it, and it's not that heavy, but it is enough probably to put halt to the day. With this being an old airfield and it's nearly a mile long from one end to the other, it is raining at one end.
And it'll be coming this way, looking at the wind turbines.
It will be.
But, you never know.
Yeah, anyway, we want to say thank you to all of you race fans out there on the banking and on the grandstand. You are the diehards. We love you. You absolutely rock. I do hope that you've had a good day, a good weekend. There's still lots of evening entertainment to go on. Is there a band this evening as well?
Oh, yeah,
Colin?
let's have a
sorry,
look.
just a
I
thought.
know we had live music in Fuelers Bar last night. Let's have a look and see what they got tonight. Yeah, Twist of Rock is the live music in Fuelers Bar this evening from 8 o'clock this evening.
Not far off then, actually. I don't know whether you heard that.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, exactly. If it's any consolation, it stopped at exit 1. Okay.
Well, Andy's still sat in the car.
Yeah, no one's
As
moving
is
yet.
Daniel. They're not going anywhere.
I think that's because it's probably raining right down the other end. I can see everybody appear right down the top end, which either is a sign they're going for a walk or they're checking the track.
All the Pro ET are in the lanes, ready to go.
Yeah, we only had one more pair to go in Super Pro. Just making sure. Yeah, it started to appear down here as well, folks. So, yeah, oh, actually, you can see it coming down the racetrack. If you look towards the top end, you can see it getting wetter in the Kestrel lane. That is going to move further and further this way. So, if you are in the grandstands or on the bank, now's a good time to just take a little bit of cover. Don't get yourselves too wet standing there waiting, and without too much, I think we may, too much... what's the word I'm looking for? Presuming. I think we may well be done for the day because we're running up close to curfew as it is.
But what a day, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
What a day. So if you looked at the, as you were looking on the radar earlier, the weather around was just a waffle.
Well, it was just, it was very slow moving.
It would have stopped us raining anywhere else, stopped us racing anywhere else. But here, they seem to dodge a lot of it today.
Well, unbelievably, Mr. Marshall is heading out in the tractor to try and keep the water off, but I think he might be fighting a bit of a losing battle with this one looking at the radar. But we shall wait for official word on what we're going to do, and we will let you know as soon as you know. But please just take cover for a little while. Go grab yourself a drink or whatever it might be. But I think with it approaching 7:30 on a Sunday, we don't have much time left to go of available light and available racing hours.
Well, as you say, it's quite high. Let's see. I'll tell you what. In the meantime, Nitro FM could take over the airwaves. We're not quitting yet, so stick with us.
Hello, and welcome. We are here with Mick, driver of the Detroit Hustler. How are you?
Yeah, fine, thank you. Yeah, good.
So obviously, I believe you've just completed your second round of qualifying, or second to last round of qualifying, or
yes, we have one more qualifying today.
And how are your weekend going so far?
It's been good.
Yeah.
We went from 15 to number 2 with one run, and we're sitting at number 3 at the moment.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
So obviously, you've got quite a unique car there with your Dodge Dart, running in Nostalgia Superstock. Please tell me a bit about it.
It's a bracket race, so it's fair for everyone. You can turn up with anything pre-71, I can't remember what it was, but you've got to run 13.99 and you can race your car. So cool. Everyone has plenty of time to get their cars ready, and it's a good bracket race to be in.
Yeah, of course, you're over 60 cars in the class at some meetings.
Yeah, Dragsters is the big one.
Yeah. And your car in particular is one that I personally love. What kind of combination have you got under the bonnet?
It's a 511 cubic inch big block Mopar. We've just actually put in a new rear axle because we hurt the other one, blew that up, so we had to go to Ford. It doesn't really sit well, but you have to do these things. Yeah. But
that's really cool. And obviously, like, it's quite a unique colour scheme. You don't really see them sort of colours be used in a race car. And you've called the car the Detroit Hustler.
Yeah.
So where did that come from?
We never. It was built about 12 years ago, and so we bought the car as it is.
Okay.
So we just inherited everything that come with the car and tried to keep the car historically correct how the original guy built it.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
What's your PB on the car? Because I've seen it's gone quite fast for what it is. I can see it's all steel, glass, everything.
Yeah, it's PB 10.2. The roof, the rear quarters are steel. Everything else is fiberglass.
That's very cool. What's it like to drive?
Easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're used to like a manual shift on an automatic transmission, it's just like driving a normal car.
I don't think you could probably describe that as a normal car.
Okay. It's powerful, but then, you know, it's got to be reasonably powerful to run those numbers. Mm-hmm. But no, it doesn't do anything untoward. It sits here, goes in a straight line. Yeah, which is
that's
important.
Really cool. Yeah. And here's a question for you then. If you had to choose dream car, what would that be?
Maybe one of them in a funny car.
Oh, yeah?
Funny car body, maybe.
Yeah.
That'd
be really cool. Because I know as well you've got experience, you were just telling me, with Steve Ashdown's funny car.
Yeah, I crewed with Steve last year. Unfortunate the last run, but we did end up as the champions last year, which was fantastic. Really cherry on the cake.
Yeah. So you've obviously been around in the sport, but how did you get into the sport itself? Because it's quite a unique sport to get into.
Yeah, I started working back in 1985 for a guy called John Claydon, who was pretty well known. and helping him with his cars. That's how we started back then, and we've just gone on through the years helping various different people.
That's cool. And then, so is this the first car you've driven down the track, or?
Not the first car I've driven down the car, but it is the first car I've owned.
Right.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time to have an interview with us today.
Oh, pleasure.
I hope you have the best of luck for the rest of the weekend on your last qualifier, and then you go into eliminations.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you very much.
No problem at all. Thank you.
Hello, so I'm here with Pete Walters, driver of the Walters Motorsport Super Pro Dragster. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thanks. Going all right.
That's good. And how are you feeling about your performance this weekend?
Solid 6 out of 10, I'd say. Yeah, could be better, could be worse. So yeah, we're all right.
That's cool. Where are you currently qualified? Because I know you've just finished qualifying.
16th out of 19, I believe. So could be better, but it is what it is. We've been trying things, so we've not kind of been trying to qualify high. We've been trying to get things to work and playing with stuff. So it's been more of a test the last 2 days. But,
yeah, that's cool. Because I know you've had some chassis modifications because you were running under your tag. And also, we're just about to go into eliminations, and I know you've got Joe Kellett.
Yep.
And did you ever race in juniors?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, quite a few times. I think 3 or 4 years we were together in juniors. So we had a lot of good races. And I mean, in Super Pro we've raced a few times as well. So
how are you feeling about that race?
Is what it is, really. Got to beat them all, so
that's cool. So obviously the car, when it first came out a few years ago now, it was running obviously Canon Reloaded, because your junior was obviously the Canon.
Yeah.
You've changed that now. It went to PWRD, and now it's currently Walters Motorsport. Why have you gone away from Pete Walters Races On, obviously your company?
The PWRD kind of scheme was to celebrate 10 years of my company, so we just kind of did that as a bit of just a sponsorship sort of thing. And then we sponsored Aaron Fensome's Junior as well at the same time. And then when that finished, we kind of wanted to, we re-body panelled the whole car and wanted to just do a new scheme, and that's what we did.
That's cool. And so obviously there's quite a lot of Super Pro dragsters that are obviously running in Super Pro, the rear engine style. What made you go with the supercharger and the methanol injection, because that's sort of unique in the class?
Yeah, I think my dad's always grown up with supercharged cars, blow methanol, so it was just kind of a natural thing, really. Like there wasn't really another choice, to be honest with you.
It was going to be blown no matter what.
Yeah, exactly.
And what's it like to drive?
Oh, it's amazing. It's like a Cadillac, this car. It literally is never not gone straight and just cruises down there. Barely even revs, really. So
that's cool. And I also know every driver's got their routines and try and get themselves into the zone. What do you do to prepare to drive a car like this?
Not a lot, really. Just have a cup of tea and that's about it. I'm probably one of the most laid back people there is, so I'll just kind of get in it and do my thing.
That's cool. And what made you get into the sport?
I was literally born into it. I didn't have a choice, to be honest with you. My dad's raced since the 80s, and yeah, I was basically born into it, and it's all I've ever known, really. So.
That's cool. Well, thank you very much for coming and having an interview with us. I wish you the best of luck for the rest of the weekend, and I'll see you later. Thank you very much.
Look at the closing. Nick Good came whistling past him at 189 miles an hour.
Here's another cracking matchup then. Pete Walters and Joe Kellett.
I was just going to say who's qualified out of position, but it doesn't really work like that, does it?
Not really, no. Joe qualified 7th, Pete 16th.
Both of these drivers ex-juniors, and they've raced each other several times in both classes, that being juniors and Super Pro, and they're both very good in their own right. In terms of champions of champions, Joe Kellett is still the greatest of all time in juniors. You look at aggregate points, event wins, stuff like that, or maybe not event wins, but certainly championships and aggregate points.
I think in the last few years he wasn't even at home for most of it, was he? I don't think. Spent most of the time travelling. They raced all over Europe. He nearly won the Swedish Championship as well, I think.
And then Pete Kellett, who's a seasoned veteran now in Super Pro. To be fair, Joe is as well. This could line up to be one of the closest races of the round. This is a final. You could see this being a final. So Joe's looking for a 7.90. Pete looking for 761. Both off pace on the dial-ins, so they clearly have looked at the weather, looked at the conditions, and think that they can get close to their dial-ins.
Pick and choose this one.
Yeah, green light drag race. Joe's weaving at the finish line. And it's Pete by 0-2 at the stripe. Joe had 300s in the bag off the start line.
Stay in. Oh, and he does. Scott Hauser goes red.
Don't run 7:39. He didn't. Actually, they both broke out, but it doesn't matter by then.
So they're going to the stage, and it's down to the drivers. Ashley's going to launch first. Ron's going to chase him down. Arrow straight runs a pair of them. Ashley is still ahead.
Still ahead.
Still ahead.
And he breaks out. 893. AC with the watching. Wow.
Yeah, I'm thinking that as well.
It's a little bit of a shot, that one.
Brian's caught him.
And he doesn't break out, so he takes the win. Brian Pateman couldn't win that one after he left the start line. He fixed like the last one was anyway.
$883, 158 there for Dave Russell. Right. 12 in the class now.
Well, this is a Suzuki GSXR, however, it has got a Hayabusa tail piece on it.
Moves up to number 2 with that one, 853.
So Dan's running in comp bike this weekend on Danny Cockrell's bike, and as he says, this looks slow apparently. Oh, never mind. He just went 788 at 100. Calming gear, that was front end.
Yeah. All problems there for Darren Shepherd. So Adam Lowe, can he go quicker than 1093? No. I say that because he went 1093 with a 0. I wasn't expecting that in front of everyone else.
Little bit of wheel spin sent him sideways. But he gathered it in very nicely. 960, 141 miles an hour once again. Master. That was so good, no one even noticed I voiced over James Hetfield then. Excellent. Right. Take 2. We did think we were done for the day. I lied. So Daniel Giles reheats the tyres in the dragster.
Now as a driver, this is probably your worst nightmare. They were done their burnouts, they were going up to the line, and then they were told to shut off and do it again.
The only good thing is they've had a decent amount of time to wait. You know, if it's like 30 seconds, you think, oh Christ.
Yeah.
But
you switched on, and then you've got to switch off again, and then you've got to get yourself back into race mode. And I've seen as well, they've both stuck to their dial-ins, which is interesting, because obviously their cars are hotter now, transmissions are warm, things like that.
Does it make a difference? I guess it does.
But yeah, hugely. And in fact, you can see Andy Thetford underneath us now. He's actually having struggles doing the burnout, unfortunately.
Well, the trouble is, though, is that, you know, as annoying as it is, you can't race if there's sprinkles of rain.
No.
You don't want to be...
I think he's just going to take the beam. He hasn't done a burnout. Andy Thetford has not done a burnout.
Okay. May just be taking the tree. Right, first round of Pro ETs rolling round underneath the tower as well. Unbelievably, we are still racing. If you have a look at the radar, you'll understand why that's unbelievable.
Don't look at the radar.
Don't look at the radar. Just let's get on with it.
So Daniel Giles taking on Andy Thetford. Andy Thetford's going to go first. He's building boost. He's going to try and launch this thing. And the parachute comes out. These drivers do not have ship to shore. He does not know that his parachute's come out. He has lifted though. Daniel Giles takes the win.
That's one of the more unusual ways to lose. Actually, saying that was the way that... oh, help me with his name, with the 55 Chevy.
Rennie Ashman. No.
I know who you mean. I know who you mean.
Yeah, the guy with the blown 55. Seemed double trouble. Sorry? No. Someone's going to be shouting at their TV screen going, I know it is, I know it is, I know it is.
The double trouble 55 used to pull the chutes at 1,000 foot every run just to get on the number. We went to the final, didn't he?
He did, actually, yeah. I'm not sure whether pulling the chutes was to keep the car straight or whatever, but anyway, yes, he did. It's just going to annoy me the rest of the day now. Oh, why did I say it?
Well, we're into Pro ET now. Marie Mills taking on Simon Innes. Haven't seen his dial boards yet. 1071 for him against takes 1070. This is as close to a heads-up race as you could probably get without it being 1/100th of a second before Marie Mills. Simon's tree will run. See if you can spot it. I doubt you will.
See if you can see, yeah, I was going to say 100th difference on the tree. See if you can spot it.
No.
Not to the naked eye anyway.
They leave together. It's now time to see who's got the biggest cojones at the stripe, who's going to take the stripe first.
Oh, Marie takes it. In answer to your question, the lady has the biggest cojones. 1073 takes the win. Well, big shock as well. One of the big hitters in Pro ET goes out in round number 1 with a breakout. He was there first by 0.86, but it is Marie Mills. I'm not sure Marie's won a round before, actually.
She has now.
She has now, absolutely. So Laura Payton taking on Darren Huxley. 15 takes on number 30. Darren was actually the last of the qualifiers, but never count anyone else.
One of the more strange combinations in drag racing is Darren Huxley's drift car.
Yeah, that's because he's not a drag racing girl, probably.
Yeah. So Lauren Baton's chasing him down. You can see Darren weaving around the lane. He's clearly checking his mirrors.
Oh, whoa! What a time to run bang on your number. The number 30 qualifier takes out the number 15 with a perfect run. 11.77 on 77. I wonder where in the family we learned that from. Probably everyone else.
I think it's in the genes, actually. I don't think they learn it.
Well, he took the strike by 0.2. Very nicely judged. Laura had a bit in the bank off the line, but what a race. Okay, Brett Featherstone, your defending national champion, Pro ET. 950 Slick Tricks Lane against Simon Fulton with an 8.94. As still can't remember his name.
No, it's
It's going to be, yeah, oh, of course it was. Oh my word, by 0-2, Brett goes red. It's a freebie, designer Ford. Who breaks out as well. Well, it doesn't matter, he kept his foot in it because he thought it was okay. You're looking through entry lists, aren't you? You cheat. It's all right, no problem. You can put us out of our misery.
I think what year it was he came over, 2018 I think.
18, 17,
Swiss
16.
car.
Yeah.
Yeah, he came over with, he actually came over in Danny Bellio's truck.
Could be. I think they had their own rig. But yeah, anyway, it was like main event European final type of thing. So Mark Huxley. John Gerritsen, there you go. Thank you very much indeed. 988 is what the Corolla's looking for. And the little dragster win. No, he does! Right out. Mark Huxley. However, I have to say he was never going to win that one. Will Clark was 0-1 on the tree. And 87 on 85, that adds up to 300s over, whereas on the start line.
Right, this is number 1 qualifier, Dave Fulton, taking on number 1 in the points, Lee Morris.
You've got to love bracket racing, haven't you? You really
Well, that
have.
was number 1 in the points after the last round, after the Speed Nationals. Now, qualifying points shuffled into the mix would make a difference as well.
Oh, wow. The windmills have stopped as well. How? It's just like we're in a weather bubble.
So now is when you're going to see probably quite a few breakouts.
Well, both these two are really good. Previous event winners.
Race on.
Close at the stripe.
Oh, wow. It is Lee Morris who takes the win by virtue of the lesser breakout. Dave Fulton took the stripe by 0-1. But that meant he went 9:54, which was just that bit too quick.
And to inflict a bit more pain, Lee Morris gets a bye in round 2.
So the good news for you, Colin, is he won't be as insufferable tonight. if there is a silver lining.
Oh dear.
However, I'm not sure Dave Fulton's going to see it like that somehow.
No, well, Simon's through, so oh dear.
Oh, that's all right.
So
then.
that means Simon's going to be insulting Dave like mad later on.
Oh dear. Well, at least he's still in Supergas, which is number 1 qualifier.
Oh, we've still got
2.
Dan Fulton to come.
Oh. John Dalrymple, Kestrel Lane, 985, 9.08. Mason Griffiths. I think Mason's caught him already. He's in front, and he's over the stripe first. Very nicely judged. That's a breakout for John Dalrymple. Best run of the weekend, unfortunately with one of his worst reaction times. He's given in. Ronnie Mercer has given in.
Did I just see?
He's had enough. He's had enough of trying to get it down the track in the 10s. There we go.
There's a big... I've got that bottle on, I'm going to use it.
I saw the dialing board. Well, he held out for nearly an event and a half, didn't he? Let's put it that way.
No, he turned it on at the last one as well.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
So, Ronnie Mercer. Well, the thing is, he's not going in blind, but this is the first time he's run the car on nitrous this weekend.
Yeah.
Ronnie's car is like a baby. It likes to be bottle fed.
Yeah.
So Dave Rudd already knows who it's going to be. Dave Rudd takes the win. 970 on a 65. He was 07 on the tree. Ronnie Mercer was 02 actually, but went 911. Win margin for Dave Rudd was only 0.013. Must admit, I'm happy for Dave Rudd at the same time as well, because obviously he had a great time in qualifying at the last event. It's nice for him to win a round 2.
So, pick your Camaro. Dave Crowhurst is not driving a Beetle, as the screen says. That is his Camaro. In the Slicktrix lane, looking for a 9.30, takes Warren Watts in the other dark Camaro. He's looking for 9.10. 0.2 a second.
Going to be a pause, I think.
Rain again.
Rain again. Curses.
And a loss of hats. Yeah, the wet stuff is still all around, and the funny thing is, though, is it's very, very high. Because the cloud site, you can see the cloud base is really, really high. But we can't race with any sort of moisture on the racetrack. It's right down the far end. Once again, it did dry out before, but we are rapidly approaching the end of our allotted time. So,
well, we're going to hang on. We're not giving in yet. We're not giving in. We've got 11 minutes.
Trying to get this round of Pro ET in, if nothing else. Do you know how bizarre is that? Hardly ever you see the flags fluttering like that, but the windmill's just totally and utterly still.
Well, if you look at the blades on the turbines, they're not even sort of tethered to the wind at the moment. They are perfectly horizontal. They're not angled.
Drag racing turning race fans into amateur meteorologists since
Very
1966. Very amateur, yes, meteorologists in 1966. There we go.
Well, I'm just looking around back to the back of the town, and the matchup we were going to have after Warren Watts and Dave Crowhurst was going to be Jess Bishop taking on Harley J. Derby. Now, these two raced each other in juniors all the time, and in fact, they've only just come out of Junior Dragster, and they've debuted at the same weekend, which was the start of this year.
So they are the two youngest Super Pro ET drivers.
Yes.
The funny thing is, well, Harley's definitely the youngest. The funny thing is, Harley could have had at least another one, possibly two
years,
seasons in Junior Dragster.
And the funny thing is, he's grown up, he's got in his dad's truck, come out of Junior Dragsters, and his first race ever in eliminations is someone who raced all the time.
Oh, sorry for the silence, folks. We are waiting just as you are.
Yeah, watch out, Mr. Bishop. Paul charges a tenner for that.
I like as well, at the side of Jessica's car, she's got a sponsor that reads DEP, which stands for Dad's Empty Pockets.
Well, again, it's
looks
a
like
pause. It's not a halt.
Not a stop, yeah. It looks like the World Polishing Championships at the moment, though, because if you look over that way, everybody's wiping their cars as well. The auto-climb stands closed, but just at the wrong time.
It's like Bake Off. You're just rearranging a meal before the judges come round, don't they?
Well, of course, the reason why all the drivers are doing that is because, as we say, you can't have any moisture on the track, and obviously, if you have lots of wet cars driving on the track, it gets wet. So you obviously got to dry your car off before you get on the track. Although it does look like you've got a pit full of Consuelas now.
Yeah, look, everyone's having a go. See?
Yeah. No, I clean.
Oh, I'm liking the Hailing Island Garage squad. They got green green towels to match the green paintwork on the vehicle. That's
Pete Dodd
forward
with
yellow. Yeah, but most of them are yellow
and
anyway.
Hang on, and purple. And purple over there. This is some serious. This must be a new competition.
Yeah. Dave Crowhurst.
Got black one, absolutely. Well, I never knew Pro ET was so colour coordinated.
Yeah, that's beyond coincidence, that really is.
That's actually quite bizarre, isn't it?
The bizarre thing is, not only did they own them, they brought them down with them.
Yeah.
They had them in their pockets. Yeah. Just in case they need to clear something up. Well, while we're waiting, we will hand back to Nitro FM, because that normally is the surefire way that we're going to start racing again. So hopefully it works this time. We'll see if it does. We'll find out what the plan is for you folks.
Right, so we're here with Ron Bartlett, driver of the Sweet FA Ford Anglia. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. It's great to be back. Didn't seem like it was going to happen, but we decided to have a couple of meetings this year. We're going to do this one and the main event.
That's cool. Oh, you did say at the end of last year that you were going to retire from racing for a season. You seem to be enjoying that.
At the moment, we're currently converting a bus to take the car racing, make it a bit more comfortable. The guy's a little bit slower, not as advanced as we thought it was going to be. So to keep the crew happy, we decided we're going to do a couple of meetings, keep them interested.
Yeah, that's cool. And how are you doing this weekend?
Well, we fluked it, to be fair. The third round we went 8.26 with a 9 on an 8.26. The car seems to be back on it as it always is. It's not me, it's the car. So yeah, so far so good.
That's cool. I know you've just finished qualifying, so who have you got first round of elimination?
I think we've got Ashley Bell, and he's always a slippery snake. I think he'll probably end up putting a little bit of gas on it to try and get the numbers. He's struggling a little bit with the car. He's obviously got a few people over there at the moment helping him, so it could be a good race. Ashley's, when it's under pressure, Ashley's good.
Indeed. And obviously Ashley's struggling a little bit, as you said, so do you think you can win?
It's one of those, I can beat everybody, but I can get beat by everybody, so who knows? It's one of them. It's just nice to be here, you know?
Yeah.
So
that's cool. And so I'm going to allude to your car now, because it's one of the nicest Anglias I've seen ever, and it's also one of the fastest.
Yeah.
So please tell me a bit more about the car.
It's a 1964 105E Anglia. Frank Griffin, Cliff Griffin, who used to run the in the Outlaw Anglias. Frank built it. It's powered by a 584 big block Chevy. Power glide, normal 9-inch back axle. It's got nitrous on it, but we haven't run the nitrous yet, because to be fair, it's pretty quick as it is. It's run 8 ones, 167. That does feel fast. With the gas, it'll obviously run a 7, but we're trying to get that 7 naturally aspirated. I want to try and get the 7 without turbos, blowers and gas. Will we get it? I don't know, but we're going to keep trying.
That's cool. And what's it like to drive? Because it's not a big car.
It's busy inside some days. It's either off the start line it'll move about, but the rest of the run it's okay, or off the start line it's alright, at the end of the run it's a bit of a handful. A couple of times this weekend, well, certainly one of the runs, it was most of the run, so it was challenging.
That's cool. And obviously it's a unique car, unique combination. What made you choose the Anglia?
We wanted an old car. We wanted something a bit unique, a bit smaller. We did think originally we could run in the Outlaw Anglias because it's an Anglia, but apparently you can't. It's got to be it's got to be that type of shape off. We bought the car and then we decided, me and Simon, he's helped me right from the start. He's been with us for like 30 years. I used to work with Simon. We used to race Capri's with a 3-litre V6 and gas, and then we wanted to go faster, and this is what we ended up with.
Well, it's certainly faster.
Yeah.
One thing I'm always intrigued about is obviously the names of the cars, and you've chosen to call this one Sweet FA. Now, we all know what that means, right? Why have you called the car that?
Well, you know what, obviously, Ford Anglia, you see? It's a play on the words. It was a lad that I used to drink with. I said, I've got to get a name for the car years ago, and he said, Sweet FA, in a drunken sort of thing, and I went, what a really good name that is. And it just stuck, and that's what we called it, so yeah, it seemed appropriate at the time, and it's very appropriate at the moment.
That's cool, and obviously you've got your own nickname, haven't you, that I know about. They do tend to call you Rocket Ron Bartlett.
Rocket Ron, yeah.
Where does that come from?
That was years ago. I used to do banger racing. I used to play pool and snooker and stuff like that, and then used to race around in cars where you shouldn't really race around on the streets and stuff. So yeah, that name sort of come 30, 40 years ago. So it's been a name I've had for a long time. Even my dad calls me Rocket.
Well, thank you very much for having a conversation with us. Have the best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
And hopefully you do well in the eliminations.
Yeah, it's good lad Ash, so what will be will be.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you guys.
Top Fuel Dragsters here then at the Festival of Power. Suzanne Kalin and Ida Zetterstrom. They basically using this as a test session for, as we know, the main event, where we expect to have 6 Top Fuel cars. And as Darryl said, the biggest entry that we've seen at Top Fuel here since 2019. And oh boy, we really do look forward to having them all back. These two are racing very well last year, 2nd and 3rd in the European Championship. But Ida, European record holder in the 3.7 second zone. Had their first hits of the track yesterday for the season. Both of these cars, of course, at the Runefield stable. Just base past the finish line here at Sanford Raceway. Well, I hope you're all enjoying the coverage online as well as here at the track. As here we go, Top Fuel Dragster.
Well, Sudan did exactly what she was told 2 times in a row. Lifted around about half track. I think they must be getting a bit sick and tired of Ida's car doing that. I can't imagine that they haven't had it in a million pieces 5 times in a row.
Entertainment. Look at that, 4:55 at 2.
Still going. So if you're out there watching in internet land, we're around about halfway through round 1 of Pro ET, and we're still going with it as well. Terrific stuff. Just trying to get a bit of a head start on tomorrow. So Dave Crowhurst, 9.30 in the slick tricks lane. This is where we have to squint to see the dialings on the boards because it's getting a bit darker. So the lights appear to be brighter. Against Warren Watts.
Now again, surprisingly, neither of these cars have changed their dial-ins. They reckon they're going to run the same as they were before the little spots of rain. So you're going to see the black and orange Ferrari lead first and go red. Warren Watts is going to take the win of this race. Dave Crowhurst went 0-4 red.
Oh, and then when
look at
actually saying that, it's not that bad because the other guy went 100th off as well.
Yeah.
100th off
goes to show they didn't need to change the dial-ins, that's for sure.
Do you know, one thing that is also that we've got to mention, now it's getting darker, your eyes react quicker in the dark.
Yes,
Very much quicker. I remember years and years ago when I was on the practice tree at home, and I'd pull 0 lights all the time, turn the light off, and I'd red light every single time.
Yep.
Because your eyes
now
just see it that
why
much
most
quicker.
drivers wear dark visors. I wore one religiously for that reason.
It slows it down a little bit, doesn't it? It slows you down a little bit. See how many red lights we get in this round of racing. So Harley J. Derby, his first ever elimination round. Jess is already in stage, waiting to go.
Of course, Harley J. Derby's come out of Junior Dragsters and he's racing someone who he raced in Junior Dragsters.
In a dragster.
In a dragster. And that's Jess Bishop with the Nightmare 2. Of course, the Nightmare 1 was her junior. It's going to be quite a close, and actually, I think it's probably going to be one of the fastest races of the round. 8.92 takes 9.17. And they're going to wait in pre-stage. Jessica goes in. Harley's going to bump the truck in very slowly indeed. Jessica going to leave first. The truck's going to chase her down. There's nothing in it on the tree. And I think Harley's already caught her.
She's
he
in
has.
front, I think.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that. The stripe Jess by 0-1.
Look at the... Did you see the finish line margin? The two cars came through and it's just a blur and they are next to each other.
I think Harley backed out of it at the
yes,
stripe.
I think he did because he was ahead by about 1,000 foot. But Jessica Bishop takes the win.
Well, yeah, both 0.13 on the tree. They left together. So, Daniel Fulton In the Kestrel lane, taking on Pete Dodd with the beautiful matching towels.
So Dan Darling in 10.20, Pete Dodd 9.25, 0.95 of a second between these two on the tree.
Lots of attention to detail all round today.
So 2 very similar cars with the Camaro and the Firebird.
Well, they call them A-bodies. Basically, it's a very similar mould, but it's different tweaks.
So Dan Todd's waiting patiently in pre-stage. Oh, did I say Dan Todd? I meant Dan Fulton, sorry. Pete Dodd is currently in stage. They're both in. Dan's leaving first. Pete's chasing him down.
It's a green light race as well. Pete Dodd has caught him. And Pete Dodd takes the win. Look at that. 9.26 on a 25. Daniel Fulton breaks out and still didn't get there first. 0-2 on the tree.
That was an 0-3 package from Pete Dodd.
Nice.
Dan couldn't win it.
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to say, by couldn't win, he means that due to reaction times, there's no way he could have got around him. Sorry, Carl.
Neil Watkins and Stevie Gates. Neil qualified 10, Stevie Gates 25. That doesn't matter anymore. It's all about the dial-ins and getting there first without breaking out. 11.35 for Neil, 9.58 for Stevie. Stevie's got to be very, very patient here, but
nah, we're stopping.
The signal has been given to. Well, certainly hold for a moment and see what happens.
I'm not sure how well it's picking up on the live stream, but the Stevie Gates' car is giving himself green headlights, and it actually looks quite menacing.
Evil.
No, they've been told to shut them off. Oh, curses.
Well, we've still got another few pairs to go of that round of Pro ET. Unfortunately, it was always going to be a slow, painful end to the day. It looks like it's continuing, unfortunately.
I can still hear cars running in the background.
Yeah.
And there's lots of checks going on the track itself.
Well, 20 past 8. Going to stretch this out as much as we can.
Can only be spitting because no one's moving.
It's actually engines behind us, it's not the two cars on the track at the moment.
Sat here, I'm actually holding my breath, waiting for the signal. The track has now gone completely quiet.
Come on, we'll hand back to Nitro FM and it will all start again. It's the law.
See how dark it's getting now. You can see the reflection of the scoreboards on the drag strip.
I do want to give a huge shout out to everyone on the banking and the grandstand and watching at home on the live stream. You guys are the troopers sticking behind. It's still 20 past 8 and you guys still here.
I say sticking behind if they're camping. This is just, you know, a bit of extra entertainment, isn't it, really?
Well, they haven't gone to sleep yet.
No.
Well, just having a look on here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 5 pairs to go in Pro ET. I know there's quite a lot of other stuff in the lanes. I see VW Sportswear down there.
I think Bob just gave the thumbs up and then walking off the racetrack again. You never know.
Yeah, thumbs up.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. A little cheer in the background there as well.
I think that was the fans at the front of the grandstand. You enjoying the racing?
Yeah.
Certainly hope so.
Right, so Neil Watkins and Stevie Gates, 11.35 plays 9.58. Stevie got to be very, very patient. He's going to see Neil Watkins go quite a way out before Stevie gets his side of the tree running.
Almost 2 seconds he's going to be sat on the line for, staring at the tree. You can see just how bright them lights look now in the dark. Away goes Neil. Away goes Stevie.
No one red lights. The only other problem as well is a shift light in your face. It's also very, very bright. Neil's backing off at the top end, and he doesn't take the win because he breaks out. It's Stevie Gates going through. 0.15 reaction time to a 0.3. Oh, Neil Watkins will not want to look at that timing slip. He was over the strike first by 0.21. He was over on the tree to a 0.15. He had so much in the bag, and he broke out by 5 thou.
Right, 4 pairs left, and then we're done.
Okay,
that's the call. We just can't risk going that far deep into another class with potential of conditions changing and just getting darker and gloomier and possible dew points.
So Tom Watkins with Doris in the Kestrel lane against John Bean. 9.60 is his dial. As they are paused again on the start line, unfortunately.
Don't walk into the beam.
I can see Ian talking to the track crew down at the bottom end of the track. They've been told to back up out of pre-stage and stage. Hopefully they'll be let run.
Still spitting, I guess, in some places, but not enough.
Sometimes you can actually have it spitting and it not actually touch the track, because the track does hold heat very well.
To shut them off.
Oh, that's a shame. I'm hoping pure willpower alone will get Pro ET finished.
Looking at the radar, it might need more than willpower, but hang on. We're right in the middle of it, so I don't know how it keeps actually stopping right there. That way.
Well, what we can let you know is basically we've got 4 pairs to go in Pro ET, and then we are done for the day. So all the other classes will head back. In actual fact, they've gone already. They've backed out of the lane, so we're just trying to get these 4 pairs through. But maybe not. We don't know yet. Those of you tuned into the live feed, lovely shot there of John Bean's Mustang. This is just one of those moments. You sort of think, oh, come on, let's have it. Just let's get these next 4 pairs down, and we might be successful. The start line crew are not going.
2 pairs and 2. We sent everything else back apart from Pro ET. Okay. So yeah, so that's fine. So what we do is if we can get the 2 boys done and then send them back, like they don't have to. As long as they cut green, then we've got 2 pairs. Okay. Right. That's Pro ET done.
So I don't know if you heard that, but there are 2 buy runs and 2 races. So we're going to quickly get the buy runs done by virtue of breaking the beams. So you'll see the cars come to the line, stage and roll out of stage, and then they have then won the round. They can do that on a track that's a bit moist, because they're not actually putting any power down to the track, so they will literally just roll to the line. You can see Simon Rickwood now coming to the line. He's just cleaned his tyres off. He doesn't want to put any more water on the track than he needs to.
Yeah, he would have been alongside Bailey Ashdown, but as we know, Bailey unfortunately couldn't make the call. So Simon literally just going to break the beams, back out of it, and head back to the pits via either the pits or the return road, one or the other. So that's one of them done.
I think the next
the
one's
other one
actually
is going to be Amy Watkins, I think.
Yeah, I think she's having issues though. I've just seen someone run to the car. Whether that be because she isn't strapped in yet or something of that nature. But these drivers will be happy because that means they won't have to complete their E1 again tomorrow. Well, they've just been told to quit their efforts, unfortunately.
Right, so there goes Simon Rickwood heading back to the pits, and actually the start line crew are walking away. It does.
I'm not sure what I can and cannot say at this time, but it's not looking good, unfortunately. John Bean has started his car, but he's only doing it to back it up. That's a heavy old car to push back to the pits. Of course, the start line has been cleared. You can see Ian down there, he's collecting all of his stuff, turning all the electrics off. Yeah, I can see the rain now properly in John Bean's headlights. He's going to take it back down the return road back to the pits. You can see you all there in the grandstand cheering him on back to the pits. So they will have a chance at the race. Unfortunately, it will be tomorrow morning, as there's only one buy run and 2 pairs left of Pro ET.
Yeah, now what actually happened there, just to explain, Simon Rickwood and Amy were offered to stage and back out or do a run. Simon Rickwood took the stage option, Amy wanted the run. That's why Amy hasn't come round. So they're going to go back to the pits. They'll be the first out tomorrow morning, along with ET Bike and Junior Dragster, and then obviously we carry on as best as we can then. So that's the situation. But yes, we are done for the day. Thank you ever so much indeed, everybody. Been a really good day. A little bit stop-start in occasions, but we did really well to get as far as we did today. So, yeah, well done to absolutely everybody. It's the last day of the Festival of Power tomorrow. We will be here in the tower from 9 o'clock in the morning. Racing starts 9:30. Hope you have a good evening tonight. And if you tune into live feed tomorrow, you'll be seeing all of the eliminations. Have a very good evening. Tom, Darryl, thank you ever so much indeed. And we will see you all tomorrow. So Nitro FM, it's all yours. Thanks very much indeed.